A king full of riches and knowledge who had conquered the entire world. This was the current state inside the game of our lonely addicted player. In the last 10 years in a row, he has not lost rank 1 in this game once. However, it came at a high cost. He was so addicted that he died from playing too much. Suddenly, he wakes up startled, looking to one side, then to the other. This was his new body. He had reincarnated as Jared, an ugly, obese man in the very game he was addicted to. Besides his ridiculously ugly appearance, his life expectancy had been reduced by 20 years due to obesity. Even sitting in a reinforced chair, you could see it struggling to hold up this giant whale. From a failed virgin with no girlfriend to a fat noble who will die early, either from obesity or from the war that will come in 10 years since he reincarnated inside the game. But now he has all the memories of this life and his past one. He even knows the glitches that could give him an advantage in the game. So he starts searching for the treasure his late father left him, and it surely wasn't a pack of cigarettes. But the one who finds it for him is his maid, who has rather generous airbags. It's a necklace that helps increase magical ability growth. But the fat man knows that if he breaks this necklace, he might be able to summon a gigantic demon called Isabella. What our fat guy wants from her are the eyes of the mind. The giant demon just laughs at the boy's audacity. He wants the eyes that can see people's true identities. She says it's fine, but she wants in exchange what's most precious to him. The problem is that when she checks the boy's perverted mind, she realizes that what's most precious to him is his first kiss, since he had never kissed anyone in his 34 years of life. The demon tries to resist. Even a demon doesn't want to kiss a fat man. What a hard life. But the contract is already sealed and there's no turning back. She's going to feel the whale's pressure. Sometime later, he starts studying his territory. His maid with big melons helps him with everything he needs. Suddenly, memories flood his mind of moments when he had massaged her. The fat man stops everything he's doing and walks toward the girl. She's scared, thinking she'll be hit again. But this time, she receives a big hug and an apology. When lunchtime comes, the fat man is devouring everything in sight. But this time, he only eats healthy vegetables, even though they taste terrible. In this world, vegetables not only satisfy hunger well, they also burn calories and grant good attributes. That way, it won't take long for him to lose a few tons. The demon who made the contract with him keeps chasing the boy, saying she'll haunt his life until he returns her eyes or dies. A meeting was held sometime later with the entire high command of the territory. There were whispers that it was not normal for the fat man to call a meeting by himself. He was even reading documents, which had never been seen before. One of the men sitting at the table bangs the bottle, asking if it isn't boring to read documents, suggesting that they should have some drinks together. Are you trying to get the Lord up to 20 tons of weight? Suddenly the whale points, asking how the man dares to enter the meeting drunk. Everyone is surprised. The man makes up excuses, even saying that they had drunk together recently. But Jared simply fires a magic missile, breaking the man's bottle. He becomes furious. In response, Jared only asks if he is happy with the abusive life he led over the population while being the city's guard. The man was about to lose it. Jared already knew everything, from illegal fees to even human trafficking. And someone like that could no longer even be in his territory from today on. He should be burned until nothing remained but ashes. The man realizes he is screwed. He tries to run, but it is already too late. The smell of barbecue was already rising throughout the room. Everyone in the room realized that any kind of wrongdoing would no longer be allowed in this territory. Everyone begged for mercy, saying that it would never happen again. And to top it off, Jared names Rakus as his new head of the city guard. This caught him off guard. But he bows to the Lord since his loyalty is unshakable. A month later, he himself was going everywhere, putting an end to the bandits together with Rakus. There were beatings for everyone. Even those who tried to sneak away were caught by magic missiles. Gradually, the city was becoming cleaner and more prosperous. Food was distributed in the name of the Lord. Even the army was improving little by little thanks to the eyes of the mind, since it selected people with better aptitude. And the demon kept asking for the eyes back. Suddenly, a guard entered the room warning that they had found bandits in the coal mines. And worse, they had slaves. Inside the coal mine, a girl was crying. She had already been petted several times, as you can see. She had even found a little friend. Even though things were difficult, 1 month passed quickly with them together. Even in that situation, there was a reason to smile. 1 year later, they were already 15 years old and the redhead fell ill. The blonde girl asked the guard if she could have a bowl of soup for her friend and said she would do anything in return. The man did give the bowl of soup, but it was obvious that he expected something different in return. The red-haired girl threw the boiling bowl in the man's face and ran away with her friend. But it was impossible to flee from an adult man, and so she met a tragic end. Crying, the blonde swore she would take revenge, but she could do nothing. Until suddenly the man heard a noise, and when he went to see, it was already too late. He was engulfed in flames. Our obese fat whale had just arrived and is furious that human trafficking occurs on his lands. In the midst of the snow, Lakas was telling Jared that he couldn't believe the bandits really used the Alami underground mine as a hideout and wonder how the Lord knew. The boy said that since Graskus who took care of him was gone, the bandits must be trying to convince themselves that the incompetent Lord would let their foolish acts go unpunished. And there was no better place to hide than an underground mine and Lakins. who was putting on his helmet, said that his lord had a very good intuition. However, Jared replied that the man overestimated him, and looking back, the lord told all the soldiers to listen to his command. The boy began a speech stating that they were there to end the infamous bandits who had kidnapped their people to sell them as slaves. And for that reason, they would rescue all the kidnapped victims and show the bandits what true justice was, punishing them all without remorse. Looking into the eyes of all the soldiers, he asked them to kill those criminals without leaving a trace. Thus, the boy wielded his sword, ordering all the soldiers to go into battle for the glory of Kribia, and so the army ran into the place. Inside the coal mine, an attack began against the bandits, who started to panic, calling for everyone to get out of there. One of them said they needed to warn their leader, Shed, immediately. He was quickly struck by a sword in his back. With a bloodthirsty look, Laka said that no bandit would escape from that place because he would defeat all the enemies. Then, with extreme ease and all his skill, if Shifa's security attacked Redanitz, gathing him off. A war spread throughout the place, with various warriors and bandits clashing. Deeper into the mine, our protagonist led a troop accompanied by Lycans, commenting that maybe it was normal for a mine, but there were many bifurcations. Jared said that the ability of that enemy was only that of an armed commoner, and he ordered all his soldiers to spread out and search every tunnel. This was a bit earlier, and now a return to the exact moment when the bandit attacking Lena had been burned by the flames of our furious protagonist. As he walked towards Lena, the boy thought that although he had often seen slave traders in the game, seeing them in person now was repulsive. The Lord knelt beside the small girl and asked if she was alright and what had happened. The girl said she was, but her friend had died while trying to save her, and Lena became even sadder, which further fueled Jared's fury. Looking at Manny's body, he thought it was too late, and even if he used his strongest recovery magic, he couldn't save the girl. The chubby boy hugged Lena, apologizing for arriving too late to save both of them. As Jared looked at Lena, he noticed that she had a very thin body and rough hands like tree bark, indicating that she had suffered greatly from hard labor. The bandit chief, Shed, arrived at the scene and demanded to know what the hell was going on, questioning Jared. She had seen the Lord, realize he wasn't someone important, just the picky Lord, and showed signs of being extremely drunk. The bandit told his Lord that he should have continued fattening up in his mansion, also questioning what the boy was doing in his workplace. Jared, infuriated, said that it seemed the bandit's wife was a mess because Shed was mocking his Lord, and therefore he would kill him personally. Shed got angry, saying he wouldn't die at the hands of a piggy like him, and started to conjure magic to counter his enemies. The two majors then faced off, and a bandit quickly launched his lightning magic at our protagonist. That extraordinary speed, Jared easily dodged it using a magic called acceleration. The drunken bandit panicked, questioning how a mage like him could use that magic so efficiently. But before he could see, our protagonist began running around him, creating a whirlwind of dust that prevented Shed from reading his movements. Shed thought that spell worked by accelerating the body, or was easily broken because it was hard to control, making it difficult for Jared to change direction. In that case, he just needed to destroy everything around at once, so he began to conjure strong electricity magic in his hands. However, before he realized it, he was struck by a blow to his chin, followed by shovel attacks that made the villain contort like a ragdoll. After finishing his spell, Jared complained, stating that using such a powerful spell in a drunken state as the bandit had left him defenseless. Letting the man fall to the ground, he told him he was so weak that his anger had already passed, so he asked the man to just disappear from this world, killing him. After completing the mission, the Lord gained loyalty points, and the golden age of the territory of Kribia was approaching. Jared thought that with Ched's death, the mine's problem was resolved. All those involved, such as the kidnappers and murderers, were executed to prevent them from further tainting the land with their dirty hands. The main thing was that the captured slaves were escorted back to their loved ones by a soldier from the Republic's order. Inside a carriage, Vina questioned the Lord if he really wanted her to go to his territory. Jared explained that if the girl returned to Malurka, he feared she would be sold again by the orphanage director, so it was the best thing to do. He said he was looking for talented young people to work with him, and would be grateful if the girl came to the territory of Kribia. Jared also guaranteed that the young girl would be trained to become a great swordswoman, and Lena became extremely happy, thanking her Lord. Raising her hands in excitement, she said she would definitely become a swordswoman who could meet Jared's expectations, and the boy smiled, saying that was good. For some reason, the boy stayed silent for a while, thinking about something and affirm in his mind that he didn't expect to find Lena Jizzle Ellis right there. Lena was supposed to be the vanguard of the Demon King's army in the Great War Stallion. Even when players attacked her, the girl only smiled while standing firm, living up to her title as the strongest tank. Lena, the Lithen Fortress, led the final defense line in the Demon King's army, and any fortress she protected was impossible to break through, regardless of the effort. Healing the girl, he thought that was the best thing to do, as it would prevent Nina from falling into the hands of the Demon King and turning to the dark side. The boy affirmed that he would prepare the young girl for the approaching Great War and make her a rising star in his territory, not the Demon King's. However, the most problematic issue was his neighbor in Mallorca, because that lord allowed the illegal trade of slaves and other crimes, so his territory could be affected by those actions. Elsewhere in Mallorca, someone was asking in a mansion where the hell that idea had spent the money. A bald man, speaking imposingly, said he had been hearing many stories praising Kribia lately, and he was getting annoyed by the atmosphere's buzzing. A man was next to him, smoking a cigar, and the Lord of Mallorca asked Frua what he thought, since he was a friend of Graskus. Smiling, the man with black and white hair, Frua, said with full confidence that he would avenge his friend with his own hands and would personally clean up that place. On a starry night, the moonlight illuminated several houses in the territory of Kribia. The territory's guards were patrolling the city, unaware that above them, someone was jumping from house to house, seemingly up to something malicious. The footed person stopped in front of a specific house, carrying a sack with something inside. Quickly, in a narrow corridor, he threw the sack with an unknown object and then just watched. The man had light hair and mask covering his mouth as he just observed the sack landing in the desired spot. The next morning, our protagonist was seen extremely sweaty and tired, running for some reason. Next to him, Lena had a determined look, also running with a resolute expression. Their trainer said it was the last lap, and while Lena was running easily, Jared seemed much more exhausted. Jared, almost fainting, asked if Lena enjoyed running every morning like that, and the girl replied that she did because it was always cold in the mine. The Lord approached her, saying they would continue training their endurance, and he would soon choose a teacher for the girl, who thanked him. Back as mentioned, the Lord was eating his herb meal when he suddenly received news that a letter had arrived from Oren and Avila. The one delivering the letter was Hayes, stating it had arrived that morning. Jared, reading and analyzing the information, said that everything seemed to be going well, and Lena, hearing this, and she also wanted to know what was written. The boy then explained that, in short, it seemed Oren had managed to cultivate a plant called latrila, allowing them to produce some of their own food. Meanwhile, Avila was attracting monster hunters to the territory and had already started selling the mana stones he received from them. Lena said her friend used to say that Kribia was falling into ruin, but now that she was there, she thought the place was amazing. Jared replied that they had just started to improve and soon the whole continent would know about Kribia. Surprising the boy, Lakas arrived at his side, calling his attention to something. The chubby boy asked what the problem was, and the soldier informed him that there was an urgent report. The two walked to another location, and Jared asked if it had been found that morning, and Lakas replied yes, and it had also been found in other places. Jared, irritated, wondered who the hell would throw a monster into his territory, staring at the body of a dead beast. Lakas said he was deeply ashamed because he should have paid more attention to public order and taken care of it. The Lord walked up to the corpse, saying it wasn't the young man's fault because, fortunately, no citizens died, and since they had no walls, they were vulnerable to invaders. Jared thought that since the level of satisfaction of his citizens was first rate, he was sure the culprit was an intruder, but wondered what the bandit would gain by doing this. Behind them, Alubriel's voice could be heard calling for someone, asking the young man to help her mother, and Lakis and Jared turned their attention. The girl said that the person wanted to sell her for money and that was fine, but she just wanted the young man to save her mother. Edevetter said that no matter what the little girl offered, he didn't have the medicine she needed, asking her to stop bothering him. However, the girl did not give up. Jared approached them and asked the girl her name, catching the attention of the merchant as well. In the city center, everyone revered the Lord, and Jared asked the girl if she could tell him what medicinal herb she was looking for. In tears, the girl said her name was Mia, and that her mother had Renella's disease. Hearing this, Jared was extremely shocked, as if he knew something, and the girl explained that to help her mother get better, she needed to find an herb, but the vendor refused to sell it. The vendor then knelt, apologizing and saying he was innocent because Renella's disease was almost impossible to cure, and he couldn't do anything about it. Jared stated that he knew because this disease could only be cured by a blessing on the pontiff or a very powerful potion from the Empire of Athema. The boy thought that this disease was similar to tuberculosis, and its name came from the place where it originated, the territory of Renella, where there were many dungeons and monsters. The Lord knelt down to Mia, asking her to please show him where her mother was. Smiling, the boy said with full confidence that he knew how to treat the disease Mia's mother had. Soon after, they could see a dilapidated and already destroyed house, with Mia saying that was her residence. As they climbed the stairs, the little girl said her mother was on the second floor. Our protagonist thought that the house was old and wondered if the stairs would hold his weight. After quickly climbing up, Mia ran to the room where her mother was and called for her incessantly. The girl went to the woman asking if she was okay and saying she brought someone who could help, but the woman wasn't happy because Mia had done this before. The sick and worn-out woman told the doctor that she couldn't pay for the treatment and apologized for what her daughter had done. Looking at the woman, Jared realized she had only 7 months of life left and was truly nearing death. It had said that no payment was needed and just asked the woman to trust him. Mia, smiling, said that the man wasn't a doctor of the Lord of the city, and she told her mother that the Lord had come to save her. Mary, for some reason, said that she hadn't seen her Lord in a long time, and Jared asked if the woman knew him. The woman, coughing up blood, said yes because the Lord had invited her to work as the head chef at the mansion 8 years ago. The man covered his face in embarrassment, saying that at that time he was still very immature and apologized if he had caused her any harm back then. Jared approached the woman lying on the bed, and she asked him not to come close because he could also get infected with the disease. Mary then asked Mia to bring a wet towel for her, and the girl promptly left while Jared watched her go. The young man then went to a window, opening it and observing the body of a beast, asking if the woman used to deal with monsters. Florina replied that he was right because she used to work as a chef at a high-ranking expedition team that dealt with the sale of corpses. Jared explained that people who are frequently exposed to monster corpses easily contract the disease, but the symptoms only become visible when the disease worsens. He said that Mary was originally fine, but her condition worsened because of the monster corpse found near her house, and a woman asked who would do that. Then Lena and Hayes arrived, stating that they had brought all the medicinal herbs the boy had requested, and Jared said that he had already told her to just trust him since he wouldn't leave Mary's side until her condition improved. Crying and emotional, the woman said she didn't know how to repay this debt. However, the Lord replied that they would think about it after she was cured, and quickly, the process to make the potion began. On the roof of that house, the same man who had previously left the corpse nearby was watching everything, saying that the Lord wouldn't create a cure for that disease. However, behind him, Lakis appeared, drawing his sword and saying that he disagreed because his Lord had never failed before. He also said that just as the Lord had predicted, the culprit had returned to the scene of the crime, and the man looked back. Lakis, furious, asked if this was the culprit who had thrown monster corpses all over the territory. However, the bandit, laughing with a murderous look, asked why the young man was curious about it when she already knew the answer. Inside the house, our protagonist was mentioning some flower names while sitting in front of Hayes preparing the potion. Hayes said that those 3 herbs were easy to find and didn't believe they could treat the incurable Romella's disease with just that. Using some scientific equipment, they continued boiling the plants to make a cure for Mia's mother. Jared thought that when he played Paradiso for the first time, he came across a post on the homepage about the composition formula to cure Romella's disease. Thanks to that, you could make the cure that was supposed to be released to people only 10 years later. He would do it now. The sick woman called her Lord's name, and the boy said she could say whatever she wanted. Mary asked why a high-ranking noble like him was working so hard to take care of a commoner. Our protagonist said that someone who has gone through this pain knows well what it feels like to keep their head held high. The woman was incredulous, questioning the boy if he had been infected with Romella's disease before. But remembering his past life, Jared said no, and that he grew up healthy thanks to the love his family gave him. The boy took Mary's hand and then said that his mother didn't just give love, and unfortunately, something happened. It was all true. His family was poor. His mother couldn't go to the hospital for a detailed examination. When they finally got to the hospital, his mother had already lost the use of her hands and was in the final stage of cancer. He felt more anger than sadness because he didn't have the power to fix the situation before it was too late. Even though all of this happened 15 years ago, Jared said he could still blame himself, remembering his mother hospitalized on a stretcher in his past life. The Lord began shaking the vial with the potion and said he was there because he understood how Mia felt. He also said he didn't want the girl to feel the pain he went through and wouldn't let her lose her own mother. Up on the rooftops, Lakis was chasing the bandit, aiming to capture him. The soldier quickly tried to strike the unknown man, who easily defended himself with his sword. The man then used his small dagger to deflect the soldier's sword and quickly tried to cut his neck. However, as a servant of his lord, Lakis easily dodged the attack from his opponent, surviving the assault. With his own sword, he began pushing the bandit back, trying to corner him. The unknown man realized that the soldier was trying to restrain him with brute force. It aimed at his weak point, managing to dodge an attack from Lakis that almost split him in half. The chief then said he would finish it now, rushing at Lakis and quickly hit him with a kick. Surprisingly, with the impact of the blow, Lakis only stepped to the side, still standing. After the kick, the bandit realized that his strike hadn't even scratched the man, and he didn't even need to dodge. Lakis then questioned if that was all the bandit had. The soldier quipped and made a downward strike with his sword, questioning how the bandit dared to go against Kribia with such lamentable lack of skill. Pavan barely managed to defend himself with his small dagger but was thrown up afterward. In the air, he looked at the soldier, stating that he was stronger than he thought and that the people who hired him hadn't informed him that the chief of the guard was so powerful. Looking at his opponent who was on the roof, the unknown man questioned how that soldier had suddenly become so strong. It was explained that the reason Lakis was so good in individual battle was because he could control the killing power thanks to his special inclination. Morality and justice. Lakis could surpass his limits and enhance his physical abilities whenever he fought against bad people. Bandit then landed, and it was concluded that person identified as a villain would never be able to win against Lakis. The soldier stepped forward, telling the unknown man to surrender quietly because he would never be able to win this fight. After hearing that, the unknown man said it was a surprise because he had planned to kill the chief of the guard if discovered, but he had given up on that. He didn't say he would leave for now, but the soldier got angry, asking if the thief thought he would just escape like that. However, the bandit, laughing with a murderous look, asked Lakis not to be so impatient as they would meet again soon, and he started to lower his mask. He concluded by saying they could fight to the fullest and of the time, and a strange mist began emanating from his mouth. The chief of security got irritated, questioning where the mist came from and trying to defend himself with his arms. But as he looked around, he realized that the bandit had disappeared without him even noticing. 2 days later, Mia was seen kneeling and observing something, and Jared asked her to look. Our protagonist began to explain that what she was seeing was done by gathering mana associatively, which was a simpler method as various small energy spheres began to unite. With his other hand, he performed another spell, explaining that this was done by forcibly gathering mana using the force condensation method. Mia, curious, asked if both could be used for magic, then wouldn't it be better to practice just one method? Jared, dressed in strange clothing, affirmed that everyone thought that way. Dressed as a wizard, he said that however, evil magicians often corrupt the surrounding mana, and if that happens, a magician who uses the associative method won't be able to use their magic. Nia was alarmed, saying that a magician not being able to use their magic was indeed extremely terrible and concerning. Jared concluded his explanation, saying that therefore, even though it was more difficult, everyone also needed to train the force condensation method. The girl said she understood but questioned why her lord was dressed in strange clothes and had a funny mustache. Taking off the costume, the boy said he was trying to look like a magic trainer using it. Behind a door, Mary's voice could be heard apologizing and saying that it was breakfast time, so Mia ran off. The woman asked if she was bothering her lord, and he replied that she wasn't because he was also curious to see the dish she had cooked. Calling her Chef Mary, the woman, now cured of the disease and dressed in a cook's outfit, said she hoped the Lord would like her dish. The man asked if she was already well enough to work, and the woman replied that thanks to him, she was better. However, for some reason, Isabel was still observing our protagonist with a mischievous look, saying that as expected, he was different. Various made-up particles formed in the air. Our protagonist, who was sitting meditating with a slim body, thought that people always search for shortcuts. Expelling all the particles, he added that everyone looked for a training method to increase their mana by 2 or 3 points. But all of them were inferior, looking at the system screen and receiving the notification that he had created a new training method, asking him to enter the name. What separated the shortcut from those few was the ability to turn a shortcut into their own real path, and his training method was superior. While thinking about what name to give this method, the boy said that this would be the first of his marks in this world, so it would be nice to name that a proper name. Bud Player, the one who loves all the shortcuts used to facilitate their journey. Lying in the air, Isabella, with her tongue out, began to laugh, saying she had been spying on the secret training methods of many magicians, but the boy's method showed an interesting difference. Our protagonist asked the demon if she could see the flaw in this method, and the woman said yes, although normal people couldn't see it. She said she could also affirm that the boy was cheating because he was artificially good at attracting pure mana to his body. Coming up behind the boy and placing her hand on him, Isabella stated that he wasn't a person from this land. Jared got extremely worried hearing that, questioning what the woman was talking about, and Isabella began to laugh. The demon commented that she was just asking if the boy came from another continent because there were rumors that people from the eastern continent were good at mana manipulation. Relieved, the boy lied, saying that now that she had mentioned it, he remembered a story from his ancestors that in their time there was a myth saying something about that. The boy thought that the eastern continent was a major expansion for Paradiso that had been ambitiously worked on for 5 years, but he died before its release. Isabella took advantage of this, questioning what the boy was thinking at that exact moment. The woman said that many interesting things had happened to her when she was with the boy, so she was extremely curious about him. The demon suggested they take it slow and talk with each other a bit since he was the only one who could see her. She touched Jared's eye, looking at the ability she had granted him, but the Lord quickly responded that the mind's eye belonged to him. Blushing, Isabella said he could forget about it and keep the ability, considering it a wedding gift for her future husband. Isabella explained that at first she really didn't like the boy's fat body, but now that he had lost weight, he seemed acceptable. Astonished and shocked, Jared couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked if that was why she had been watching him sleep so much. Hugging him, Isabella said he was a great man, and since she had died without experiencing carnal acts, she would accept him as her partner. She also mentioned that he had given her his first kiss, which made the boy really uncomfortable. Jared, in a panic, said he had to go to the territory of Vernella, but the woman asked him to wait, calling him my love. After some time, Hayes was seen reading a letter from Lacus to the Lord. In the letter, Lacus wrote that Lena was extremely talented. He was impressed by this. Our protagonist said that the final date for Lena to be the strongest person, Cribio, would be by the end of the month, and she must be especially talented, which confused Hayes. The Lord asked Hayes to please tell Lacus that he would soon find a teacher for Lena, and the girl readily agreed. Jared thought he remembered some candidates for the position just in time since he was looking for someone to make the girl extremely strong. Suddenly, surprising everyone, an arrow was shot, breaking the glass of a carriage and nearly hitting Hayes, who was protected by a magical shield. The Lord, who barely managed to save his subordinate, was extremely scared by all this, wondering what was happening. All the other guards started shouting that it was an ambush, and that they should protect the Lord, while Hayes tried to make sense of everything occurring in front of her. A lane of arrows began to come towards the carriage, and Jared quickly conjured the magic shield, protecting himself and his subordinate. Hayes, in a panic, called out her Lord's name and tried to throw herself in front of the arrows to protect him. However, the boy got irritated and said it was dangerous, questioning what the girl would do if she died from an arrow hit. Hayes, holding her Lord, affirmed it was her duty to protect him, but Jared told her not to express her devotion by acting recklessly. The boy gave her a gentle tap on the head, asking her to stop fighting and stay there, as if she tried to leave the carriage, he would defeat her himself. Because kept humming, and amidst the soldiers trying to protect their Lord, Jared emerged, questioning who the insects daring to shoot at them were. Despite his subordinates saying it was dangerous, Jerry continued walking forward, and Isabella asked if he needed help, but the Lord replied no. Conjuring his shield in front of him, all the arrows were deflected and immediately broken by the mana barrier he had invoked. Through the translucent shield, he could see the army of bandits trying to attack him. Most of them were hooded with something covering their mouths, and one of them told their leader that there was a mage with them. Their leader, Todd, the assassin and mage hunter, replied that it was expected for a mage to be with them. With his enormous axe in hand, Tog said that's why that masked brat had requested his services. Hearing this, Jerry connected the dots, thinking the masked person must be the same one Lacus mentioned before and the one who hired Tog to kill him. The man quickly advanced towards the ward with an axe in one hand and a tool with the other, saying that all mages were useless. Irritated and with black eyes of fury, Tog said he would set an example for this novice while charging to attack our protagonist. Throwing his axe with his right hand, Todd aimed at Jared, who barely managed to dodge using acceleration and prepared to use the magic missile in his hand. Before our protagonist could use the spell, Todd used his other tool to hit his hand and prevent the attack, saying it was useless to do such a cheap trick. Immediately taking advantage of Jared being caught off guard, a man struck the back of the Lord's neck, making him feel the blow. But it was revealed that Jared hadn't been hit as he managed to use his shield to protect himself, then remarked that the bandit's title wasn't just for shill. Bandit wanted to turn about his ability and quickly tried to strike our protagonist several times. Todd thought the boy was very quick at casting spells and must be a 4th category mage or higher, but he continued delivering blows. The man thought that Jared would counterattack if he stopped, so he wouldn't let the Lord attack or defend, continuing his barrage of strikes against a shield. The guards were astonished by the fight, and the bandits convinced themselves that their master was winning, so Todd began to mock our protagonist. However, when Todd was about to land a hit, Jared quickly grabbed the man's staff, stopping him immediately. The Lord realized it was a magical artifact, and the bandit wondered how that mage had stopped his attack. Our protagonist said it was just in time since he felt bad about not having any magical artifacts, declaring that he would take that one. The bandit panicked, seeing the boy use the magic of physical strength enhancement and questioning how that mage had such a constitution. Jared said he had filled Togg's entire body with magic, and before he realized it, the man was already full of green veins being dominated. The Lord said that although he wanted to know about the masked man, Todd probably wouldn't tell him, yet the bandit, in despair, said he would reveal everything. Our protagonist had already taken the bandit's 2 weapons, saying he would love to hear it. However, he wouldn't trust a single word from a criminal, and with Tom's own axe, delivered a strike on the bandit. A little before that situation, you can see a boy imprisoned in a small cage. The boy is blaming himself and murmuring about being captured by the bandits. He realizes that the criminals who captured him were talking to someone about assassinating a merchant. Aki sees that Tog was being hired to kill a medicine merchant. Tog goes to his contractor and asks for at least half the money out front, and the masked man agrees. The masked man thinks that all the residents of Krivia's territory were cured by that medicine. This meant it was easy to find the materials for the potion, so it was certain that our protagonist would go to Ranella to try to gain favors. After a walk, Todd reaches the top of a mountain and wonders if this is where the merchant would appear, and the other man confirms it. Aki, seeing the situation, comments that those assassins had already killed 11 people that week, so someone needed to stop them. We return to the moment when Jared was delivering a blow to the bandit, while saying he didn't believe his word. Aki, seeing that scene, gets excited since the leader of the bandits have finally been defeated. The Lord doesn't stop and begins to cast spells, advancing against the remaining bandits. The boy who was in prison becomes really excited to see that, thinking that Jared was the handsome warrior who would save him. After all that situation, Aki can be seen hugging Jared, thanking the young man for saving him. Jerry is happy about that, but asks if the boy could at least give him some space. The boy moves away from Jared and apologizes, saying he did that unconsciously because he was happy. During your journey to Ranella, the two talk, and Aki tells how he was captured by the bandits after trying to negotiate magical stones. Hearing that, the noble apologizes to the boy, as all that happened because there weren't enough people traveling those roads to protect them. Aki thanks the boy, saying he thought he would die soon, but his savior appeared to rescue him. Looking at Aki, our protagonist thinks that he is one of the main investors on the Eastern continent who bought a kingdom using his astronomical prosperity. With great talent for analyzing and predicting market trends, he always managed to be a pioneer of new trends and dominated markets surrounding new fashion items. The boy also thinks it doesn't make sense for that great future merchant to be in Kribia's territory. Jared says he understands that Aki is having difficulties because he lost all his wealth, and thus, he wants to make him an offer. He states that he will give the boy 15% of the profit if Aki sells a certain product in Ronella's territory. In his mind, Jared comments that Aki was an exceptionally well-known figure, so it was better to keep him as an ally. However, surprising our protagonist, Aki accepts the offer, but instead of the profit, he wanted the noble to grant him 2 wishes. Aki also asks for Jared's trust, as he is sure he will do a good job and make a good sale. Jared agrees, but informs that depending on the wishes, it might be denied, and hearing that, the young merchant agrees. Shyly, he says that his first wish is for Jared to call him Aki. The blonde agrees, however, upon hearing that, Isabella becomes furious with jealousy. At that moment, Aki also says that he will reveal his next wish at another time. Already in Ronella's territory, Hayes comments that he thought the territory would be boring, but it turned out to be amazing. Aki replied that there are many people who think that way, but humans cannot resist the great wealth that the dungeons offer. Jared mentions that once the problem of Ronella's disease is resolved, the territory will have great development potential. After settling a place, Jared thanks Aki for managing to start the business in a good location, and the boy says he was just returning a favor. In front of a large barrel, Aki asks the blonde if that was the medicine the man was selling to cure Ronella's disease, and the Lord replies that it wasn't yet. After filling a container with a liquid from the barrel, it evolves, and the system informs that Jared has reached the daily limit of proficiency increase. Looking at that, the young man confirms his theory and comments that in the game it took a few months to increase proficiency, what he knew of a bug. The Lord then gives the item to Aki to sell and explains how the sales will work. After that, the young merchant can be seen selling that potion to an adventurer for just 1 gold coin. Kaime the boy comments that he would sell the potion at that price only because it was for Tolan. Even so, the adventurer is a bit hesitant, asking if it was a scam. He cannot resist Aki's charisma. He states that it didn't matter to spend 1 more gold coin before dying from the disease, and he promptly pays. Aki thanks for the purchase and finally asks the man to leave his signature on a contract made by Jared. Reading the paper, the adventurer is a bit hesitant, but he knows that this is his only chance. Then he signs the paper and immediately drinks the potion. Jared says it will take 30 minutes for Tolan to feel the effects of the medicine, so the adventurer could rest a bit. The man says he bought it because he trusted Aki, but if it's a fraud, he would take revenge on our protagonist. But before he could say what he would do, Jared states that if it's a scam, he would give the man 1,000 gold coins as compensation. Tolan, convinced, leaves, and Jared simply watches the man walk away. Aki informs Hayes and Jared that he will spread some bait before officially starting to sell. Jared takes the opportunity to start making the medicine again, and upon seeing the equipment's information, he realizes that the production skill blood was working. He explains that in the game Paradise, proficiency in medicine production is based on the quantity produced. Some powerful medicines, like the cure for Ronella's disease, may suffer a 24-hour penalty that prevents gaining more experience. But if the product's ownership changes to someone else except for the XP, all other data about the medicine will be transferred to its new owner. In other words, the 24-hour penalty will apply to the buyer. 2 hours later, as they finish the preparations, Hayes comments that Aki was late. Jared, confident, responds that the young man will be there soon. Suddenly, a huge rumble shakes the entire place. Looking into the distance, Hayes asks his lord to see something, and looking in that direction, the lord sees several people running towards where the two were. Hayes panics, not understanding why those people were running in their direction, and everyone realizes that Aki was accompanied by the first customer and several other adventurers. The whole crowd rushes to buy the medicine sold by Jared. A commotion over who would be first in line ensues, and Hayes starts trembling. Hearing some good comments about Cribia, Jared feels somewhat happy. But shortly after hearing some criticisms about his country, the boy becomes irritated. Aki tells the entire crowd that he will start selling the medicine only that day, and warns that anyone who wants to buy the potion on other days will have to go to Cribia. The boy also warns that since the Nightmare Forest has few hunters, adventurers who go to Cribia can have fun in the forest and acquire the potion at a lower price. Jared and Hayes begin frantically serving all the customers while Aki continues his advertisement. Without hesitation, seeing the young man's charisma, all the adventurers buy the potions. After a long day of work, it was already night, and it was snowing. Inside a residence where they were staying, Jared thinks that the profit from the medicine sales was 12,200 in gold. If he converted that to Brazilian reais, it would be approximately 53 million reais, proving that monster hunters were indeed wealthy. Someone suddenly surprises the Lord and asks if he was satisfied with today's profits. Jared asked this person why they were wandering around instead of sleeping, and Aki replies that he just came to ask for his other wish. The blonde remembers that the young merchant had only asked for one wish and that there was still one more, so he asks what it would be. Aki bows and states that he wishes to be Jared's vassal and manage a trading company under the Lord's supervision. The young man affirms that he is still an inexperienced merchant, but if Jared gave him a chance, he would build the best trading company in the north. Hearing this, the Lord mentions that the boy had a lot of courage for someone who had been kidnapped by bandits. Smiling, the boy says he was already thinking of having Aki as an employee, but being an official of trade, someone in Pacento of Cribia, was not an easy position to obtain. Aki says he knew that, so the Lord responded that he will give him the position because he promised to grant the boy's wish. He added that the boy's vision of seeing the potential for Cribia's development and his ambition to reach such a high position were admirable qualities. The boy thanks him, extremely proud, and Jared tells him to go to sleep because they would return to Cribia's territory the next day. Going to the balcony, the blonde thinks he was happy to feel the warm spring wind, as in his territory the wind is always cold. Back in the territory, a few days pass, and Jared informs that thanks to the bug, his skills in mixing medicines and creating potions have risen to level 35. Using the automatic production they bought, 24 bottles of medicine can be produced in a single day, and each bottle is sold for 39 gold, meaning they earn 900 gold per day. Since it is sold only in Cribia, the hunters who went to take the medicine also stayed to hunt in the Nightmare Forest, and thus the number of mana stones increased. Thanks to the rumors that spread, merchants from the region also went to visit Cribia to profit from the changes in the territory. The territory of Cribia had become more prosperous than even Jared had planned, as it gradually became famous for its achievements in medicine. In a mysterious place, a horse could be seen in high speed. Isabella questions where Jared was going, as the boy was heading in an extremely isolated direction. The girl thinks that for some reason the young man wanted to take his own life and becomes desperate. The blonde retorts that the girl was wrong and explains that he was going to defeat Lich Delic. Isabella becomes even more furious, stating that this was much worse than suicide. She explains that Lich is a powerful and cursed dark mage, and if the young man is caught, his soul will be stolen and he will become undead. The boy comments that the girl didn't need to worry because he knew how to attack and defend himself against Lich. He explains that Delic is a Lich who is sealed in the Silver Mountain, a fortress that the creature itself created. In the Great Moral Paradise, he was chosen by the Demon King, so his seal is broken and Delic was granted eternal life. The boy thinks that when the Dark Mage becomes stronger, it will be impossible to defeat him using a sword or magic, although he can still be killed with holy magic. Breaking his concentration, Isabella says that the boy was strange because he knew too much, and she asks if Jared could be a disguised god or someone from another world. As the journey ends, our protagonist arrives at the Silver Fortress, which belongs to Lich. Entering the place, the young man begins to search for something in the middle of the vast castle. He comments that what he was looking for was a very small gat and difficult to find. Seeing the boy crawling, Isabella comments that he looked like a puppy searching for a bone. Isabella doesn't understand why Jared isn't doing anything to find Lich, and the boy informs her that normally, to reach the boss, you need to get to the highest part of the mountain. However, there are many tracks there, and even he would find it difficult to get through them all. Isabella just needed to look around and see the frozen corpses at the entrance caught by the traps. After so much searching, Jared finally finds what he wanted and begins to pass through the wall. The boy explains that they are hidden was a secret passage. More than ever, the boy was happy to be able to use that shortcut bugs since he was the one who discovered that error in the game. The boy thinks that for some reason, there was a gap in the model of the Silver Mountain, and thanks to that bug, he had a way to defeat Delic. Jared finally arrives in a room filled with treasures, and Isabella is shocked. Our protagonist comments that this was the reward for the people who managed to defeat Deluc, and that's why there was so much treasure and more than 10 artifacts. After searching for what he wanted, the boy finds the artifact he was looking for. The lady agreed, and melts a gem in the shape of a ring, placing the gem on his finger. He explains to Isabella that this artifact wasn't an ordinary ring. It was an infinite storage space that, when activated, begins to suck in all the riches that were in the room. Isabella asks that it was okay to steal from Deluc since even she, an evil spirit, wasn't a match for a lich. The blonde states that they weren't stealing because everything in that place belonged to humans, so they were just doing justice. But seeing Jared adorned with several jewels, the girl comments that he was really enjoying it. Up above in the cave's peak in prison on a throne, his skeletal figure moves. The cursed dark mage comments that thanks to that damned saint, he lost his slaves and his trap on his own throne. Deluc states that if he could break his seal, he would turn all the humans in that world into undead and make them all suffer for eternity. However, a hand reaches for the creature's head, and Jared states that the man should be reflecting on his mistakes and not fantasizing about his revenge. The old man is startled by the presence of that human and asks who he was. Jared doesn't even answer the question, and after touching a mage, he casts a fire spell on him. Immediately afterward, he claims to be a rising hero in that world. The Lich now in a fully skeletal form asks how our protagonist managed to get through all the traps and illusions. Seeing that Lich was still fine even after the attack, Jared steps back from the undead. He thinks that Deluc is a mage who traded his own humanity for power, strength, and eternal life. Since he no longer has a physical body, he is forced to use a magical manifestation remotely controlled through a vessel of energized life force. However, Deluc lost his life force vessel to his saint and was forcibly chained to a body. Now severely weakened, if he dies, he won't be able to resurrect. Jared remarks that he has to maintain the correct distance between himself and his target to avoid Lich's dark magic, which absorbs life. After all, he had fought this opponent several times before. Dodging a few strikes, the young man prepares an attack called Lightning Flash and quickly launches it at his opponent. Defending himself with a red barrier, the undead claims that it is useless. However, he doesn't notice that several attacks strike him from behind. The mage asserts that Jared didn't need to waste so many arrows at once, as he would deplete his mana if he continued like that, which would be better for him. Lich realizes that the flames cast by our protagonist are burning his body with holy power. Upon analyzing, he notices that the boy had stolen the saint's artifact that can grant the holy attribute to attacks and asks how the young man found his treasure. Finally, Deluc comments that this is strange and therefore it would be better get rid of Jared as soon as possible, and he begins to prepare a spell. Our protagonist remains unfazed and states that he was there to meet his favorite old mage and should be treated a little better. He then breaks Lich's barrier and prepares another attack. The young man strikes the skeleton with a fireball and immediately passes by him. Jared thinks that the tactic of attacking Lich before the undead could counterattack is working. Preparing an attack with his staff, the young man also comments that while there may not be a quick way to defeat Deluc, if he keeps applying the same pressure, he will win. Deluc thinks that his opponent knew exactly what to do, but still, this was his territory and he had the advantage. He then orders his knights to rise and several skeletal creatures begin to emerge. Finally, he commands all those skeletons to punish our protagonist and the monsters obey. Isabella panics and tries to warn her master that the undead were approaching, but he already knew. Jared realizes that this was not a standard move from Deluc and supposes that the skeleton acted this way because he had not yet been fully resurrected. The Lich thanks Jared for allowing him to feel the rage of his suffering once more, and now that the holy flames are gone, he will show his true strength. While fleeing from the army of skeletal knights, the blonde thinks that he needs to engage Lich in close combat to prevent the mage from using high-level spells. Isabella states that she will take care of the undead and then begins to possess a horned skeleton. The giant's companions don't understand why the skeleton was acting that way. Looking closely, they realize that the creature was no longer the same and now the monster had red eyes. The evil spirit remarks that she wasn't pretty, but certainly that was a powerful body, and she begins to attack her own teammates. Lich becomes irritated when he sees that person interrupting his battle and attacks her. The skeleton uses a spell on the body that Isabella possessed, raging hat with the giant skeleton. Seeing that he has an opportunity, Jared thanks Isabella and then throws a lightning spear at his opponent. Upon being hit, the powerful skeleton writhes in pain, and at that moment, our protagonist states that more lightning attacks are on the way and launches them at his enemy. The dark mage comments that he wouldn't fall for that trick again and raises a bone wall to shield himself from the attack. However, for some reason, the lightning strike begins to pierce through the barrier and goes through Lich's chest. The skeleton can't believe what he's seeing and asks if his opponent had cast 2 spells at once. Confident in his victory, the blonde claims that this was his own style of magic and that Deluc had underestimated him. Immediately afterward, he uses his staff along with the ring he had taken and begins charging a spell with the holy attribute. After hitting Deluc squarely, the skeleton burns in despair. With the attack, Lich can be seen unconscious on his throne. Isabella, who was possessing the skeleton's body, still can't believe that the two of them had defeated Deluc. Jared, seeing this, walks slowly toward the mage's body. Lich, who seemed dead, shows that he was not and suddenly launches a sneaky attack on Jared. However, already expecting that, the boy counters, striking his opponent's skull. Using his mind's eye, the boy states that he knew Lich wouldn't die from just that attack. This time, he uses his healing ability to hold the attribute and places his palm over the skeleton's chest. Once again, the creature groans in pain as it refuses to believe it's going to die in such a way. He thinks that the true taste of death after becoming a lich was strange, and even though his instinct screamed for him to flee from that man, the seal prevented him from doing so. But changing his demeanor, Delit declares that fear and death didn't exist for him, and that made him laugh. The demon claims he is a lich, the bearer of plague and the one who rules over death, and charging all this purple energy, the skeleton says that he is Lich Delik. After invoking his true power and taking on a new form, the demon comments that he will now play with Jared. With a massive release of purple energy, an explosion occurs, destroying much of the place. Still bound by his chains, the lich begins to emit a dark aura, and to avoid it, Jared defends himself with a blue shield. Our protagonist remarks that the mage was just casting spells at him, to the point where it could hardly be called magic. After so many spells are cast against his barrier, it shatters and the boy falls into despair. Lich unleashes a wave of aura at the boy and orders him to die immediately. Jared can only watch as a powerful strike comes toward him, frozen in complete shock. However, Isabella immediately steps in to defend him, preventing the attack from reaching her husband. Seeing his battle interrupted once again, the dark mage grows furious and declares that the demon would no longer interfere. Delit pierces the chest of the skeleton, commanding the creature to vanish, destroying it completely. Isabella leaves the skeleton's body and tells Jared that this is as far as she can go, asking if the boy is sure he can win. The boy states that Delit won't be able to move a finger against him while in that state, so everything will be fine. Shin says that he was confused by Lich's appearance and powers at first, but he still hadn't changed his patterns. Just like any other monster in paradise, Tampong knew everything about Delik. Whether it was the way he attacked or dodged, it didn't matter. He knew it all. So our protagonist advances toward the creature. Lich calls the young man a little rat and comments that it's time for Jared to be crushed. As a result, a hand appears above the boy. Jared adds that he even knew all his enemy's tricks and easily dodges the attack. Surprised that his opponent managed to evade that strike, the dark mage bursts into laughter. The blonde arrogantly states that the one thing he was certain of was that he would defeat that skeleton. But the creature responds that it's unlikely as the young man was too busy dodging the blows. Suddenly, right in front of Lich, Jared appears and declares that he will definitely defeat the skeleton. Delit realizes that his enemy used a 4th-class spell, and from the beginning, Jared had only been pretending to be weak. Confident, the boy begins to invoke a golden aura, while stating that he was always 100% sure of himself. He uses the spell Magical Fortification. A golden aura begins to cover the chains that imprisoned Lich. Seeing his enemy in agony, the boy says that a scoundrel like him, without any merit, is easy to strike down. Finally, he comments that Lich should feel the blessing of God flowing through his entire body. The young man thrusts his hand through the skeleton's ribs and uses a divine blessing ability once again. A strong light begins to radiate through the dark mage's entire body and pierce even through his skull. That light expands throughout the area, momentarily blinding everyone present. As the dust settles, Jared observes the skeleton. Then the boy asks Delik to give up, as the Demon King won't appear anytime soon. The Dark Mage replies that he will decide when to give up, as a terrible future awaits Jared. Finally, even with only a portion of the skull remaining, he threatens the boy, stating that he should consider what he will have to face from that day forward. Our protagonist seems unfazed by the demon's words and continues to mock him, treating him like trash. Delik realizes that the young blonde had a deep desire in his soul and questions what the boy wanted. With a serious expression, the Lord of Cribia declares that he desired the most powerful symbol of the monarchy, which belonged to Delik. The skeleton starts laughing, saying that Jared must be drunk, as he was trying to accomplish something that neither the Lord of Adads nor the devil himself could achieve. As he was about to leave, Delik remarked that it had been very entertaining, and that he would be watching the boy from hell through his priceless eyes. Seeing the scene, Isabella thought that part of Jared was quite frightening. Even though there were many people stronger than the boy, he didn't care, as if he knew that one day he would surpass them all. After Lish disappeared, Jared collected a bracelet that had been attached to the skeleton's body, and the boy remarked that it was incredible, as Growth-Tad artifacts were by far the best. Hudding the object, he commented that there was no better artifact than that one, and was very happy to have obtained it. Isabella noticed a strange book on the ground and quickly informed the Lord. She assumed it must be something Lich left behind. Our protagonist thought that, in Medeem Paradise, Lich had never dropped a book. On the book's cover, it was written that the artifact contained information about Lich's resurrection spell. After reading the artifact, Isabella began to summarize, explaining that whoever is resurrected would have a contract with the master who revived them. Read more details about the contract. Isabella stated that if she accepted it, she would practically become Jared's slave. Then she became irritated, declaring that this wasn't the type of relationship she was looking for, and asked why the blonde wanted her to be revived. The Lord explained that firstly, he wanted to be pleasantly bound by the girl. Secondly, she would use the curse magic on him, and the young man would defend himself as best he could. As she listened, Isabella misunderstood his intention. Finally, Jared confirmed that thirdly, they would repeat the process, enhancing his resistance and magical tolerance at the same time. Isabella then realized what it was about. She looked at our protagonist with disdain and contempt, which irritated him. The young woman asked if that was all, and Jared requested that she think fondly about the other uses that could benefit both of them. Sighing, the demoness agreed, as she was growing tired of her old, boring routine and one's return to being human. He quickly began walking, saying that the resurrection chamber was nearby, but the young woman hesitated, not feeling ready yet. After some time, for some reason, the Lord of Cribia was extremely out of breath carrying a beautiful woman on his back. He asked why he had to carry Isabella, and the young woman explained that she wasn't comfortable with that body and also asked to be called Vela from now on. The Lord stated that he thought she had said she lost her memories after becoming human and wondered how she could remember her own name. The girl simply replied that she didn't know. She also explained that she was in that body because Deluk had various fantasies about the human form, but she was irritated that Lich didn't have decent clothing. Our protagonist thought he was glad Bella hadn't changed, but somehow her tendencies were exactly the same, and she even seemed more emotional. Walking back toward the exit of the place, but passed by various bodies. Bella noticed the many corpses around them, and our protagonist commented that the place was full of traps. In a flashback before the resurrection of evil spirit, the body Isabella was using was preserved in a capsule, and both she and Jared wondered what had happened to the young woman. The demoness commented that she hoped the girl wouldn't become an evil spirit, as living as an evil spirit was difficult. Even without senses, one felt lonely. Back in the present moment, Isabella thought that perhaps the woman who owned that body would be happier living a fulfilling life through it. That's why from that day on, she planned to eat lots of delicious food while trying out new dresses and makeup. The girl asked if Jared would find that fun, and he agreed. Finally, the young woman nestled against our protagonist's back while he said he was glad to have a trusted companion. Feeling Jared's touch, she fell asleep in that position. Elsewhere, the Lord of Ranella was extremely angry, as he had received news that more hunters had been lost in his region. His assistant explained that due to the cure for Ranella's disease, which could only be found in Crebia's territory, hunters had been heading there. The noble, upon hearing this, became even more enraged, as that was precisely the reason they had spent a fortune hiring people to steal the cure. Even so, the assistant tried to explain that, unfortunately, Cribia had strong controls over the recipe for that potion. Upon hearing this, the chief of the region becomes completely enraged and questions how his soldier could say such a thing, as he was hired to acquire the cure. Afterward, a man throws several books at his subordinate, ordering him to leave. Irritated if he thinks that Jared must be feeling like a know-it-all, but he doesn't yet know the true evil of this world. Batman, furious and thinking about what he's going to do, declares that the two can play that game. Sitting on his throne, the Lord of Nalurka was planning something. He asked his subordinate how many men they could send against the enemy if he declared war immediately. The punted assassin explains that currently, they have 1,239 qualified men at their lord's disposal. Hearing this, the lord thinks that it is still too few, and that they need more men as Jared is a fourth-class mage. Horgoz also mentioned that he would have sent Gragas to take care of Jared long ago if he had known this would happen, revealing that he had to silence Gratis with an assassin. A subordinate informs him that the great guide of Malurka has arrived, and the lord is pleased that his favorite mage is finally there. Alfrin was a powerful man who wielded a high-quality staff. The mage informs him that he brought the mages Horgoz had requested. Horgoz then approaches the hired mages and asks them a few questions. Afterward, Akrun says that if they attack Cribia immediately, the territory would be wiped off the face of the earth. Hearing this, the Lord of Malurka is delighted, declaring that it's perfect. Meanwhile, Jerry was on a mission, heading to the lands of the northernmost end of the region with his subordinates. Along the way, Avila comments to her lord that she didn't even know that was a territory, as it was right between Malurka and Tanella. Jared then mentioned that they were not there on official business, but to make a deal with the tribe living there. The lord, on his course, finally comments that everyone will soon discover which tribe resigned in that region. At the top of the mountains, some creatures observe the arrival of the visitors. Our protagonist's assistant, upon looking up, notices something and sees that a tribe of red goblins is about to attack the carriages. Orin comments that he thought they were the only ones in that land, but now they were completely surrounded and the tribe of goblins could be seen encircling all of Jared's soldiers. The general of the soldiers declares that they should begin the task of protecting the lord, and so they do. However, Lacus orders all the soldiers to form a defensive perimeter and not attack the monsters, leaving the soldiers confused. Avila doesn't understand why they should create a defensive perimeter against monsters, but she quickly realizes something. Amid the small goblins, a long-limbed creature appears and welcomes the humans. The leader of the red goblins introduces himself as Evaniba. Hearing this, Orin thinks that this was a goblin speaking the Masu dialect, which was impressive. Jer introduces himself to Evaniba, and the goblin asks why the young man called for that meeting. The Lord of Cribia comments that they wish to establish diplomatic relations for the acquisition of gold. Evaniba asks if Jared had what they needed, and the blonde orders his soldiers to bring it forth. Avila, upon seeing a mountain of precious stones, thinks that it didn't make any sense. It is revealed that they were nightmare stones, and Jared asks if it was enough to satisfy the goblin's needs. Meanwhile, Avila and another subordinate think that those stones are usually found in the Nightmare Forest and are worth absolutely nothing. Lekias in his thoughts confirms that nightmare stones are beautiful gems typically captured by monster hunters in the Nightmare Forest. Abedevil pauses for a moment and analyzes the precious stones. The goblin chief, seemingly irritated, says that no human had ever bothered to talk to the goblins before, but at their first meeting, Jared had brought this. However, the monster reveals that he was extremely pleased and declares that the Lord of Cribia did well. He comments that Jared had traveled for a long time just to deliver those precious stones, and for that, he thanks the Lord. After that, the goblin signs a contract and states that with this, they have become brothers of the North. The Lord comments that he hopes the relationship between him and the goblins will become even stronger, and the Goblin King expresses that he feels the same way. Ibenima orders his minions to bring iron and gold, and the small goblins promptly obey. The small red goblins bring several sacks, and when they place them on the ground, it is revealed that they are filled with iron and gold. While all the humans are shocked by the sight of those minerals, The only thing the goblins do is admire the nightmare stones. A man working for Jared thought that the goblins had an absurd amount of minerals, and that it would be even better to claim their land. The Goblin King warned that they couldn't send their new brothers off without a celebration, so they would throw a feast. For some reason, the monster said there was no longer a need for protection, and that creatures could step out of formation. At the top of the mountains, a group of hidden elves revealed themselves after Ebeneba allowed them to step down. The man who had previously plotted against the goblins was shocked when he realized that the elves were allied with the goblins. He thought that his lord must have known about this too, which is why he decided to make an alliance with that tribe. There was also a race that lived even further north in the Red Goblins, and they couldn't be dismissed as forming alliances with more tribes provided various benefits. They had a close relationship with the Dark Delves of Tatar Island, who lived on the adjacent island, enough to be part of the treaty. The man commented that Banable was known to be intelligent and a wise leader, with many connections to other tribes. The old man thought that if they blindly attacked the Red Goblins, their bodies would disappear, never to be found again. During a celebration, several races could be seen gathered around a bonfire. Lavilla approached Jared and commented on how amazing it was that goblins treated Megnir stone the way humans treated gold, and she asked how her lord knew about that. At that moment, all the mixed races were drinking and having fun together in peace. The Dark Elves were even arm wrestling with the humans. During a celebration, Jerry called for Lakiz, and the man approached him. The Lord asked what the current state of the army and blacksmiths was, and Lakiz explained that due to a lack of materials to forge new weapons, they were focusing on improving the existing ones. Our protagonist stated that now that they had obtained refined iron from the Red Goblins, they should focus on mass-producing weapons. Lakiz acknowledged the order and said he would inform the blacksmiths. The boy also added that they should use part of the gold obtained from the Red Goblins to further invest in the army, and Lakiz would be in charge of recruitment. Ebeneba, who was listening, asked if the boy was planning to declare war on Mallorca. The goblin said there was no other reason for such a sudden and large-scale deal except for war. He remarked that Jared was clever, as Mallorca was a nest full of corrupt and criminal individuals who would soon spread their influence to Cribia. Jared apologized in case Ebeneba was offended by their reason for the agreement, but the goblin responded it wasn't an issue. The goblin chief commented that in any case, a amount of iron and gold was nothing to them, and he also hated Corvos, so he was rooting for Cribia. Ebeneba raised a cup and toasted to his new brother Jared and to the glory of Cribia. All the races joined in the toast, and even Jared, who was a bit embarrassed, raised his glass with the tribe. However, suddenly his expression changed completely, and an intense hatred took over the boy's body. On March 14, 1414, Jared's mansion was in view. Jared explained that it had been 4 weeks since Isabella's resurrection, and that to admit her into the house, the Lord had to make up a lie for Hayes. It goes about saying that Isabella quickly adapted to life in the mansion, and gaily she helped Jared increase his magical defense levels with her powers. Thanks to her, our protagonist gained 34 points in magical defense. After their daily trading, Isabella received some chocolates from Jared and questioned what they were. Intrigued, the woman asked if the boy was trying to make her gain weight. Embarrassed, the boy explained that he gave them to her as a gift, as this was the day when a man gives sweets to a woman. Isabel was confused, as it wasn't a special day, and the boy explained there was a celebration from the Eastern continent. He informed her that a month ago, on February 14, women give chocolates to men, and the celebration on March 14 is the opposite. The girl asked if he was in love, but the Lord cut her off, stating that he gave sweets to all the women in the mansion. Isabella became irritated, pointed a chocolate in her mouth, and said that Jared used people to promote himself, but still wasn't willing to give his heart to her. The one who tried to kiss our protagonist, saying that their lives were intertwined through the mind's eye, as their contract was eternally bound by a kiss. Immediately after, the boy forced her to swallow the chocolate and asked her to stop playing around. The Lord states that now that they have significantly increased their magical resistance levels, they will focus on doubling the strength of the curse. As a form of revenge, Isabella teases that they will start with a love spell to enchant Jared. The young man tries to resist, but the girl isn't willing to take no for an answer. Then after being enchanted, Jared manages to meet the minimum requirements to reach the 5th class. The narrator introduces us to the Stimulation Project, which aims to find the brilliant talents of the future and recruit them to Krubia's side. There are several other reasons for Jared's growing investment in this project aside from acquiring talent for training. One of the main reasons is to receive the benefits granted by the priest's disciplinary system, which gives bonus rewards to the teacher based on the progress of Jared's students. By far, the most talented student was Isabella, who always excelled. Lena was another talented individual who accepted the tasks given to her without question. The third and penultimate student was Mia, who viewed any form of training as a game and did it for fun. The tips and tricks that Jared had learned over the years were used to develop his students, offering no problem to his final plan. At least that's what Jared believed. However, he had one student who was the worst, and because of her, he ended up being ambushed. Hayes is seen questioning how a mere servant could call the Lord a teacher. She says she shouldn't treat him so informally, but she will do her best in training to become the greatest healer in the world. Jared thinks that unlike a cleric, a healer is predominantly focused and specialized in healing, and he's one of the highest classes, with only 5 in Nasu. Our protagonist becomes frustrated with Hayes, as the girl was basing all her values in life solely on being the servant, and she apologizes for it. In a meeting room, the blonde boy tells someone that he isn't making any progress with Hayes. Sipping tea, the young man states that to awaken as a healer, the girl needs to strengthen her body and mind. Elrin, who was with his lord, says that since birth, Hayes had followed the path of a servant, so training her wouldn't be easy. Jared agrees, acknowledging that something was holding her back internally, and unconsciously, the young woman was pessimistic about her situation. Concerned, the boy thinks he needs to guide her down the right path but doesn't know how. The wise man has an idea and places his teacup on the table. He says that Jared has shown an innovative and versatile mind in the most challenging situations, which is why everyone Cribiat is grateful for what he has done. However, the boy doesn't need to do everything alone, and Hayes had sacrificed everything for him until now. The young woman would evolve on her own, and that's why Jared should trust her. Finally, Oren concludes that Jared is human and needs a bit of rest. However, being stubborn, the blonde boy misunderstands and thinks it's some sort of tactic. He devises an evil plan and immediately opens the door to the room and runs out. Walking through the corridors, the boy declares that he should have thought of this years ago, as his wasn't like the others and all she needed was a professional approach. While thinking this, the young man doesn't notice the assassin approaching from behind, ready to strike. For some reason, Hayes is completely desperate and worried about something. She sees Jared's body collapse with a massive wound on his chest. Hayes asks how this happened, and a soldier beside Jared says that the Lord was ambushed by an assassin. The man also says they should call a doctor, but it was a dire situation. The girl insists that they should take the Lord to the doctor quickly. However, looking at her Lord's condition, she realizes the doctors wouldn't arrive in time. Hayes declares that she's a healer and must take action with her own hands. The girl kneels and asks for Lord to be patient and hold on a little longer. Crying, she attempts to use her healing power on Jared to save him. Hayes couldn't take any more and begins to beg for it to work. Memories flit her mind, and she declares that she couldn't let Jared die like this, as she had promised to always be by her Lord's side. Then, a strong energy emerges from her hands, and healing power begins to flow throughout our protagonist's body. 30 minutes later, upon discovering that it was all part of a plan, the girl tells her Lord, the soldier, and the assassin that the three of them were terrible. Crying, the young woman declares that it was meant to help her. It was a very cruel plan. The Lord tries to explain, saying it was just a small cut and that they used a bit of animal blood to exaggerate it. He then asks Hayes how she feels now that she's become a healer. Hayes completely loses it, saying that the feeling was terrible. She also scolds the other two, was just a Jared, stating that even though it was a direct order from the Lord, it was a ridiculous plan. Finally, the maid comments that she hated seeing Jared hurt and runs out of the room immediately. Oren remarks that this wasn't what he meant when he told Jared to trust Hayes, and he scolds the Lord for his actions. In the territory of Malurka, a man can be seen smoking as he declares them. They declare war on Cribia. It should be an easy victory. A man with black and white hair states that, in reality, all they need to do is kill Jared to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, as war is expensive. He orders a subordinate to infiltrate the mansion and spy on the Lord of Cribia, but if the opportunity arises, he is to kill him. The assassin manages to infiltrate the mansion, and we see the exact moment he witnesses Jared running after he had come up with his devious plan. However, not knowing it was a setup, the spy is incredulous when he sees a green-haired boy attacking Jared. Outraged, the spy can't believe what he is seeing. He doesn't understand why other groups besides Malortha are after Jared and decides to retreat, choosing not to attack Jared that day. On another day, a heavy snowstorm can be seen falling over the Nightmare Forest near Cribia. Lacus braves the storm as he ventures into the forest searching for something. He sees a light, and the person in front of him asks who he is. An old man carrying a lantern recognizes Lacus and calls him by name. Later, in the old man's cabin, the elder serves tea to Crivia's chief of security. He comments that the boy has grown since the last time he saw him and asks him to sit down and drink. As he lights a fire, the elder asks why the boy is there, deep in the Nightmare Forest. Lacus explains that there had been new developments in Cribia recently, and he wanted to share them with the old man. He then places a potion on the table and explains that it's the cure for Renella's disease, commenting that the old man might need it out here in the forest. The elder is impressed, recognizing it as the famous cure everyone has been talking about, but he says nothing more about it. The old man expresses his doubts, remarking that such a cure was created by a leader as conniving as Jared. Lacus explained that Lord Jared has changed and learned from his past. He was the one who allowed the boy to come to the cabin. The elder laughs, saying that the Lord was willing to throw away men just to save a few others. However, knowing that his Lord had truly changed, the chief of security insists that veterans like the old man are needed in times like these. He adds that he guarantees the old man would change his mind if he could see how much Cribia has evolved. The narrator then tells us that never in the history of the Master Continent have there been a war so destructive. Lives were turned to dust, and the heads of countless nobles rolled. Morality and ethics. They become meaningless when one is simply trying to survive in such times. And there was reason to fear, after all. Death rode on horseback from one end of the Nasu continent to the other. In a tavern, our protagonist is drinking beer, commenting that the drink is truly refreshing. The young man also eats some seafood, praising it since the place is near the ocean. Isabella, disguised along with her lord, comments that the young man is relying on seafood because the cold makes it impossible to grow anything in Cribia. Reluctantly, Jared agrees with her, admitting that she was right, as his only hope is that the fertilizers he made will have some effect on the crops this time. Hayes tries to cheer her lord up, saying she's sure the fertilizers will work well since it was Jared who created them. Behind them, a group of adventurers begins talking about how the roads have been clean and safe lately. They start praising the Lord of Cribia, as everyone sees a wonderful future ahead under his leadership. The man not only has the cure for Ranella, but also many potions, and it even seems like a good idea to buy land in Cribia. The hunters continue to discuss moving the base of their guild to Cribia, and upon hearing this, both Isabella and Hayes smiled slightly. The former demoness commented that it was a good idea for them to infiltrate the tavern quietly, but Jared wasn't paying attention. His gaze was fixed on someone else. A rough woman slammed her beer mug on the table, exclaiming how incredible everything was. The red-haired woman called for another round from the bartender. Then she turned to her apprentice and asked if she wanted a drink too. Upon hearing her voice, our protagonist recognized the woman and muttered her name, Ella, the Mad Warrior. He thought to himself that she was a warrior NPC, famous for helping players during a first major crisis in Paradiso's history. But the only problem was that she'd be willing to join the demon team's army if the pay was right. The young man also felt as though he recognized the woman next to Ella and activated his mind's eye to be sure. He realized that the woman was Chloe, the Queen of Silence, and wondered what she was doing there. Jared explained that 5 years before the Great Stallion War, an NPC, Chloe, emerged as the Queen of the Great Elves at the age of 38. She had been raised in secret. The boy also thought that Ella shouldn't be in the north, and Chloe should be wandering around freely at her. Finally, he realized that he had just encountered some of the most important figures in Paradiso's history all in one place, and he knew he had to act. With a look of extreme satisfaction, he whispered that he couldn't wait to try to bring them to his side. Jerry approached Ella's table, telling Hayes and Isabella to continue chatting. He excused himself and politely asked to speak with Ella. However, the woman misunderstood, saying she wasn't interested in younger men so he could leave. Already 25 years old, Jared felt incredibly annoyed by Ella's comment and collapsed to the floor in disbelief. Hayes, irritated, marched over Ella's table and excused herself. She firmly stated that the blonde man was the Lord of Cribia, but this guy with the continent, and requested that the women show him respect. Everyone around them was shocked to hear that Jared was present. Ella stood up, remarking that Hayes seemed like a mere servant and should be scared. The Mad Warrior also commented that being a Viscount was no big deal, as there were plenty of nobles in the world. Our protagonist hugged Hayes to calm her, interrupted Ella's rage, asking if he could have a bit of her time, guaranteeing she would be compensated. The one apologized, explaining she had thought Jared was hitting on her. Seeing that the bar was already buzzing, Jared suggested they go somewhere quieter to talk. After a brief negotiation, Ella repeated everything Jared had said, questioning if they would really receive 5,000 gold coins a year and a mansion included, all to train a child. Our protagonist agreed, stating that this was just the first payment and, of course, they would need to draft and sign a contract to guarantee everything. Chloe, who had been sitting beside her mentor, commented that she would follow whatever Ella decided, as the human world was all the same to her. Ella asked why Jared trusted her, given that Chloe had only recently become her apprentice, and this was her first time in the north. The Lord admitted that he didn't trust them yet, which is why money was the only way to convince them to stay. Jared thought that the two would help him as long as he incentivized them with money, and therefore there was no chance of them refusing. Additionally, he mentally noted that Ella had never been able to find a place to call home due to her personality. The Mad Knight was overjoyed with the proposal, saying she liked it and promptly accepted. She then loudly asked where the child that needed training was. Later that night, Jared reflected on how he had already resolved the matter of finding a teacher for Lena. He remarked that in the past he would be exhausted by now, but thanks to the Gorza's necklace, he didn't feel tired. As he wrote in his journal, the young man reflected that all his experiences and knowledge from Paradiso were slowly fading with time. Even earlier that day, he had completely forgotten what Chloe looked like. Additionally, it would be difficult to write in peace in that journal if the territory continued to grow at this rate. So the boy definitely wanted to leave a record behind in Korean, a language unknown to this world. Finally, he finishes writing down all the knowledge of the world in that book and closes it. The cover reads Paradiso. The chapter begins by showing the intensity of Lena's training, where she's tasked with carrying heavy wooden towers. Seeing the situation, Jared thinks that the training looks like hell and wonders if the girl will turn into a muscle-bound monster. Curious, the young man asks Ella why Chloe is working so hard without him breaking a sweat. Ella explains that the world is vast and that Lena isn't the only talented child out there. Ella also adds, quite frankly, that whoever taught Lena up until now was, at best, a terrible teacher. She remarks that she could probably kill that person in 5 seconds with one hand, and upon hearing this, the blonde boy feels a bit sorry for Lakis. Ella does on to say that even without a decent teacher, Lena would still become strong thanks to her magical training equipment. The 4 elemental magics targeted and released by the installed equipment do an excellent job of training her ability to use a shield. Finally, the woman asks how Jared found the perfect training method for Lena, and the boy responds that it's just a common method from the Eastern continent. He explains in his thought that with the system, proficiency decreases over time if the same training methods are used repeatedly. However, with 4 different elements, the system always recognizes it as a unique training method. In other words, it's a bud that bypasses anti-macro training methods. Looking at Ella, the boy thinks he was quite surprised, as the woman understood Lena's condition without using the mind's eye. And considering the effectiveness of the training, he really had nothing to worry about in that area. Elsewhere, a few farmers are seen harvesting crops. Seeing Mr. Oren, the men are happy to see him and ask what he needs. Oren informs them that he's there for a routine inspection and asks how the crops are doing. One of the farmers says there isn't much to report, as everything has been peaceful since the pests started being exterminated. He adds that with that, the pests migrated to Runella's territory. Another farmer comments that they are grateful to Mr. Oren and the Lord every day for allowing them to work in that field. Hearing this, the old man praises them for their hard work, leaving the farmers flattered. With that, the farmers begin singing great praises in Jared's name, and Krivia enters a golden age, with the entire territory receiving a buff. Innocent people continue to chant the name of the Lord of Krivia, satisfied with Jared's governance. During his period, Hayes was working hard in the village to organize imperial affairs, while Lena and Chloe trained tirelessly. In his mansion, looking at the system, our protagonist realizes that another golden age has arrived, making him very happy. Meanwhile, Akrum is on his way to Krivia, and the mage commented that he had heard a lot about the well-being of that territory lately. However, things wouldn't stay that way for long. At Jared's palace, the mage from Malurka bowed, greeting the Lord. He introduced himself as a crew and explained that he was from the territory of Malurka and had come to personally deliver a letter to Jared. Looking at the man, our protagonist received a mission to defeat a Kroom, but the young man chose to ignore it for now. Jared acted politely, greeting the man and asking if his previous tribute had been to Horgos' satisfaction. Akrum replied that yes, the Lord of Malurka was very pleased, and that considering the history between the territories of Malurka and Kribia, Jared's decision was praiseworthy. Hearing this, the boy became extremely irritated, realizing that Krum was trying to subtly suggest superiority. As the two continued their conversation, Lekes and the warriors from Malurka exchanged tense glances, building a strong tension. Finally, Akrum explained that the letter had been carefully written by the Lord of Malurka and handed it to Jared. The boy began to read, and in summary, Horgos lamented the previous conflicts between Malurka and Kribia and promised that from now on, it would build a healthy relationship. After reading it all, the Lord of Kribia thought to himself that Horgos was provoking him, and keeping calm, he responded to a crew met like any man, he desired peace. The boy also added that in the meantime, he would send the best and purest magic crystals from Kribia, sincerely hoping they would serve as a symbol of friendship. Akrun replied that his lord would surely be pleased with that. With a fake but charming smile, our protagonist says that all people from Malurka are welcome in Kribia. In a forest, Jerry is practicing his archery skills, aiming at a deer. With great skill, he hits the target, and a guard confirms the shot was perfect. Everyone from Kribia and Malurka watching remarks that the Lord is not only an excellent archer but also highly versatile. Even Lakis claps, and Jared feels pleased with all the praise. Tired of pretending, Lakis asks his lord why he constantly acts submissive toward the bastards of Malurka. Smiling, Jared explains that while it's true one should draw their sword when facing an enemy on the battlefield in the political arena, it's always better to smile. The knight then realizes that when you hide your true intentions, your enemy becomes careless and complacent, which was Jared's strategy. Finally, Jared explains that the legitimate strike comes at the very end, and Lykish shouldn't worry about humiliation or submission during the process. Afterward, Jared announces to everyone present that to celebrate the province's rapid development, they would have a grand banquet with the people of Malurka. That night, everyone was enjoying themselves, drinking and feasting, forgetting about the looming war. As he ate and drank, he had commented that now that Lakas understood the relationship with Malurka better, he needn't worry about the war in the meantime. Laughing, the knight agreed and remarked that perhaps Kribia's golden age was truly on the horizon. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, the white-haired assassin thought Jared was being far too careless. Holding a few pieces of wood in his hands, the assassin thought the boy should enjoy his time while he could, as the next cup of wine Jared drank would be filled with his own blood. Our protagonist noticed this and understood what his enemy was planning. In his mind, Jared stated that of course there would be spies in his territory, and Top was excellent at camouflage. Without the mind's eye, he wouldn't have been able to spot him. Laughing internally, Jared thought that the day the spy reported his findings would be the same day Malurka would march toward Kribia, and it would be the last day for that territory. Shortly after, due to the poisoned wine, Jared began to vomit, and Lekes apologized, saying he should have been more vigilant. With that, an month passed, and on the morning of April 29, 1414, the sound of horses marching could be heard. The warriors of Malurka were on their way to Kribia to attack the territory. Horgos, leading his army, declared that Kribia would soon be his. All around the Lord's mansion in Kribia, silence settled. Lena, noticing this during her training, remarked that the mansion was far too quiet that day. She asked Kolo if she knew where everyone was. At that moment, however, Ella appeared behind Lena and asked if the girl had time to chap while in the middle of her training. After the girl mispaved, Ella ordered her to run 20 laps around the field, and Lena quickly obeyed. Ella commented that Jared should have informed her that they were in the middle of a war, and as she stretched, she mentioned that she couldn't relax under these circumstances. On the battlefield, a fireball struck a wooden tower, quickly destroying it. The leader of the warriors defending the tower ordered his soldiers to retreat immediately. One of Horgos' soldiers reported that the wooden tower had been destroyed and the cavalry was retreating. He asked that they should pursue those fleeing. Horgos told him to let them flee, and they were just fools, and he didn't believe that everyone had retreated due to the military strength from the forest. The man added that if he had known it would be this easy, he would have invaded Kribia long ago. Shortly after, his soldiers began looting the area, and after they had stolen everything, Horgos finally decided to return to the battle. Raising his sword, the leader of Malurka called for all his soldiers to listen and ordered them to advance toward Kribia. Meanwhile, some of Kribia's residents were being forced to flee the territory due to the war. An old man and his grandson lamented that everything had been peaceful just the day before, and now the situation was disastrous for the kingdom. On the battlefield, Jared received word that the 4th defensive line had just been broken. The retreating soldier reported that the Malurka forces were approaching, and Jared instructed them to move quickly. The boy told Lakes that if Malurka destroyed that defensive position, the territory would be finished, and he urged the soldier to do his best to defend the area. At that moment, Hayes arrived at the battlefield, having been summoned by her lord. She questioned why she wasn't allowed to participate in such an important war, expressing her desire to be involved. The blonde boy responded that he couldn't bring her along, and despite her insistence, Jared explained that the battlefield was a place where even a small mistake could cost someone their life. Holding Hayes' hand, the boy remarked that, indeed, her abilities were extremely useful on the battlefield. However, he couldn't place her in a dangerous situation simply because of her talents. Tearing up, Hayes expressed that she wanted to go because she didn't want to lose her companion, and Jared gently reassured her that he understood. Our protagonist explained that he comprehended her fear as they had been together all their lives. However, to protect those who were important, Jared said he had to be prepared. The smile, he asked Hayes to trust him and she reluctantly agreed. Watching this, Isabella grew extremely irritated and jealous. She then grabbed Hayes by the collar and began dragging her away, commenting that, as a healer, Hayes shouldn't be on the battlefield but rather stay behind to heal those in need. Hayes and Jared exchanged farewells and the young man gave her a kind smile. He then informed his soldiers that all preparations were complete, and with that, Jared donned his war helmet. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lakiz thought out Krivia's well-fortified, geographically advantageous position, but lamented that they had only 300 soldiers. The military flag had been placed in a visible position for most to see, and nearly everything was ready. The only issue left was that 100 untrained peasants had volunteered to fight. A soldier thanked the peasants for their solidarity in light of the shortage of troops. The man expressed his shame and regret that they all had to face such a situation due to the lack of an adequate military force. Lakiz continued his speech, reminding everyone that Lord Jared had only sought peace with Malurka, even bowing to them in hopes of achieving it. Yet Malurka still coveted Krivia. The number of soldiers with basic training had reached 1,200, so the untrained peasants were free to leave if they wished. After all, the fact that they were standing with the soldiers was already a great help. As he spoke, Lakiz had a flashback of someone calling him to leave. A few days after the death of Viscount Berry, a companion of Lakiz had said that Krivia was doomed ever since the old lord died, as the new Lord Jared was too knave. But due to his stubborn nature, Lakiz had decided to stay despite everything. His friend questioned how he could say that, especially since Lakiz had been demoted to the lowest rank. He also remarked that Krivia wouldn't survive the harsh winter ahead. Lakiz responded that, as a citizen of Krivia, he too would know his end soon, so it didn't matter. His friend gave up and turned away, telling Lakiz not to become a vengeful spirit after his death. Lakiz was pulled out of his flashback by the peasants, asking him not to say such things. The peasants unanimously agreed to protect their land with their own hands, stating that thanks to Lord Jared, it had become possible to live on a once barren land. The peasants also proclaimed that they couldn't sit idly by and let the drug-addicted pigs of Malurka steal their land. Rather than fleeing, they would prefer to fight and die on the battlefield. Hearing this, Lakiz felt a surge of excitement. He thought his friend had been wrong in the past, as this winter wouldn't be difficult. On the contrary, he felt an intense warmth. Lakiz quickly ordered his soldiers to distribute swords and shields to the peasants. At that moment, one of his subordinates reported that the enemy was approaching and Lakiz could see them in a distance. However, the soldier mentioned an unexpected issue had arisen, and upon seeing the situation, Lakiz became desperate. The enemy approaching wasn't from Malurka, it was Lord Batman of Ranella. At that moment, Vatman and his army neared Krivia, feeling pleased that they were so close. 1 month before the start of the war, a conversation between two figures revealed that, although they might have fought one another for some time, their intentions were the same. Horgos admitted that, to be honest, he wasn't happy about the situation either, but he knew it was necessary, as their rivalry with Krivia was greater. The leader of Malurka then asked Vatman if he too had recently received tributes from Krivia. Vatman responded that yes, indeed, Krivia had sent a large tribute, requesting to maintain a friendly relationship between them and Ranella. Irritated, Horgos slammed the table and told Batman to consider this carefully. He explained that Jared, that scoundrel, had started wagging his tail and becoming friendly after being silent for so long. Horgos also mentioned that 20% of the hunters had migrated to Krivia, and the trend was continuing to rise as Jared was attempting to shake the foundations of the territories. The leader of Malurka claimed that Jared was scared because, even though his territories were advancing, they still weren't fully prepared. That was why he was trying to buy peace with money. The bald man explained that he had studied Krivia and knew they had only a measly 300 soldiers, to which Batman responded that the number was too small. Horgos retorted that this was exactly why Jared had tried to buy peace with money. He believed that by offering a large sum, both Malurka and Ranella would be satisfied and decide not to attack. At least, that's what the boy thought. Therefore, Horgos declared that he wanted to form an alliance with Ranella and already set one of his mages to spy on Krivia. Batman was impressed. The Horgos explained that they would become allies to wage war against Krivia. He said that a month of preparation would be sufficient, and after that time they would launch a surprise attack on the territory. Horgos explained that they would establish a united front between Malurka and Ranella, that both invading Krivia's flanks and crushing Jared and his forces. Hearing this, Batman, driven by greed, agreed to the alliance. The two shook hands, and the narrator explained that Batman and Horgos had formed an alliance with over 3,000 soldiers between them. On the surface, it appeared to be a partnership of mutual understanding with a shared goal, but each had their own hidden agenda, though secretly aiming to dominate the other's territory after defeating Krivia. Back in the present, Batman addressed the Krivian forces, boasted about how surprised and angry Jared must be to see their unexpected arrival. However, he added that Jared couldn't say anything because the boy's insolent and barbaric actions had shortened his own life. Even if Jared tried to resist, it would be in vain, as Horgos' army was already surrounding his territory. Batman also mocked Jared, saying that the boy was foolish to send his army to the front lines without even realizing there was a hidden path near his own land. Laughing, Batman declared that ignorance was a sin and Jared's territory was finished. He added that if Jared crawled on the ground and begged for his pathetic life, it might show him mercy. But as Batman watched, the supposed Lord of Krivia began removing his helmet, and when he saw who was underneath, Batman panicked. Batman realized that this wasn't Jared and demanded to know who this man was. The spy, who had been hiding in the crowd, also recognized that this wasn't the real Jared and began to question where the true Lord was. At that moment, realizing the trap, the spy gashed off, abandoning his helmet on the ground. He finally understood that it had all been a setup, and before it was too late, he needed to inform his master. However, just then, one of Jared's knights swiftly struck the fleeing spy, shattering his teeth. The green-haired assassin also appeared from behind, driving his sword into Horgo's subordinate, remarking that he was impressed there was a spy among them. After seeing the traitor fall to the ground, a knight asked his companion what they should do next. The spy, now realizing the situation he was in, understood that they even knew his identity and that all the information he had gathered was likely false. At that moment, the knight stepped forward to finish him off, declaring that the spy would redeem himself and apologize to everyone with his death. A few days earlier, under a starry night, Laches had asked Jared what would happen if two territories sent their forces to attack Kribia together. Jared responded, somewhat unsure, that they would probably use the main road. Laches explained that there were two plausible options for invaders. The area around the main road was easy to ambush, while the lower terrain had a higher concentration of soldiers. Jared agreed, saying that was true, as anyone could see that they had a geographical advantage, which is why Batman and Horgos likely felt the same. That was why Horgos had sent his spy to carefully inspect and discover a hidden path to attack Krivia. Jared tells Laches that if the spy is truly skilled, he has likely discovered the hidden path. The Lord then reveals that this is why he planned to set traps along that path, and the boy pulls out a mysterious object. Curious, the knight examines the device and says he's never seen such a trap before, asking if he could take a look at what it does. Jared steps in front of him and asks him to stay behind for safety. After positioning the trap and connecting it to a mana thread, Jared prepares to activate it. With a quick pull of the core in the blink of an eye, a massive explosion occurs, sending numerous projectiles flying through the air. The bullets from the trap even pierced through trees, and Jared shielded himself with a mana barrier. Amazed, the chief of the guard comments that it was unbelievable, and realizing how powerful a bomb was, he remarks that this weapon was extraordinary. Jared states that by using it, you will wipe out all the enemies at once, and thus the lands will not become a battlefield. In other words, that hidden path will become Horgos' passage to hell, and at that moment, the man was marching with his army exactly where Jared wanted him to. Horgos, excited and unaware of what was about to happen, continued marching toward Krivia. The general called for his soldiers to listen. He ordered his subordinates to cut the limbs off those who resisted. As for those who surrendered, they were to be bound in chains and imprisoned. The bad man also declared that at the start of this war, an eternal era of wealth and honor would descend upon Malurka. Therefore, he told everyone to raise their weapons and begin. However, someone interrupted Corvos, remarking that this was indeed the beginning. The captain recognized the voice and tried to locate where it was coming from. Hidden in the bushes, Jared taunted Corgos, telling him he was wrong about one thing. What they needed to raise wasn't their weapons, but their shields. Jared continued, saying that the general should taste a bit of his own medicine, as our protagonist had prepared something with great care. At that moment, the various traps Jared had laid were interconnected by magical threads, and the boy was ready to pull them. Akrun felt the mana flowing beneath him, powerful enough to make the ground tremble. The mage tried to command his vassals to activate their defensive spells, but it was too late. A massive explosion ripped through the entire hidden path. Many soldiers were hit, their bodies engulfed in heat, sending them into eternal sleep. Akrun barely managed to defend himself and protect his leader. Seeing the explosion and the smoke billowing through the forest, Batman was stunned. He thought a massive blast had occurred along the hidden path where Horgos had been. Batman realized there was a possibility they were at a disadvantage in this war, and that Jared had prepared a trap. However, the man reassured his soldiers that even without Malurka support, they still had over 1,800 men. He ordered his vassals to continue the assault on Kribia, and they obeyed. At this point, Laches was in command of Krivia's forces, giving orders to his soldiers. A clash between the two armies ensued, and the battle began. Back at the hidden path, Porthos, nursing a wound on his arm, groaned in pain. Akrun, seeing this, asked if the man was alright, to which Corgos replied that he was fine and asked for a report on the mission. Akrun informed him that aside from the 500 soldiers trailing behind them in the rear, everyone else had been annihilated. Horgos asked about the two third-class mages, and Akrun replied that Isaac and Odium had also perished. The leader of Malurka realized how dire the situation was, with all the soldiers he had led against Jared now dead. Lost in thought, he muttered that he never would have imagined a leader of Kribio wielded such a powerful weapon. He began formulating a plan with his remaining ally, but at that moment he was interrupted by Jared, who leaped out in charge and his mage. The king of Malurka panicked as he watched Jared attack his only remaining soldier, Akrun. Our protagonist leaped incredibly high, taking his enemy into the sky with him. Holding Akrun by the neck, Jared questioned why the mage was so desperate. Akrun retorted, calling the boy a scoundrel and asking if he had been pretending to be innocent all along. Jared smiled, saying that Akrun had realized the truth far too late as they continued to ascend. Akrun asked how high Jared planned to go, but the boy calmly replied that this height should be sufficient. Without warning, he released Akrun. As the mage plummeted toward the ground, he began to panic, his body spinning uncontrollably. High above, Jared watched his enemies descend and then flew down after him. While heading toward his opponent, Jared activated a magic circle and announced that he was giving Akrun two choices. He got to use a flight spell to stop his fall or summon a shield to protect himself from the incoming ice storm. Jared then cast the spell, urging Akrun to make his decision quickly. Akrun, growing frantic, cursed Jared and declared that the boy was insane. The narrator explained that typically, in a magical duel, the two opponents would distance themselves and exchange a series of attacks, as if testing each other's strength. After judging one another's abilities, they would begin launching powerful strikes, and this was the usual pattern. However, Jared had completely shattered the traditional approach to magical duels. Back in the battle, Jared shattered his opponent's shield and caught him in midair. Akrun, still confused by Jared's actions, wondered if the boy was trying to commit suicide along with him. But then, Akrun noticed something below, a magic circle on the ground. He began to laugh, saying that he now understood what Jared was planning. After analyzing the different classes of mages, Akrun remarked that a 4th-class mage was by no means weak. Even Horvos, who ruled Malurka, a place full of criminals, whose sheer force had paid large sums of money to employ 3rd-class mages to handle situations carefully. However, there were 2 reasons why Jared had screamed in frustration when he first reincarnated in that world. In the past, he had been strong enough to defeat the reincarnated Lich Deluk multiple times. Compared to that, Jared's current form seemed inadequate. He was someone who could only use 4th-class magic once. Regarding Akrun, his skills were well-balanced and perfectly distributed, making him an ideal 4th-class mage. Though his close combat abilities were lacking in terms of magic, he was evenly matched with Jared. As the explanation concluded, Akrun cast a fortification spell and taunted the Lord of Krubia, asking if he truly believed he could win. Mid-air, the mage attacked our protagonist, who barely managed to defend himself with a mana shield. Akrun explained that in close combat, shields are easily broken, which was why Jared was maintaining a certain distance from him. With that, Akrun struck Jared's shield, breaking through and landing a hit. Jared's helmet shattered from the impact, and the boy let out a small groan of pain. Akrun continued, saying that he had seen through Jared's magic. The spell below was a teleportation spell, a dimensional portal. Akrun explained that since Jared couldn't use flight magic to counter any of his strong attacks, the blonde had planned to use the portal to save himself after letting his enemy fall. The mage admitted that while he had initially thought Jared only knew a single 4th-class magic pattern, the boy had shown that he could change his strategy, which was impressive. However, Akrun boasted that he had seen through Jared's tricks. As a result of the earlier attack, Akrun was the one falling into the dimensional portal first. Jared tried to stop Akrun from entering the portal, but the mage prepared a fire spell, taunting Jared by asking what choice he would make. Akrun questioned whether Jared would block his attack or stop his own fall. Then he launched the fireball at the blonde. Laughing maniacally, Akrun declared that if Jared were hit by his flames, it would be the end for him. No matter what Jared chooses, Akrun believed that the boy would die either way. Jared, however, quickly used his magic to defend himself, pushing through the fireball. But by this time, the 4th-class mage was already crossing through the portal. Akrun celebrated his success, confident that even if Jared survived the attack, he wouldn't be able to use the portal. As Akrun fully passed through the magic portal, he declared that once Jared entered the portal after him, he would be met with lethal attacks. However, the poor subordinate of Malurka hadn't realized that the portal was a trap. The moment he crossed it, sharp spikes embedded themselves in his body. In his final moments, Akrun, confused and bleeding out, questioned what happened. Jared gracefully landed on the ground and began mocking his opponent. With a smug expression, Jared commented that Akrun seemed utterly confused about the situation. It was obvious, Jared pointed out. Without his magic, Akrun was just a reckless fool. Jared continued, explaining that thanks to Akrun's attack, he had actually softened Jared's fall. On the other hand, when Jared cast the ice storm earlier, it sped up Akrun's fall, causing him to plummet faster. Jared revealed that he had purposely let himself be hit to ensure Akrun fell into the dimensional portal, where Jared had already set up his trap. In the end, Jared remarked all of Akrun's marking words about Kribia were for nothing, and now he was on the brink of death. Jared also pointed out the Horga subordinate had been in his grasp from the very beginning. Irritated, Jared declared that Akrun had committed numerous crimes and would now receive the justice he deserved. The blonde boy unleashed a massive fire spell and hurled it at his enemy, incinerating Akrun completely. As Akrun's body turned to ash, Jared received several rewards for completing his mission. He felt in himself that Akrun never stood a chance, given that the mage hadn't even managed to tear his clothes. Elsewhere, the bloody war between the armies of Kribia and Ranella raged on, and the chaos a little farther back, Hayes was diligently using her healing magic to help the wounded soldiers. As the battle progressed, Vatman noticed that Kribia's defenses were starting to crumble. Lakiz continued cutting down enemy soldiers, urging his men to hold the line. However, one of his comrades reported that they needed reinforcements at the center, as the soldiers' formation had broken. With that breach, Ranella's soldiers began piercing through Kribia's defenses. Batman then ordered his soldiers to ignore the common soldiers and target the civilians in the lower areas. One of Batman's subordinates, with a greedy grin, thought to himself that he would be filthy rich by the time this war was over. Hayes and the others assisting the wounded noticed the approaching enemies and were struck with fear. Without hesitation, one of Batman's soldiers charged at the defenseless civilians, but just before he could strike, a metal ball brutally smashed into his face. Batman's comrades were in shock as they realized what was standing before them. An ex-veteran soldier of Kribia stepped forward, remarking that despite Lakiz's earlier comments about Kribia's weakening power, they couldn't have expected to be pushed back so easily. A woman wielding a massive iron mace added that since they had left, Kribia's army had grown weak. Another man, wearing a wolfskin cloak, speculated that this weakness was why Jared had sucked them out even after their retirement. Lakiz, seeing his old comrades, asked why they'd taken so long. The man responded that they had dealt with the remaining Malurka warriors before arriving. Several soldiers, accompanied by Kribia's veterans, took their positions for battle. The old veteran began a rousing speech declaring that they were there in the name of Barrick, Kribia's great leader, and Jared, Barrett's successor and the current lord. He ended by proclaiming that the 100 elite soldiers of Barrett's army and the 900 soldiers of Jared's would now fight together as allies in this war. In a flashback, we see younger Jared speaking to Orson, telling him that he had done well up until then. The chubby boy said that Orson had served Trivia for a long time, but it was now time for his retirement. Orson tried to protest, stating that he had been part of the royal guard of the territory, serving under Barrack, but Jared coldly replied that his father was dead. Jared also said that just like Tal, the soldiers who had served his father were no longer needed. The narrator explained that Jared had suddenly dismissed most of the soldiers and the reason was Krivia's lack of funds. More specifically, it was because the young lord was spending money on his personal desires to live a luxurious life. Quietly, corrupt individuals had taken advantage of the situation and seized control of Kribia. All the guards who had been associated with Barrett were forced out of their positions and soldiers who had received high wages faced continuous pay cuts. Orson and the veterans like him could not stand by and watch the Mason man worked so hard to build slowly collapse. Instead, they pledged to live out their days in silence, retreating to the forest to disappear quietly. On a snowy day, Orson, dressed in his coat, was out hunting. The man noticed that the snow was particularly heavy that day, and at this rate, he might have to give up on his hunt. In the distance, he saw a tribe of goblins approaching carrying iron minerals. Orson prepared for battle, wondering how those monsters had made it so deep into the forest. The goblins, noticing the misunderstanding, tried to show that they meant no harm. The creatures simply ignored the veteran and continued on their way. Watching them leave, Orson couldn't understand why the goblins had disregarded him. Later, he went to a blacksmith and questioned him about the situation. The dwarf explained that the goblins were likely delivering the iron they had ordered, as they had been selling tons of weapons to the military recently. Excited, the blacksmith added that thanks to orders from the Lord, they had been working 24 hours a day, and Orson remarked that it sounded exhausting. The dwarf agreed, but said that thanks to this, all the blacksmiths were now living as they always dreamed. Thanks to Jared, the blacksmith had been reignited with a passion for his craft. He then asked Orson to keep it a secret, as the weapons they were crafting were being delivered in secrecy. Orson reflected that at first he thought the changes happening in Kribia were just luck. However, more and more changes occurred in the territory, leading to its development and the resolution of various problems. As a result, soldiers who had once abandoned Kribia recognized these changes and returned to the army, giving Jared a second chance for everything he had done. These men supported Jared and helped overcome the enemy invasion because they were the best of the best. The armies of Malurka and Ranella simply didn't stand a chance against Kribia, as the veterans had the experience and skill to prevail. After the bloody battle that resulted in Ranella's defeat, Orson commented that those men were useless. At that moment, several warriors had completely surrendered, and the remaining ones decided to retreat, knowing they could defeat that army. As he fled on horseback, Badman thought to himself that Horvus was an idiot, unable to foresee that the enemies would be hiding. Desperate, he regretted forming an alliance with his greatest enemy and decided to withdraw before Jared arrived. Back at the hidden path, Horgus was leading the remainder of his soldiers. They noticed an enemy approaching from above and realized it was a mage. Immediately, the leader of Malurka recognized the opponent. It was Jared. Before Horvus could react, Jared appeared beside him and asked with a sly smile if Horvus was doing well. Panicking, the Lord of Malurka tried to strike at Jared, but the boy appeared above his head. Jared mocked Horgus, saying that he was very weak, perhaps only slightly stronger than Lakis. Offended, the bald man demanded that Jared come down and fight like a man. The blond boy agreed and then conjured a fire spell right above Horgus' head. He launched the attack directly at the leader of Malurka, striking him squarely and setting him ablaze. The soldiers rushed to protect their leader, but were immediately countered with fiery attacks. After defeating several soldiers who tried to stop him, Jared forced the remaining army to retreat. Horgus, trying to recover, was severely weakened and covered in burns. As Jared descended slowly, he remarked that he had known from the beginning that peace was impossible, as Horgus had been silently planning this war all along. The boy quickly charged at the bald man, striking him in the face and shattering his helmet. Jared continued to pummel the weak ward and then declared that Horgus had planned to take everything from Kribia. For that reason, Jared decided to end at Ben and Bear, ensuring that his subordinates would no longer suffer at the hands of Malurka. Jared, standing over the defeated Horgus, declared that he would cleanse his territory completely. He unleashed a series of magical attacks against his enemy. The battered and broken Horgus scoffed, asking Jared if he really thought this would change anything. In response, Jared calmly stated that he knew he would make mistakes, but there was one thing he was sure of. Looking down his kneeling enemy, Jared declared that even the old version of himself was better than Horgus. Enraged, the bald man tried to retaliate, but Jared swiftly pierced Horgus' leg with a knife, mocking him, saying he would relieve the stress for him. Despite his injuries, Horgus held on to his pride and questioned whether Jared truly thought his death would solve everything. The defeated lord warned that once the Imperial Knight General found out, he would bring his knights to seek vengeance. Suddenly, Jared pulled out his Paradiso diary and asked Horgus if he knew what it was. Flipping through the pages, Jared calmly informed Horgus that if he was talking about Virox, he wouldn't be coming to avenge him. Shocked, Horgus demanded to know how Jared knew that name. Jared explained that the diary contained countless nights of meticulous writing, detailing people and events in this world, just a collection of personal notes. With a smile, Jared revealed that he had remembered Horgus and Borox were related. He laughed eerily, asking if Horgus really thought that Borox, the Imperial Knight General of Etima, would travel over 5,000 kilometers, crossing 4 kingdoms and dozens of territories for a feudal cause like this. Jared emphasized that while Borox might not take Horgus' death lightly for someone as power-hungry as him, Horgus was a disgrace rather than a valuable family member. In fact, Jared continued, no one would mourn the death of the leader of Malurka. Instead, they'd likely be relieved that the troublemaker was gone. With a gentle smile, Jared told Horgos that his life had been utterly worthless. Finally, Jared remarked that he had prepared far more than Horgos could have imagined, so he needn't worry. As he said this, a magic circle began to form beneath Horgos. With a small gesture of mercy, Jared asked if Horgos had any final words. Infuriated by this final insult and with his pride shattered, Horgos pulled the knife from his leg and lunged at Jared, cursing him. In an instant, a wave of blue magic surged toward the leader of Malurka. In the blink of an eye, Horgos was frozen solid, like a statue. To finish the war, Jared remarked that Horgos was in a bad mood and said he'd hear the rest of his final words in another life. The frozen Horgos began to crumble into dust and was carried away by the wind. With the battle complete, Jared gained several status points. Relieved that it was all over, he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the remaining soldiers of Malurka, they locked eyes with Jared. Realizing there was no point in resisting, they all immediately surrendered, raising their hands in defeat. The narrator explained that the remaining soldiers of Malurka stripped off their armor and surrendered, making it an easy victory. Jared didn't celebrate the win, but instead advanced with a new strategy, disguising himself as a citizen of Malurka. From the beginning, Shin had only one goal, to bring Malurka and Ranella under his control. And yet, Malurka fell to the Cribia Empire. In just one day, the ruler of that territory had changed hands. Afterward, Jared reflected on how Cribia had become self-sufficient, even though it was still weak. Suddenly, Lacaz appeared, asking what their next move would be. Lacaz pointed out that, like Cribia, Ranella lacked a stronghold, and with its military force destroyed, it was highly unlikely it would be able to defend themselves now. Jared agreed, noting that in warfare, the side with the superior numbers usually won. Confidently, Jared told his soldiers that they would now march on Ranella. However, Jared's ambitious plan was disrupted by the arrival of an unexpected individual. We now see Jared sitting in a meeting room with Batman. A man named Caper was explaining that, as the leader responsible for the war, Lord Horgos had died. With that, the cause of the conflict had been eliminated and good results had been produced. Jared disagreed, saying that he didn't believe the responsibility lay with just one person. At that moment, Batman, visibly nervous, called out Caper's mane, fearing what could happen to his own territory. The red-haired Caper then stated that if this was the case, Lord Batman should agree to pay a compensation fee, adding that, as a pacifist, he didn't want to see his neighbors involved in another war. Observing the unfamiliar figure, Jared quickly realized that Caper was likely plotting to take advantage of Ranella's vulnerability. He suspected the man was putting on a performance, pretending to be a pacifist while waiting for the chance to stab Batman in the back. Suddenly, Jared's imagination spiraled, and he envisioned himself losing his temper, rejecting Batman's words, and preparing an ice spell. He unleashed a massive ice storm on Caper, followed by several more powerful attacks. After launching a barrage of magic, he conjured a fireball and hurled it at his enemy, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to clear, Caper emerged completely unharmed, drawing his sword. With a swift and precise movement, Caper sliced Jared in half before he had a chance to retaliate. But it was all in Jared's mind, a fleeting fantasy of how things could go terribly wrong. Realizing this, Jared calmed himself, recognizing that Caper was a B-ranked tank, not someone he could afford to fight recklessly. Caper, the leader of a central territory twice the size of Cribia, was someone Jared would have to deal with carefully. As Jared considered this, Caper politely asked if he agreed with peace. No, it would be futile to start a fight with Caper now. Jared nodded in agreement, much to Caper's delight, who commended Jared for having a good heart. Jared, however, had other plans. He thought to himself that eventually he would find a way to eliminate Caper, but now was not the time. That night at the mansion Ella had been given, Lena was resting in her bed. Outside, Ella, with her red hair flowing, was sipping wine, enjoying the peacefulness of the evening. As she drank, Ella sensed someone approaching and asked why they were still awake at such a late hour. Chloe, seeking fresh air, joined her master and sat beside her. Ella noticed that Chloe seemed distracted throughout the day and asked if the war was weighing on her mind. Chloe denied it, explaining that she was merely wondering why Lord Jared hadn't asked for Ella's help during such a crucial time. Ella shrugged, explaining that Jared probably didn't want to ask a guest to protect his home. After all, he had invited her to teach Helena not to fight in his war. Chloe retorted, stating that Cribia was on the brink of being overtaken by enemies, which should have been reason enough for Jared to ask for Ella's assistance. Ella took another sip of wine and mused that, judging by the results, it seemed like Jared had been preparing for this war for quite some time. Chloe agreed, saying she felt the same when she first met him. Jared was always thinking ahead. She revealed that she had several chances to speak with him during the downtime, and Jared would always ask if she was well. He even knew that most great elves preferred to stay within the safety of their own territory, and asked her why she was traveling the world. In truth, Jared was aware of the cruel fate Chloe's father had met at the hands of the Black Orcs. Ella, surprised by this, noted that the Grey Elves were the only ones who knew that information, and she only knew because Chloe had confided in her. Chloe continued, explaining that Jared had also advised her not to seek vengeance on the Black Orcs, but to look ahead to something far greater in the distant future. Hela, smiling, remarked that such words were typical of Jared and wondered aloud how the boy knew so much. Chloe confessed that she too was curious to understand how Jared knew all these things. Ella then stood up, suggesting that Chloe should keep an eye on Jared as they still had plenty of time left in Cribia. Before leaving, Ella playfully added that Chloe should let her know if she started feeling anything else as well. Chloe, realizing what Ella was about to do, saw her master grabbing a bottle of wine, clearly intending to offer it to Jared. Embarrassed, Chloe thought to herself that this was exactly why there were so many rumors about her master. Meanwhile, in a dark alley in Malurka that same night, a man threw a glass bottle against the wall, cursing Horvis for being an idiot. The man with white and black hair was furious that the former lord of Malurka had not only led so many soldiers to their deaths, but had also lost the war and guide himself. As he packed up the chemical compounds he was trafficking, the man grumbled about the money he had lost because of that fool. After securing the goods, he ordered his vassals to take all the money and anything valuable before following him out of Mallorca. During his departure from the hideout, the young man also thinks that his trade routes are safe, so they just needed to prepare for the future once they got out of there. However, one of the subordinates warns him that he should look to the left, and the man sighs while saying that person was fast. Upon looking to the side, the young man sees that Jared was accompanied by his army, and the blonde youth says hello to Prua. With a menacing expression, he asks where Prua was going in such a hurry, and the young man says he was moving because of his new job. He begins to activate an amulet shaped like a clock, and then says he didn't have time for our protagonist. The boy quickly retorts that he was also busy capturing him and his subordinates, and then he launches several magic missiles at his opponent. For some reason, Prua remains calm, simply watching the magic coming toward him. The young man thinks it's a nuisance and immediately activates his magic artifact. With that, the spatial distortion clock makes all of Jared's spells stop instantly. Lakis asks if Prue was also a mage, but Jared responds that he is not. The blonde explains that it's an effect of his artifact, which can delay spells within a 20-meter radius of Prua. Our protagonist thinks that the artifact can affect tier 5 magic, but he is still at tier 4. Therefore, whether he likes it or not to make an effective attack, he would have to be at least 20 meters away from his enemy. Immediately after, the boy enters the artifact's barrier. Prue is surprised by the attitude of the Lord of Cribia and questions if a mage was willing to fight him so close. Jared ignores his opponent and says that since Prue was the ruler of the infamous Detrahair drug cartel, the man would meet his end that night. Seeing that he might be eliminated, the man assumes his enemy must be tired since he was there right after the war had ended. Then trying to bargain, he asks the blonde to forget about it and suggests they make a deal. Smiling, the young man states that he will pay double the amount he gave Korgos and perhaps even 3 times more, and suggests that Jared turn a blind eye to him. Prue also says that he didn't want to start a war with the new lord of the territory his organization occupied. Lakis gets irritated by that attitude, and Jared thinks that if he lets Prue go this time, the northern region of the Nas continent will fall under Detrahair's influence. In the future, Lena would be known as the Living Fortress, and Prue would be known as the Red Hand of the Tyrant, the Demon King's advisor. Finally, the blonde declares that it's all right and that they would have to eliminate people like Prue and maintain Mallorca's dignity as a new territory. Feeling offended, the young man draws his sword and says it would be impossible to negotiate. Then he asks if defeating a Kroon had gone to our protagonist's head. Jared immediately lowers his sleeve and reveals a golden artifact on his wrist. The young man thinks that according to the 5th option of that artifact, if his level is lower than his opponent's, his strength and intelligence will be doubled. Prue simply watches a purple aura emanating from Jared and is frightened by it. Then, being overcome by darkness, the Lord asks if his opponent was ready to take a nap. A battle begins in the middle of the city of Nalurka between the warriors of Cribia and the criminals. Our protagonist is in a frantic fight against his opponent Prua. The man begins to envelope his sword with an ability called Recklessness and immediately slices through all of Jared's spells. Then the young man leaps toward the flying lord. One of Cribia's warriors stands in front of Prua and says he won't let the young man harm his lord, but the blonde asks his soldier to stand back. The young man with black and white hair with a simple strike manages to split the warrior's shield in half, who is terrified by this. Immediately after, he jumps on the soldier's head and leaps toward Jared. The boy simply watches his enemy coming toward him and immediately uses his light magic. With that bright flash, Hrula is momentarily blinded. When he regains his sight, the young man only sees several magic missiles coming his way. The subordinates become worried about their master, seeing that the young man was hit. However, the man manages to return to the ground safely, only slightly hurt, while noting that Jared was very strong. The young man also thinks that even though he's a mage, Jared was also skilled in close combat, and on top of that, had cast a magic missile far too quickly. Finally, Prue questions whether the blonde was really tier 4, as fighting a ward felt like battling 4 Kroon at the same time. Clapping his hands, our protagonist expresses his admiration for his enemy's skill in managing to cut his shield in half. He also emphasizes that the way the drug dealer wields his sword is truly incredible. However, Jared comments that he couldn't stop thinking that Prue was relying on an artifact since the sword he possesses is a sword designed as an anti-magic tool. The Lord then begins to descend to the ground and says that without that weapon, Prue would be extremely weaker. Prue becomes completely infuriated and says that the former Lord Horvos was the same, and like him, the boy seemed to have a very loose tongue. The blonde doesn't let himself be affected and says he was just telling the truth, and that the spatial distortion clock also seemed like nothing but a toy. Unable to listen any longer, Jared's enemy evolves his ability to stage 2 and becomes significantly stronger. Furious, he charges toward the Lord, who starts to fly backward, distancing himself. The young man uses his flight magic to flee from his enemy and immediately activates his fire attack. After sending a fireball, Prua manages to cut through the magic with just one strike and continues pursuing Jared. The boy turns into an alley to try to shake off his opponent, but the swordsman is too fast and catches up. He then uses his magic to break 2 walls surrounding him, and the debris begins to fall toward Prua. However, the young man in rage uses those concrete shards to jump on them and advance further toward Jared. Prua charges at his enemy, ready to slice him. At that moment, the boy turns around and notices his opponent approaching. When Prua attempts to strike Jared, he only cuts part of his opponent's coat. Seeing that his enemy dodged the attack at the last moment, the bandit asks if it was teleportation. Jared continues mocking him, saying he was scared since with just 1 blow, he could have been sliced in 2. But now it was his turn, and the young man begins to summon dark magic into his hands. Then he uses his lightning magic along with his dark power, sending it toward the criminal. After being struck, the young man writhes in pain on the ground. Jared asks his opponent to give up since if he were a swordsman, Pruitt would be a tricky opponent to deal with, given that the man was faster than any other ordinary swordsman, and each of his sword strikes was absurdly strong. However, unlike a normal swordsman, Jared had no intention of stepping into his opponent's attack range. As he gets up, the white-haired man says Jared's analysis was frightening and that he could be applauded. Suddenly, he uses his recklessness ability again, advancing to stage 3 and becoming extremely muscular. Smiling like a maniac, he says that since Jared is such a clever boy, he should figure out who's going to win this fight. However, with confidence, the young man declares he is already 100% certain that the victory is his. Unable to bear the insults any longer, Pruitt uses his recklessness once more, advancing to the 4th stage, thinking he will finish Jared off with just one strike. With his muscular legs, he charges at his opponent, causing even the ground to crack. Jared, seeing such speed, becomes extremely worried and scared. Then with his blade, the Lord of Cribia's enemy attacks and pierces someone. However, it is revealed that the one who had been pierced by the sword was Pruitt. Jared, who had seemed frightened, changes his expression and says he didn't think the man would be fooled so easily. The chapter begins with the narrator explaining that despite Delic and Pruitt being strong enemies, the two are completely different. Delic, weakened over time, was partially sealed by magic. It had a frail body. Pruitt, on the other hand, was in the midst of his evolution, with access to all his abilities, territorial advantages, and artifacts. Even though Jared could easily dodge Delic's attack patterns and slowly drain his life by wisely using his magic, either of them could kill him with a single blow if he let his guard down for just 1 second. However, that type of strategy wasn't Pruitt or Kekper's style. Faced with this dilemma, Jared bet on Pruitt's special ability, recklessness. This ability works as if you were stepping on an accelerator. Thus, the user can increase their physical capacity in stages, and it's very effective against the Lord. However, Jared provoked Pruitt to make him advance through the stages of recklessness. Being a proud man with a notorious criminal reputation, Pruitt couldn't endure so many insults. Then after his mind was overtaken by recklessness, Jared used spatial magic to pierce Pruitt with his own sword. Pruitt made a mistake he normally wouldn't have, and it cost him his life. Jared explains to his enemy to win that battle, he should have kept a cool head and a warm heart, as people say. Next, the young man takes a powder in his hand and explains that countless people died because of the drugs Pruitt sold, people who went into debt because of it, and this would be revenge for them. Thus, our protagonist puts the drug into his opponent's mouth. The lore also says that since the criminal always proudly sold it, he should feel firsthand the sensation of using that drug. And upon ingesting it, the criminal begins to writhe and convulse. Finally, the young man says he will be decapitated since threatening the nation's future and its citizens is an unforgivable crime. At that moment, Jared's soldiers had already subdued the criminals in Mallorca. Seeing his lord arrive after the victory, Lacaz explained that they were already suppressing the remaining rebels. The Lord of Cribia then states that even the Pruitt turned Mallorca into the largest drug cartel hub, some criminal nations were still operating there. And with an extremely menacing expression, he declares that before sunrise, they would wipe them all out. He orders his soldiers that if any criminals resist, they are not to be allowed to live. Furthermore, all criminals should be silenced before anything else, as that land will no longer be governed by crime. So they begin to work, and after a long day of cleansing in Mallorca, by the early morning, the sun finally begins to rise. Tired, Lacaz looks at someone while thinking that his lord always overcame countless difficulties with his mysterious wisdom. But this time, instead of showing everyone that wisdom, he showed his sharp, decisive, and swift nature. And the image his lord conveyed was that of an emperor on the rise. With a gleam in his eyes watching the lord, the young man feels proud, and thus Lacaz experiences his first awakening. After all these events, a massive pile of paperwork left behind by Horgos can be seen. Covered with all those papers, Jared thinks that the place was a mess, and that he didn't have time to deal with all that paperwork. Looking at it, the boy mentions that there were 2 things he needed to do. One was to enter the ancestral tombs around Mallorca to gain more power, and the other was to find a skilled expert who could mine Caldea. Jared explains that Caldea is a particularly difficult ore to extract, discovered 13 years ago in Paradiso, and is stronger than iron. He asserts that if Cribia manages to get their hands on it first, it will reach the top of military power. However, the boy realizes he is swamped with work and gets annoyed at Horgos for leaving all that behind. An idea comes to mind, and the young man remembers that when he arrived in Cribia, Hayes helped him with everything he needed. So looking at those papers, the boy comments that he wants to see the young woman again. In search of assistance, Jared's talent scout springs into action, and that day they would search for talented individuals who could help manage Mallorca. The first candidate for this was Cumanio, a man skilled in assisting with political tasks, and with him, there was no doubt that Mallorca would slowly be reformed. Immediately, Jared agrees and selects that person. However, Tonio had been executed for being a counselor to Horgos, and there was no way to hire him anymore. The second option was Katie, a girl with a 6th sense for business. Jared knows he doesn't have many options, so he promptly chooses to hire her. However, he can, as after requesting extra income from Horgos, Katie was exiled. The last candidate was Marcolin, who's the type of person who pretends to be kind to others. It was still quite skilled. Reluctantly, Jared agrees as he would have to work with what he had, but he fails again, as after Horgos' death, Marcolin resigned and fled the same night. Seeing that there was no one useful in that city to help him, the boy falls to the ground in despair, wondering what kind of place that was. The young man states that there wasn't a single talented person in Mallorca, and this was the first time his wisdom and mind had failed him. Depressed, he wonders if he should bring Oren or Avila there. but immediately dismisses the idea knowing they are busy with Kribia. The system notifies Jared of several complaints, as many problems were spreading throughout the territory because of Porbos. Suddenly, Lakaz arrives like a savior and calls for his lord. Jared asks what happened, and his guard explained that there was a problem in the village of Devani. Lakaz explains that a leader was assigned not long ago to take care of the village, but the soldiers receive reports that this leader hasn't been doing his job. The guard also states that the villagers came to Inn crying, asking for help to restore the village to normal. And not only that, everyone had heard that this leader has been drinking every day and occupying himself by drawing obscene pictures. Jared comments that it seems this person hasn't learned anything despite the state the territory is in. Then, activating his recklessness ability, which he stole from Prua, young man declares he will have to go there and discipline him personally. After a while, the Lord finally arrives at the humble village of Devani. They head to the place where Devani's leader was, and a furious Jared kicks the door open. The young man bursts in with his subordinates, and Lakaz calls for the village chief Julian, ordering him to come out of hiding immediately. Lakaz continues calling for Julian, and one of Krivia's soldiers notices something on the wall and becomes embarrassed. The young man sees several obscene drawings, and all the soldiers are astonished, while the chief of the guard becomes angry with him. Amidst all those drawings and bottles of alcohol, a young man dressed in white questions who is there. Lakaz asks this person if he is Julian. Jared uses his mind's eye to analyze this person, thinking that he's seen many talents before, all of them with their unique gifts, and he ensured that all those talents were developed as quickly as possible, either just a little. However, the young man is impressed, as this guy is nothing like that. All the people he has seen so far, he is the closest to perfection. Julian's appearance is revealed. A simple man with long white hair. Julian introduces himself, stating that he is the leader of the village and asks if there is something wrong. The chief of the guard becomes irritated, but Jared asks his soldier to wait and says he will speak. Before saying anything, Jared thinks to himself that Julian, even being so skilled, was hiding it for some reason. So the Lord asks why the young man has never done anything for that village, as he wasn't being paid to slack off. Boldly, the young man explains that it's because everything there is normal. He comments that he doesn't think there is anything that needs taking care of, and that he shouldn't be in such an insignificant village. Lakaz sees that as an insult and immediately draws his sword, angered by such blasphemy. However, Jared asks the young man to stop and then sits on the floor calling Julian's name. The Lord asks if Julian doesn't think that job is suitable for him, and the young man fully agrees. With a plan in mind, the blonde asks the village leader to tell the truth and accuses Julian of not doing it because he didn't want to, but rather because he didn't have the skill for it. Truly insulted, a white-haired young man responds that he simply didn't want to, and if he wanted, he could easily do it. Jared then asks if he could prove it, and Julian says that if the Lord wanted, he could supervise him. Seeing this heated exchange between the two, Lakaz becomes extremely confused. Julian then starts his work, calling for his assistant right after. The young man asks his servant to retrieve all the past documents, as he would assess all the village's cases and problems. While waiting for paperwork, Julian asks Jared and his soldiers to help remove the obscene drawings from the wall. Jared agrees, and then he and his subordinates begin cleaning up the place. Julian starts solving the village's problems, even the small ones like a woman who was having trouble with her calf, or some disputes that were occurring between merchants. Even the people producing honey asked Julian for help, and a young man promptly assisted them. The young man, after analyzing some papers, bills to Lakaz and says that it seems someone was siphoning money from the harvest profits. Observing all of this, Jerry is impressed, as the village leader did a month's worth of work in just half a day. After finishing everything, Julian states that everyone with resolved problems and the citizens can leave the room. With that, the Lord also asks his soldiers to leave, as he wants to have a private conversation with Julian. He sits in front of the village chief and says that he now understands why Julian was so confident, because the young man truly has talent. The young white-haired man apologizes for his lack of effort in managing the village up until that day, explaining that since he knew he could do the job with ease, he ended up procrastinating. Jared says it's fine and states that he understood the young man's plan to get the Lord's attention. Julian, realizing he had been found out, is surprised. The village leader then says he has only one question for the Lord and asks what the boy's dream is. In some flashbacks of Julian, we see his father mistreating him, telling him not to think about foolish things like dreams. The boy was always mistreated, and even though he was recognized for his ability, his dreams were crushed because he was a commoner. Even the Horgos said he brought the boy there because he aced the command test of his empire, and the bald man too destroyed Julian's dreams. In Julian's opinion, a leader's ambitions must be greater than the combined ambitions of all his people. And even though he serves as such a people, just like his lord, he felt insignificant and small. Jerry then looks at the village leader and finally declares that his dream is to become the hero of the Naz continent. The young man explains that rather than being just any lord of a small territory, he wanted to be hero of the entire world. Julian, hearing this, becomes extremely excited and asks if the boy was lying. Balor explains that he wasn't, as he didn't seem like someone who would lie about something like that. Realizing that the person he had been searching for had appeared right in front of him, the white-haired boy is extremely happy. He tells Jared that, for a long time, he had been searching for someone he could admire. Man also comments that if there is a lord who underestimates his vassal, then the fault lies not with the vassal, but with the lord. Then, while serving a drink, Julian requests that by the end of that year, Jared either become a count or lead a group of territories to prove his dream. The blonde responds that he will show the young man who he truly is. Jared, with a gentle smile, then asks if Julian would like to rule by his side. Laughing, the young man replies that there is no way he could oppose a lord who has completely earned his respect. However, he will leave without hesitation if Jared fails. While toasting, the Lord of Cribia declares that they will be together for eternity, and that he will make Julian the chief executive to manage all the internal affairs at Malurka. In Cribia, while cleaning the mansion, Hayes wonders when the Lord will return home. The young woman notices Avila and the war veteran Ornos talking. The two are discussing the new vassal who will take on the role of chief executive over the entire territory. Orman is also present and notices Hayes' expression. The elder then asks if the young woman will also greet the war upon his arrival. Realizing that Jareb is finally returning home, the young woman becomes extremely happy and answers affirmatively. In Malurka, after Julian was appointed as chief executive, the territory quickly stabilized. Jared worked even harder, seeing his subordinates' dedication, and in the last week, he practically lived in the office. Hayes knocks on the door where our protagonist was, and upon entering, she offers the young man some tea made from the Carlicus flower. She mentions that she heard it's good for weight loss, so she bought a little, but Jared thinks that his diet had already ended. Nevertheless, he accepts. The woman continues to pamper the boy, while Julian simply observes. The white-haired young man asks his lord to take a rest, but the boy responds that he's fine. Julian insists once again for his lord to rest, and reluctantly, Jared considers it. The white-haired man then states that he's going to meet with the other vassals and will return shortly, and Jared simply acknowledges this. In his mind, Jared reflects that his Cribia vassals, upon hearing the rumors, came to see with their own eyes if Julian was truly up to the task. However, they recognized the young man's skills and began praising him immensely, impressed by his dedication. Our protagonist, accepting the offer of tea, asks that since there's an extra cup, Hades should drink it with him. However, still thinking of herself as a simple maid, she becomes embarrassed, saying she couldn't do that in front of her lord. The lord mentions that he has said this many times before and repeats once again that when they are alone, she doesn't need to worry about such formalities. Hades accepts, saying she will do so with all due respect. They soon serve themselves the tea and begin drinking, while the maid just watches her lord. The blonde suddenly asks if the girl is going to quit being a maid, and at that moment, she spits out all the tea in her mouth. Trembling, the young woman asks what he meant by that. Almost crying, Hayes asks if she wasn't doing a good job as a maid, so the lord tries to explain that wasn't what he meant. The maid comments that when she arrived at the office, everything was clean and wonders if it was because of her lack of skill. The young man tries to reassure her, saying he only did that to learn cleaning magic, as there would be a time when he would need to use it. Then gently, Jerry uses magic to clean the woman's clothes that were stained with tea. The young man says that since Hayes is now a healer, she could be promoted to a higher position, so she would stop being a maid. Still with tears, the girl says she didn't want another maid taking care of Jared, and, irritated, he lightly taps her on the head, asking her to obey him at least once in her life. Hayes then states that if she had to stop being a maid, she would stop being a healer. At that moment, a necklace begins to glow behind Jared. A strong light spreads throughout the room, and a voice speaking about death and despair starts coming from that mysterious amulet. Looking at it, Hayes and Jared are confused just listening to the words from that strange object that starts to float. After that, suddenly the pendants below fades, and the accessory falls onto the table where it was. Hayes asks what that was, and Jared explains that it was an artifact that criminal possessed. Looking at that object, the boy thinks that it is the Tears in my Heart IE, and normally it's just an artifact that increases your base stats by 25 points. But the purpose of that object is to be a key to an ancient catacomb that lies beneath Malurka. Jared then asks that Hayes wanted to go outside for a bit, since there was a place he always wanted to go to since he arrived in Malurka. Ian, confused by that attitude, the young woman agrees. In another place, in a small town called Moralace in the kingdom of Lentis, someone named Belton is being called. A mailman was knocking on the young man's door, stating that he had a letter for him. Belton answers the door and receives the letter, and the mailman also mentions that there were some pretty big boxes arriving there. Right after, he bids farewell to the civilian, and the young man thanks him for delivering the letters. Reading that paper, and with a bag of money beside him, the man thinks that person was quite impressive. In the letter, Jerry introduces himself and offers greetings to the man, stating that he wanted some tips since the young man was a veteran. The civilian supposes that that's why Jerry gave him so many gold coins, as he wants him to accept that as payment and go meet him. While thinking that it was strange, what previously looked like a young man begins to change shape. Then a youth takes on a different appearance, transforming into a man named Belhard, a great elderly Tier 9 mage. After his transformation, he states that even Jared's words were strange, as he mentioned that he found a clue to evolve to Tier 5. The mage thinks that even geniuses have no idea what to do to advance in tier, and that was really odd. With that name in mind, he begins to question who that person was to speak with such confidence, and after a while, a realization dawns on him. Belhard remembers that Jared is the useless son of Barry. He doesn't know how a chubby boy like that could be acting that way. Burning the letter with his magic, Belhard states that he will have to go there to confirm. After all, a great mage also needs to have the necessary talent to evolve. Back in Malurka, at this moment, Jared was walking with his companion Hayes through a dense forest. The young woman comments that it was kind of scary there, and the blonde responds that there were no villains in that forest, so they were fine. In his mind, the young man comments that the atmosphere there was spooky, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. He also states that during the game's development, no one found any clues about where the catacombs would be. When everyone was about to give up, the location of the catacombs was revealed in a photo from one of the developers. It was discovered by a reflection on the monitor, which appeared in a mirror. Thus, our protagonist was standing right where the catacombs were possibly discovered. He asks Hayes what she thought of the place, and the young woman comments that aside from the tree being green, it looked pretty normal. Suddenly, the sand in the forest begins to take a strange form and something appears before them. Jared, realizing what it was, asks the maid to take 5 steps behind him. A strange figure formed from the grains of sand imposingly asks who dares to enter its catacomb. Jared recognizes the being as Mahart, and somehow the divinity also seems to recognize the blonde. The unknown entity identifies the young man as a cursed one, who does not belong to this world and is surprised that he appeared right in front of it. Hearing this, our protagonist becomes extremely nervous, thinking he has been discovered. Mahart then asks the boy to leave immediately, because when his curses resonate, the world will witness its end. Jared is deeply confused, wondering if Mahart truly knows who he is. The young man supposes that Mahart might be talking to Shin Taepum, who exists within Jared's body. After calming down, the young man remembers that the dialogue was similar to what was in the game, so Mahart might just be mistaken. The Lord asks why Mahart is saying that, but the figure replies that they should no longer speak and that Jared should not disturb his rest. As he creates some magic missiles, Jared thinks that the way Mahart talks about himself is no different from the game and feels relieved he wasn't discovered. Kanan tells the figure that they won't achieve anything by talking at that moment and suggests they meet again in the future. Seeing this attitude, the entity declares that Jared has chosen death with such behavior. The young man launches his magic at Mahart, and as it strikes, the figure begins to disintegrate. As the creature disappears, an opening emerges behind it. Hayes is delighted that they found the entrance, so Jared and she enter the place. After the exploration, back at the Lord's mansion in Malurgath and his office, the maid and her lord are analyzing some maps. The young woman asks if she missed anything, and before he answers, Jared thinks that they have finally drawn all the places they had seen. He then replies to the girl that she undoubtedly drew everything perfectly. The young man also comments that he didn't know the girl had a talent for drawing maps, and she explains it when she was younger. She followed her father everywhere and learned from him. Finally, the Lord remarks that this skill is extremely useful in his eyes, and the girl smiles, excited by the compliment. He'd also asked her when Mary said she would arrive in Nalurka, and Hayes explains that Mary mentioned she had some work to finish, so she would arrive in about 2 days. With that, Jerry asks if Hayes could cook for him that day, and the young woman eagerly agrees. Excited, she runs to the kitchen and asks the young man to wait a moment. A bit shy, the boy thinks that her exaggerated excitement sometimes worried him. He turns his attention back to the catacomb, and our protagonist mentions that he explored about half of the place with Hayes, going through safe areas without enemies to map the dungeon. Shim recalls that Mahart's ancient tomb was known in Paradiso as the Mirror Dungeon, and began anyone who wanted to defeat Prua, a demon king's advisor, needed to gain access to the Mirror Dungeon quest. Krua, a mere drug dealer in the future, would become an extremely powerful madman, all thanks to the artifacts he stole from the Mirror Dungeon. In Megaand, a large-scale dungeon was barely found and was finally discovered due to a mistake made by one of the developers. As a result, in the tube's notoriety for being impossible to locate, many guilds gathered to complete the dungeon quest. Thanks to everyone helping each other during the raid, the dungeon would be cleared easily. However, that was what everyone expected until they faced through despair. In fact, without even getting close to the boss Mahart, they were completely annihilated. And after such a shocking defeat, many people banded together and formed a union of guilds to attempt the dungeon once again. This was only to fail once more, realizing how insignificant they were compared to that being. The young man also reflects that the fact a small guild managed to clear the dungeon was extremely surprising at the time. He states that everything he had done up until that day is insignificant compared to Mahart's strength. In other words, one mistake could lead to his death, so he had to prepare with that in mind. A few days later, still in that mansion, he sees a silence settling in. Hayes is leaning against the door, spying on her lord, while in her head, she comments that her master has been acting suspiciously recently. Thorna mentions that Jared has been cleaning the entire mansion with his cleaning magic, calling it training. He has also been storing artifacts he normally wouldn't use for some unknown reason. And finally, he has been drawing, claiming it was part of his studies. The young woman racks her brain trying to understand why, and realizing she couldn't figure it out, assumes there must be some special reason. Aki appears behind Jared and asks if the young man has recently been learning how to draw. Jared replies affirmatively and asks if he could request the young man to sell a few things. He hands over a stack of obscene drawings and explains that Julian had drawn them, and since the papers were just taking up space, he could get rid of them. Embarrassed, Aki agrees to find a buyer and exits the room. Finally, the blonde asks why Julian had been drawing those, and the young man responds that he simply had some free time during the nights. In his head, our protagonist couldn't believe that the young man had already found free time in his schedule, and was surprised by how much energy he had. Lacus informs Jared that a carriage from Cribia has arrived at the mansion, and our protagonist says he will be there shortly. He then calls for Hayes to help him, and a young woman quickly responds. She helps Jared put on his armor, and while doing so, she asks if the place he's going to is the ruins they visited earlier. The young man confirms, and she asks if she would be a burden if she went, to which the Lord replies that the place he's going this time would be better explored with fewer people. Wazine, Hayes replies that she would prefer if he didn't go, as it's a dangerous place, and she would rather accompany him. In his head, the young man agrees, thinking that he too wanted her company, since this world is real and he couldn't revive like in the game. But that's precisely why he needed the rewarder from the Mirror Dungeon, so this time he was taking the best fighters he knew. As the Lord descends the stairs, a familiar female voice states that the boy is late. In front of him, Isabella, Chloe, and Ella are waiting to head to the dungeon. Upon arriving at the entrance of the catacomb, Isabella asks if this is the place, and Jerry confirms. The boy explains that he has already explored the interior of the place, so they just need to follow them that, and the blonde-haired woman comments that they should finish quickly and go home. Suddenly, Chloe grabs her lord's attention, wanting to speak with him. Dial says that in this raid, Isabella is a sorceress and Mistress Ella is a skilled swordswoman, so it made sense for the two of them to be there. However, she doesn't understand why she is also there, as she doesn't see herself as useful for anything. The boy retorts that the girl is of extreme importance to the catacomb and would be very useful. Kula remains silent for a moment, not understanding what he meant, but she lets it go. After some time walking through the dungeon, Ella expresses her disdain for the demon kingdom and the blood of the dark church. And even though she didn't think it was the case, Ella asks if Jared was there to gain power through darkness. The young man responds that he wasn't, and his only goal in that place was to acquire an artifact. The redhead is relieved, saying that if that wasn't the case, they might have ended up fighting. Nervous, the young man lets out a small laugh, saying that it's a relief that won't happen. Looking at her, the boy realizes that the woman is quite devoted to light and tends to exaggerate a lot. Suddenly, Isabel points out that the path is becoming clearer, and Jared responds that it means they are almost at the end of the labyrinth. He explains that after the labyrinth, there's only one path left, and it will have to pass through a few chambers until they reach the end of the dungeon. Finally, the raid begins, and the three adventurers arrive in front of a large gate guarded by soldiers. The clay soldiers stand in position, holding their spears ready to defend whatever lies behind the door. Jared then tells Isabella that they will use the strategy they discussed earlier, and the young woman agrees. The girl kneels, and from her hand, a dark shadow begins to spread across the ground. The darkness reaches two of the clay soldiers, agitating them. For some reason, they completely ignore Jared and charge straight toward Isabella. Quick-witted, the Lord takes advantage of the opportunity and strikes all those creatures from behind. As a result, the soldiers, unable to react, start to crumble and Close steps in, finishing off the remaining ones. From two of those creatures, two purple crystals fall to the ground. Isabella is impressed that the clay soldiers only went after her and wonders why they ignored Jared. While picking up one of the dark stones, the young man admits he isn't entirely sure, but he knows those creatures always go after dark mages first. With the stones in hand, the boy states that since they defeated the Guardians, they should disguise themselves, and then he hands the two magical stones to the girls. They then approach the gigantic fate with an engraved symbol and proceed to open it. To disguise themselves, all four warriors in the group don the heads of the clay soldiers. Once inside, Isabella is startled to see an army of those warriors in the room. Ella is equally astonished, commenting that it's incredible, estimating there are at least 2,000 soldiers present. At that moment, the former demon questions her lord if their disguise will work, and the young man explains that as long as their faces match those of the soldiers, they should be fine. Before begin to walk toward the end of the room, and Isabella remains nervous about the situation. The only one who stays calm is Jared, who silently notes that there are at least 2,500 clay soldiers there. Jared recalls that when the raid of 500 people in Paradiso reached this place, there were 3,000 clay soldiers, resulting in a difficult and protracted battle. The young man believes that since the number of people in his group is small, they don't look suspicious, and there's something even more important. Thanks to the disguise effect Chloe placed on their masks, they could easily pass without fighting. Finally, as they reach their destination, the young man turns to Isabella and states that nothing happened just as he said. Chloe mentions that it's good to know her masks were useful, and that the skill was of great importance. Jared comments that even though the clay monsters had poor vision, if they hadn't camouflaged themselves, they would have been spotted immediately. Behind her mask, Chloe feels extremely excited and happy to have been useful, exclaiming that raids are a lot of fun. However, Isabella isn't as pleased, silently watching as her lord praises another girl. She approaches Jared, touches his shoulder, and declares that she helped too. Sighing, the young man admits he can't avoid it and begins clapping his hands, congratulating her. Chloe and her mistress watch the scene, somewhat confused by the exchange. After some time, they reach another chamber and the group approaches a giant gorilla-like beast, all of them impressed by the creature's size. Isabella remarks that these monsters look somewhat like undead, yet they are different. Jared explains that it's because they were born from curses, which are not the same as dark magic. Before entering his slumber, the monarch Mahart cursed his subordinates, transforming them into beings that would not age. As it was difficult for everyone to maintain their original appearances, most lost their bodies and became clay figures. Ella, hearing this, deduces that all those soldiers are Mahart's subordinates and remarks that Mahart must have been greatly despised. The young lord comments that some of the clay soldiers managed to retain parts of their original bodies, so they should be cautious. Suddenly, the giant clay gorilla, which had been motionless, turns and seems to notice something. From behind its mask, the beast's eye appears human, and it senses what's happening. Immediately, it charges toward the group, catching them off guard with the sudden battle. The creature slams the ground, creating a gust of wind and sending debris flying in all directions. After the loud crash, it's clear that Jared managed to escape, holding Isabella in his arms as he leaps into the air. Chloe and her mistress also avoid being hit by the gorilla's attack and remain unharmed. Isabella doesn't understand why the monster attacked them, and Jared remarks that it shouldn't have happened. He thinks to himself that the dungeon has changed, likely due to his being transported to this world. The clay monster doesn't relent and quickly charges again, this time aiming to grab both Jared and Isabella. However, our protagonist manages to escape and returns to the ground safely once again. Taking advantage of the gorilla being in the air, Ella urges everyone to move away from the soldier. Right after saying this, the young woman begins to prepare a wind spell around her sword. The redhead quickly launches her attack at the opponent, which is hit squarely by the magic. The monster is thrown back and a massive dust cloud filled the area. However, the soldier beast emerges, revealing that it had taken no damage from the blow. Jared and Ella are shocked by the sight, unable to understand why the monster hadn't sustained even a scratch. Immediately, in a counterattack, the beast leaps toward the warrior, attempting to strike her. Ella, seeming extremely excited, says she wants to see just how tough the soldier is. Jared also steps up beside the woman, ready to fight alongside her. However, Unexpectedly, the young man utters a word that causes a rumble throughout the room, making a clay soldier stop in its tracks. The beast, for some reason, withdraws and brings its face closer to Jared. With that, the monster turns and returns to the center of the room, becoming immobile once again. Ella asks what kind of magic that was since the clay soldier backed off at just a phrase. Still nervous, Jared explains that the monster had a password to control it and wasn't an ordinary soldier. He asserts that with the magic the monster possessed, there was a small chance for the soldier to become invincible. The young man also comments that the chance was only 1% per person, making it a 4% chance against the group. Kulo couldn't believe that something could make a creature invincible, but Jared explains that those monsters were created with curses, making their effects terrifying. These curses always generate some effect, like not allowing the soldiers to leave a certain area or even reducing its rationality. In some cases, monsters may not be able to distinguish between enemies and allies, attacking anything they see. Finally, Jared concludes that in such cases, the creator establishes a password, and the password here was Ave Mahart. At that moment, everyone began to remove their masks. The girl was about to question the young man on how he knew that, but she remembers it was a secret and Jared wasn't going to tell. After a walk through the chambers, they arrive in one filled with numerous white pillars. There, a being with two voices greets them and calls the group intruders. This being is sustained by several grotesque bodies and introduces the place as the sanctuary of Lord Mahart. The creature reveals itself, showing that it had two heads, one represented by the sun and the other by the moon. Upon seeing the creature, Jared asks Ella and Chloe to proceed as plan and draw the priest's attention. The sun side of the monster empowers some of its servants and orders them to hold off the intruders. Meanwhile, the moon side also strengthens its slaves but commands its soldiers to finish off the enemies. For some reason, the monsters seem to ignore Ella and charge for Isabella. The young woman panics, not understanding why those creatures are after her again, and Jared rushes to attack them. Chloe ignores the situation and charges at the priest, who summons grotesque magic in the form of several bodies united into a raven. A deformed raven tries to attack the elf, but she immediately dodges and counterattacks, wounding the priest. After cutting the monster's body, a hand made of creatures forms and goes after the elf. The priest manages to strike her, and the two heads continue to act in different ways. The Mu side starts to berate his own slaves, claiming that they never learn. Seeing this, Ella thinks those who wield the power of darkness are truly unpleasant and grotesque. The redhead tells the priest that the ones it is hitting are its own subordinates, but the creature disagrees. A second side of the monster says that the slaves will never reach the status of subordinates, as they are merely tools to be used by Mahart. Ella agrees while defending herself from some of those creatures and then states that she believes Mahart sees the priest as a tool as well. The creature remains silent for a moment, and in the moon side responds that they are the most loyal servants of Mahart. The warrior retorts that even if they say that, they don't know the truth, if they have become puppets, matter alive, and were dead. The sun begins to believe Ella's words, but the moon urges the other head not to trust her. The moon then extends part of its body to charge at the redhead, declaring that it will not forgive her for her blasphemies. Chloe, who was behind them, flies in to separate the two heads. The elf manages to slice through and cut the moon side, causing the priest to split in two. Ella seizes the opportunity and stabs the monster's back, mocking the moon for letting its guard down. Without hesitation, the woman slices the monster in half. The warrior thinks that the priest shouldn't have been an enemy that could be defeated so easily, and that it was thanks to Jared's plan that they managed to accomplish it. Ella also reflects that it's as if the Lord knew exactly how to get through each chamber of the catacomb. After finishing, Ella asks if Jared had completed. The boy agrees, and the young woman, looking in his direction, sees that Isabella was turning what remained of the priest into a servant. On the continent of Nas on January 1st, 1415, we see Jared's mansion. While looking at a leaf, the narrator explains that the new year has begun. He informs that after dying from overworking in his previous life, Tao Peng was reincarnated as Jared, the Fat Lord on the continent of Nas. In a year it passed until now, and we see Jared saying that time really went by fast. Looking at a potion, the boy questioned whether he should drink it. It is revealed that it was a lawfare potion obtained from the tomb of Mahart Iea, and that it grants experience points. Jared explains that if he fills the flask with blessed water after drinking, a bub resets the potion on January 1st every year. Drinking it, he thinks that to start the year feeling good, he would level up and invest all the points he received in mana. After leveling up, the boy states that he will do this because he always consumes a lot of mana. Looking at himself in the mirror, he affirms that leveling up just by drinking potions was really good. Analyzing his status, the boy says that, as expected, his level was indeed low. He mentions that because of the fifth ability of the Diluth Ring, he had been delaying his level up, but it seemed like it was time to start worrying about it. The young man comments to himself that after finishing his work in cinders, it would be best to take his disciples to a dungeon. At this moment, a disciple Julian learns a new lesson, and 10 attribute points are given to Jared as a reward. 4 months earlier, we see Jared explaining that in the Paradiso system, there is a benefit for every time someone advances in class, allowing him to choose among various bonuses. However, there was one choice he had already decided to take as soon as he reached the 5th class. And as always, he wondered how he could make the most of it, and his conclusion was to reinforce his nutrition project among himself, his master, and his disciples. Euclid's comments that, in any case, he was working really hard and deserved it. Analyzing the system, he realizes that his current disciples are Hayes, Isabella, Lena, and Mia. And if you approve that skill, you could have a total of 8 disciples, and analyzing that, young man says that luck always smiles upon him. The young man then begins recruiting some new disciples, and the first of them was Julian, the promptly accepted. He states that he also decided to choose Aki since the boy had coercive leadership, and the boy accepted. The third and second to last disciple he chose was Lakis, who was growing beyond the limits of his age. And seeing his disciples developing the skills he was teaching, everything was going according to plan, or at least, that was what Jared thought. We didn't see the boy trying to recruit his last disciple. His person was the elf Plo, who became quite confused by the proposal, and Jared tried to explain that it was a teacher-student contract. The girl looked at our protagonist with her sharp gaze. Seeing this, Jared thought that there was an emotional barrier between them and was about to give up on the girl. However, suddenly, the elf caught her lord's attention. Chloe then asked if the boy really wanted to make her stronger. Jared promptly replied that he did and affirmed that if the girl had any questions, he would be there and answer them. However, before he could continue speaking, Chloe began to draw her sword. He was startled, questioning what the girl was about to do, but she had a determined look. We then see a splash of blood flying, and it is revealed that Chloe cut her own finger to sign the contract. The girl responded that she once learned that important contracts should be formed with blood. And after nearly having a heart attack, Euclid thought that the young girl should have warned about that beforehand. Chloe asked Jared to teach her all the knowledge that Professor Ella had not shown her because she wanted to become strong. And the young man seeing this seemed hesitant. The elf affirmed that she could not tell the young man before, but she had wanted to be taught by him for a long time. Sometime later, Jared ended up cutting his own finger and thought that the work of reproduction was very tough and that he would focus on finishing it quickly. The narrator explained that the reproduction skill is a skill used by very few artisans in paradise. It consists of destroying multiple artifacts and combining their cores to create an even greater artifact, but is a very difficult task. It is also explained that due to the limit on the number of body parts where artifacts can be used, a skill to combine artifacts emerged. And this was reproduction, a field that not everyone could venture into, and Jared thought that if the system had any bugs, he would take advantage of them. The boy explained that the artisans of that world believed that breaking artifacts would cause divine wrath, but the truth was that if someone failed at reproduction, the artifact would simply be lost. Jared also said that he was fine of losing some artifacts for experimentation, and the items he had collected from Baron made to work easier. However, the boy stretched, complaining about a backache and saying that he could not afford to get injured. Assistant notification appeared stating that the disciple Lakiz had master is skilled, and that Jared would receive 10 points. The boy thought that his subordinate was really working hard and that he could not fall behind. Our protagonist thought that Lakiz's loyalty was always reliable, and that made him happy. And now that he had gathered various talents around him, he wanted to produce great results, so that he could achieve his goal of becoming the protagonist of that vast world. Jared finally finished, and the system informed him that the combination was complete, and that he could finalize the item by inserting mana. Euclid stated that this was not a problem. After using his mana, he created the artifact Bar-Rang with various abilities. He celebrated as he had gained 2 abilities related to craftsmanship, and the 2 months of investment had really paid off. The Lord then thought that this way the artifact from Bahart's tomb could be reconstructed. Suddenly, Hayes knocked on the door, informing her lord that it was time for training. She opened the door, surprising Jared, who greeted his maid. The boy stated that he was already heading outside and asked her to wait for him at the training grounds. Jared told himself that he got distracted reconstructing the artifact and was now late for training, so he should hurry up. Looking at the window, he noticed that Chloe was looking at him and startled. The boy stated that he was already on his way. However, the elf actually had a rather cute expression while waiting for her lord. But then moved to the Kingdom of Cinders, where we see a massive castle. Inside, it seems that the 4th prince received a letter from Jared, and after reading it, he set it on fire while stating that he already understood what it meant. Back at the training grounds, Jared told his disciple that they were about to begin. The boy prepared himself and launched a fireball at Chloe. The girl barely managed to dodge the explosion by throwing herself to the side. Our protagonist warned that the girl had better dodge because he would not go easy on her. The elf retorted that when she had the opportunity, she would attack him with everything she had as well. And while continuing to fire multiple spells, the boy provoked his disciple, urging her to attack him. Looking at Chloe, the boy commented to himself that she was very smart and experienced, understanding every attack he launched. Jared also thinks that he has reached the point where he wants to train with her all the time. Euclid approaches his disciple, touching her neck and making the girl scream embarrassment. The blonde questions the elf if something is wrong, confused by her reaction. He states that the girl seemed nervous while staring at him and appeared to be distracted. With red cheeks, she simply responds and knows nothing. Then Jared suggests that they take a break since the girl was not focused, and she apologizes. The boy states that he does not mind because they were only training, but if it were a real battle, she will be showing weakness. In other words, the girl's head would have already gone flying, and she agrees with this. Jared notices that Chloe's hair ended up getting firm because she wanted to train simulating a real battle, and she responds that she does not care about such things. The Lord replies that if she makes another mistake like that, she might end up going bald. Suddenly, Lakiz approaches the gate, calling for his lord. Eutullus tells his disciple that he will go talk to Lakiz and asks her to rest for a while. Sitting on a bench, the young girl sighs. Looking to the side, she notices the bottle that Jared had drunk water from. Looking at the object, she becomes very embarrassed for some unknown reason. We go into a flashback where Ella tells her disciple that if the girl wanted, she could keep an eye on Jared. And then the warrior asks Chloe to let her know if her heart ever felt something different. Trying to regain her composure, and the girl questions why this was happening. Back to Lakiz, he apologizes apologizes for disturbing Jared so early and asks if he interrupted a meeting. The Lord responds that he did not, as it was not a meeting, and they were only training. But then he asks his subordinate to get straight to the point. Even though he's uncomfortable, the soldier begins to speak about what he wanted. He explains that the civil division in the Kingdom of Cinders has grown since it was just a dispute in the royal family. But it seems that a full-scale war between the second and third prince is coming, just as his master Jared predicted. Thus, the Lord asks if the army's training is going well. Lakas responds that it is, and that after the intense training of the last few months, even recruits have become strong. He also informs that Orson and the partisans are also participating in the training, since they are the leader of the army. Additionally, Lakas prepares to say something else while unsheathing his weapon. The soldier mentions that the sword his lord had forged specifically for him was very good. Jerry realizes that it is the Chaldean sword and asks his vassal like the weapon. Lakas responds that he did and that he had many problems with swords before but none with this one, and Jerry is pleased that everything is fine. Eucalus says that he will be happy if Lakas understands that the sword is a reward for his efforts. The soldier replied that he is very grateful to his lord and will use Chaldean to help him with his enemies. But changing the subject, the man remembers that there is one more thing he needs to report. Our protagonist uses sound isolation magic and Lakas states that it is about the case that the Aggression Knights were investigating. The blonde replies that he can speak freely. Thus, Lakas informs that after their observations, it made a significant discovery. He reports that with the recording devices installed around the territory, it managed to capture enemies performing dark magic nearby. And after invading their base and capturing them, they interrogated them and conferred that they belonged to the Church of Shadows. In his mind, Eucalus thinks that this is excellent. Clenching his fist, the boy affirms that he has caught his enemies. Our protagonist wishes to eradicate the dark faiths, since they become a strong cause to the point of starting a war in the future. He explained that the national religion of Cinders is the Ladios Church, and the Church of Shadows rejects it. In other words, if any territory believed in the Church of Shadows, it would not be protected by Cinders. That is, if a neutral territory near Cribia was practicing dark faith, it could be easily subdued and Jared would expand his influence. Lakas calls for his chief, who apologizes since he was lost in thought. He asks which territories were behind this, and the soldier states that if he were to speak only about what he was certain of, it would be the territories of Acra, Mudalin, and Letica. The blonde thinks that they are progressing very fast, and if things were as they were in the story, the Church of Shadows would be weaker. Eucalus concludes that he will have to consider being 3 steps ahead. Lakas, confused, asks what his master is going to do. The man states that his subordinate should leave the recording devices active to reveal the truth in the future, and after that, they will launch an attack on these 3 territories, since that was the reason the army had been training so hard. Finally, the Lord concludes that for this war, they will mobilize the royal guard of Aggresio, and the soldier agrees. The blonde thinks that this was the perfect moment, and it was time to make his move, the rebirth of Cribia. As he walks, he comments to Lakas that he will leave the recording devices in his hands, and the man agrees. Then Jerry returns to the training ground and informs Clove that they will finish training for today. The young girl seems a bit furious about this. Seeing this, our protagonist wonders if he left her waiting for too long. The narrator explains that 3 months after Cribia declared war on the neighboring territories. As expected, the result was an absolute victory. He states that Acra, Mudalin, and Letica were unable to defend themselves and were crushed by Cribia, and those leading the fight were the royal bodyguards and Orson's forces. However, the one who surpassed expectations and instilled fear in the enemies was Jared, as even though he was young, he had reached the 5th class. Sometime later, we see recordings of Putalin and Jess with the Shadow Church being revealed to the citizens. Isel watches through the window until his sister Maria arrives, calling for him. The young woman asks what the boy was thinking about so deeply. He replies that he was worried about what would have happened if Jared had been defeated. Maria asks him not to worry since, according to the reports, Jared had only victories as he had spread information about the Shadow Church. Isel comments that after spreading this kind of evidence, those behind it were unable to prepare for the attack. The 4th prince remarks that their king had promoted absolute faith, and the young woman agrees. He states that recent events were definitely a warning for the 2 siblings not to stray down a wrong path. Sometime later in the castle, we see Isel alone reading a letter. The letter was from Jared informing him that they were attacking those around the kingdom who practiced dark faith, and that the prince was doing an excellent job. After burning the letter, Isel thinks that if only he succeeded his father, his plan could work. However, irritated, the young man states that humanity was already completely corrupted. At a 4th nation, we see someone calling Jared a bastard. A soldier of the evil forces questions whether the Lord really thought he could kill him without retaliation. He states that even if he dies, the countless followers of his faith will take revenge. However, the Lord does not give him a chance to react, finishing him off with Lakas' sword and praising the weapon. Suddenly, someone arrives, calling for the Lord while bringing news from the palace. The man informs that all the bodyguards have raised white flags, denying involvement with the Shadow Church. Jared asks the man to capture the enemies as they will decide their guilt through a trial. Lakas becomes excited since his lord had taken control of a fortress, proving that he was indeed unbeatable. However, seeing his soldier trembling slightly, the boy becomes apprehensive. He states that his soldier had truly done a good job. However, the man responds that his hands are trembling with joy for serving Jared and fighting alongside him on the battlefield. Eucalus asks the man to continue fighting because with the civil war emerging, they had a huge opportunity. The soldier promptly agrees and asks to lead his forces in battle for his king. At that moment, Jared could not believe what he was hearing, as he had been called Cain for the first time. Finally, it was on that battlefield that the armed forces of Cribia continued their unstoppable march. 3 months later, we see the boy Jared and his kingdom analyzing a map. He thinks that his territory was now 5 times larger than it was 3 months ago, and the system informs him that he has reached the maximum expansion limit. Our protagonist says that if he continues expanding, the territory of Caribbean will become a new dominion. The boy acquires the title of Grand Lord, and upon seeing that, Jared becomes very excited. He thinks that now that the recording device has been developed, his time has finally come. Hayes enters the room, desperately calling for her lord, and the boy asks her to calm down. She tries to explain herself, extremely embarrassed, until the young woman finally reveals that she could now use the sacred element, and her 6 months of effort had paid off. Upon hearing this, the blonde questions whether she really awakened the sacred element, and Hayes confirms that she did. Celebrating with Hayes, the boy says that this was the best news of the week, and she becomes shy. He explains that the sacred element makes all the difference for Hewer, because this element, even in its initial state, already doubles the amount of vitality the hewing magic restores. And this is just the beginning. The higher her level as a Hewer, the greater the impact this will have. Hayes reveals that this was all thanks to the artifact that inflicts damage through a curse, which she received from Jared. The young woman states that she felt incredibly sick just by putting it on. However, that ring restored all the vitality she lost through the curse, and with both, she could train constantly. The one questions how the boy came up with such a method, and Jared reveals that it was a common form of training in the East. He asks if it was possible for Hayes to use Hewen arts alongside the sacred element. Hayes responds that she thinks so, but is not entirely sure how to test it. The boy draws his sword, saying that this was the fastest way to confirm it, and the young woman is startled. The maid responds that you know there are countless ways to test it. She wanted to try hewing Navarro on his arm. She states that she feels a tightness in her heart when looking at the scar, and that's why she works so hard. The boy seems a little flattered, but he immediately asks her to heal him, and a girl questions if that wouldn't be strange. Jared responds that he is simply asking to be healed, and then he shows her his wound. Sometime later, we see someone slamming against a table, calling Jared a bastard. Pudlin, Furious, and Capri question the prince if something is wrong. The man reveals that his brother and father were poisoned, and Jess was on the verge of losing the war. And ever since Isel showed no interest in the crown, he was certain that he would be his father's successor. Victory was almost within his grasp, but then Isel acted behind his back and released those recordings. Lamenting, the young man states that everything is falling apart, and all because of Jared's device. He turns furiously to the old man from Cribia, whom he had recruited earlier. The prince questions if a man had really never heard that Cribia had access to such equipment. The man tries to claim that he truly did not know, but is brutally struck by Pudlin. After disposing of his subordinate, he calls for Capri, who promptly responds. Purlin then orders Capri to immediately withdraw his troops and move them toward Isel. In the middle of a forest, we see Capri and Pudlin's troops advancing. Capri tries to ask his highness to calm down because Isel might have prepared her for this, but Pudlin was determined. The soldier tries to say that the recording devices belong to Jared, meaning that Isel was working for Jared. The man comments that the blonde's forces will be no match for theirs and they can annihilate Cribia at any moment. While riding his horse, Pudlin asked his subordinate to get straight to the point. Capri suggests that they not focus on Jared as he was the one orchestrating everything. However, the redhead responds that there is no reason for Jared to be involved in their kingdom's affairs. In his mind, Capri thinks that his highness is losing himself in hatred, and that this is futile. He comments that this was nothing like the report he received from the spy he sent to monitor Isel. The soldier realizes that all of this was a farce, and in desperation, he states that at this rate, he will end up doomed. Pudlin hastens forward, declaring that they will go to the capital to annihilate their enemies without giving them a chance to defend themselves. And then he orders his soldiers to defeat the traitor Isel. However, when the horses approaches a mysterious object, the prince, realizing this, tries to prevent what he is thinking from happening. But it was already too late, and after stepping on the mine, a massive explosion occurs. On the recording device placed in the city center, we see a crowd gathered, watching the scenes unfold. The city's residents realize that Prince Jess and Prince Pudlin were using dark magic. They conclude that with Jess and Pudlin being followers of the dark faith, only Isel could succeed the king. Suddenly, a voice rises, calling out to the citizens of the Kingdom of Cinders. On his horse, Isel declares that they were taking control of the entire kingdom, and that their goal was to eliminate Jess and Pudlin, the disgrace of the family. Finally, Isel asks his citizens not to fear, as he will save their lives, and Maria agrees. The citizens, upon hearing this, become extremely joyful, cheering for the Kingdom of Cinders. After the explosion, a curtain of smoke lingers, and in the middle of it, Capri emerges. The man tries to look for Prince Pudlin, but someone approaches him. The young man draws his sword, questioning who the figure is, and the unknown soldier states that Capri will duel with him. We see that it is Lakids, and the boy states that if Capri does not defeat him, you will never see Pudlin again. Jared also arrives at the scene, commenting that it seems Pudlin walked straight into his landmines. While using his magic, he remarks that the redhead made a grave mistake at a crucial moment. After the explosion, Pudlin starts to emerge from the mist. Extremely wounded, he questions whether all his soldiers had died, and Jared notices his presence. Then the boy approaches, stating that it is a pleasure to meet the prince. Upon noticing the presence of his enemy standing before him, the redhead calls him a bastard. Pudlin declares that Jared dared to interfere in the affairs of his kingdom, and for that, he will die. The blonde calmly says that he is not a prophet, but he knows that he will not die there. However, he believes that since there are no further obligations, Pudlin can be finished off. Irritated, the young man draws his sword, saying that he will cut Jared in half and put an end to that traitor Isel. Jared mocks the redhead, saying that before that, Pudlin needed to get past him. The prince wastes no time charging out protagonist and demanding that he die. Icalis retaliates by launching a fighter spell at his opponent. However, the prince is skilled and manages to defend himself with his sword. Then Putilin uses his arcane sword art, dispersing the magic. Immediately after, he rushes toward Jared, launching multiple consecutive slashes. Our protagonist manages to evade, but one of the slashes cuts his cape. The blonde gets irritated because his cape is ruined and complains to Putilin. Mocking him, he questions whether he should call the villain the little dog of the Shadow Church. Hearing this, the redhead is enraged, demanding that his enemy shut up while launching another attack. Easily, Jared defends himself and states that it is now his turn. Once again, he invokes a fire spell. As if launching a flaming arrow, the boy attacks his opponent. Putilin defends himself, stating that Jared's magic has no effect against his arcane sword art. Euphilus thinks that the prince is probably referring to his armor and anti-magic abilities, and if he did not have the Diluc bracelet, this would be problematic. The prince sees an opportunity and charges at Jared, claiming that his guard was down. Even so, Jared effortlessly dodges to the side. The prince becomes furious, as he has only managed to defend himself so far in the fight, and he was supposed to be superior since Jared was just a 4th-class mage. Conjuring another spell, Jared asks if the prince has a problem or if he is already exhausted. Still, the redhead defends himself and repeats that his sword art specializes in countering magic. However, this time he sees the flaming explosion ability coming straight at him. Questioning whether that was a fire demon, the young man tries to use his arcane sword art once again. He manages to cut through some of the fireballs, but they quickly regenerate with ease. Completely frantic, he tries to deflect and put an end to the ability that continues to consume him. Taking advantage of this opening, Jared uses his force missile ability. Multiple energy spheres fly toward the redhead. Putilin realizes the attack too late, and as he turns, he has no chance to react. Our protagonist capitalizes on this and combos the force missile with a flaming arrow. Thus, the only thing Putilin can do is watch as those attacks rush toward him. Unfazed, the prince declares once more that it is useless. However, this time the magic strikes him, hurling him backward. Fallen on the ground after dropping his sword, the redhead looks utterly confused. Seeing his own bleeding, he mutters that none of this makes any sense. Jared then approaches his already defeated enemy. He explains that Putilin managed to repel one of his attacks, but Jared took advantage of that and immediately launched another. Finally, the boy comments that this is the result of not thinking ahead, and that the man is trash for exchanging the Church of Radius for the Shadow Church. With the last of his strength, Putilin starts pounding the ground, lamenting everything. The young man asks where Cal Capri is, and Jared informs him that the man will not be coming. Putilin wonders if everything you work for will end just like this, and Jared states that these are the consequences of trying to take the easy path. He explains that he intended to build a great kingdom, and saw that the doctrine of the Shadow Church was more efficient. However, Jared interrupts him, saying that he does not want to hear the story. Already defeated, the prince collapses on the ground, dropping a necklace beside him. Jared questions whether it is an artifact and realizes that it is the red light necklace of Cluze. The narrator explains that in Paradiso, Cluze was the leader of the Shadow Church and a madman, obsessed with reaching the limits of magic. Jared thinks that he cannot scam the artifact, but if it was created by Cluze, that it was used to control Putilin. Back in Capri's battle, the young man orders Lacus not to stand in his way. The soldier responds that he will not allow Capri to take another step toward his lord. The two knights' swords clash against each other. Capri questions who that guy is as he was managing to evade a strike from his Red Moon sword. Suddenly, the man is struck by a spell on his back. Seeing Capri bleeding right in front of him, Lacus wonders if the young man is dead. Carrying Putilin, Jared appears, stating that he was a bit late. The prince's soldiers arrive and realize that it is too late since Count Capri has already been killed. However, their leader tells his allies not to be intimidated by Jared and Lacus. But before the soldiers can react, they are struck by the leader of Aggressio's royal bodyguards. Orson also arrives with his allies, informing them that Jared has ordered them to eliminate all Shadow followers. Thus, a massacre ensues with only one side emerging victorious. Jared comments that with that, the battle is over and the surrounded soldiers of Putilin have been captured. The young man states that even though Putilin was not sentenced to death, he would remain in prison forever. Then after hearing the news, Jess fled the kingdom and probably joined the Shadow Church. Following Jared's advice, Isel waited for everything to end before emerging as the successor of Descartes. Sometime later, we see the king on his throne and Jared bowing before him. The young man humbly greets his majesty. Isel, pleased, welcomes Lord Jared and states that he has been expecting the young man. He comments that Jared's efforts at helping him end the war were commendable, and the blonde simply feels flattered. As a reward, Isel asks Jared to become a vassal of the kingdom. However, Ukel escapes that he only gave what was right and had no intention of becoming a vassal. One of the bishops feels offended and questions how Jared dares to speak in such a manner. However, with the utmost respect, Isel asks the priest to stop and rises from his seat. Isel declares that Lord Jared's territory will become a duchy, and he will be a duke without meaning any direct connection to Cinders. Finally, the king states that any objections will be considered a challenge to his authority as ruler. He also grants Jared the land of the Misery territory for having prevented the downfall of Cinders. Everyone in the room bows and thanks Lord Jared for his aid to their kingdom. Our protagonist, Happy, thinks that even though it once seemed like he would never escape the fate of being a mere lord of a small territory, his life has changed and become promising. In the fields of Cinder's kingdom at night, we hear some noises. Now holding Capri's items, Blakis states that he feels deeply honored to have received such a gift. The Lord comments that he was merely using the things he stole from Capri, and Lakis, Happy, states that it was not theft. Holding that sword, the soldier says that something about the weapon gives him a sense of confidence. Then he calls out to his lord. The man asks if he may ask Jared a question, and the young man agrees. Lacaz comments that he has never seen such unity and that all the soldiers respect Jared and obey him. The man kneels and declares that while some people worship the gods of the heavens, the god he adores stands before his eyes. And as he watches his subordinates cried, Jared does not know how to respond. Lacaz's loyalty increases drastically, and thus Jared reaches his third awakening. The boy approaches his subordinates and thanks them for their words. However, Lacaz continues crying and ends up snotting all over his master. In the VIP hall of the mansion, Maria calls for His Majesty. However, Isel tells her that she may call him brother and asks her to say what she wanted. Isel recalls that his sister had mentioned wanting to discuss something earlier and asked her to proceed. The young woman nods and states that she wanted to hear her brother's opinion. She comments that Kribia's development was incredible, and if they needed Jared's help. The king agrees, saying that Duke Jared accomplished in 1 year what others could not achieve in 10. However, the fourth prince recalls that no matter how much they tried to convince him, Jared had no desire to connect with their kingdom. However, the young woman interrupts him, saying that she had thought about everything she could do for both the kingdom and the boy, and she states that she has concluded that they should use him as a means to strengthen the kingdom. Finally, she says that they needed a political marriage. In a meeting with Jared, Isel comments that he was almost tempted by the dark forces, nearly betraying Jared, and the Duke responds that if that had happened, and would have become enemies. The king replies that even if he were Jared's enemy, he would still want to repay the boy. Maria adds that thanks to the Duke, for kingdom could survive for another day. The young woman tries to say something more but stumbles over her words, and her brother tries to give her a little push. Seeing that it would not work, Isel takes the lead and calls after Jared, who responds. The man asks what the Duke thinks about having Princess Maria as his wife, leaving the boy nervous. After saying this, Isel adds that he wishes to maintain a friendship with Jared, and Maria agrees, saying that she's admired him for a long time. The two stare at our protagonist for a while as he remains silent. As he analyzes Maria's information, the boy seems to reach a decision. He tells His Majesty that unfortunately, he cannot accept this proposal. Upon hearing this, Isel and Maria are quite shocked. Euclid thinks that even if he changed his mind, the fragile region of that kingdom is incredibly unstable and could easily collapse. Jared states that he will help their kingdom with whatever they need to eliminate evil, but he does not want to be tied to any power. Then he adds that this was also the way his late father used to act. The boy tells himself that, in truth, his father never actually said that in his life, but he fully understood the situation. Isel concludes that Jared intends to form a strategic bond with them but refuses any further commitments, and the man agrees. Maria seems quite uncomfortable with the situation, looking dejected. The blonde says that he does not consider himself superior to the princess. In fact, she's an admirable person, and he even sees himself as somewhat insignificant. Maria tries to say that she never thought that way about him, but he interrupts her. Jared continues, saying that he does not want a political marriage and that maintaining an alliance without a marriage is the best option. He also states that if Sooners ever decides to point his weapons at him, he will not hesitate to respond in kind. Seeing the situation, McKing understands and agrees, and Maria does the same. Outside the castle, heavy rain pours over the forest. Lacaz informs his master and it is raining and recommends that he use a teleportation spell. Jared replies that he will walk back on foot to take a look at the kingdom, and his vassal should return to Kridia. Lacaz agrees. As he walks through the streets, Jared thinks that but he stops to consider it. The rainy season has arrived. The boy states that around the month of July, the rainy season begins and lasts for about a year, and this year the rain has been causing floods in areas near the rivers. Even if Kribia being close to a river, Jared thinks that his territory should be fine, but they are not the only ones near a river. As he finishes thinking about this, the blonde notices that someone nearby is talking about the rain. We then see a man telling his son that last year there was a massive flood there, and you should not walk around like that. Seeing this conversation, Jared realizes that if the rain is stronger this year, more territories will be affected and neighboring kingdoms may collapse. The boy decides that he should first get out of the rain to avoid getting drenched. Sometime later, he enters a tavern and sits at one of the tables. Our protagonist notices two people there discussing how he had defeated Pudeland the fail attack. They comment that just months ago, Jared was a fat country bumpkin, but suddenly, he became successful. The waiter approaches the blonde asking for his order, and the boy requests some of the beer. Suddenly, someone opens the door, complaining about the terrible weather. The unknown man looks around and realizes that there are no more available seats. He sees that most of the tables are full until he notices Jared sitting alone, politely asking for permission to sit with him. Euclid turns around, questioning how he could help, but is shocked when he faces the person. He sees a blonde-haired boy who possesses a divine blessing, and the stranger asks if he can sit beside him. Jared realizes that the stranger has the blessing of one of Paradis's deities as a protagonist, even though he does not recognize him. The man asks again if he can sit beside him, and the blonde notices that the young man has no hostility. Our protagonist agrees but says that he would like them to introduce themselves first, and the man reveals that his name is Kakel. Eutalus responds saying that his name is Jared and inviting his new companion to sit. Upon hearing this, Kakel recognizes Jared and the Lord asks him to lower his voice. As he sits down, the man remains surprised as he never imagined he would meet someone famous fair. Wanting to introduce himself properly, the young man reveals that his name is Kakel, and he is from the kingdom of Charlotte. In fact, he had the next spell from his family. Hearing this, Jared becomes confused, questioning if he was from the great southern territory of Duke Vajamin, and Kakel confirms. Jared thinks that Vajamin has many children, so it is no surprise that he knows nothing about Kakel. and the Duchy of Charlotte is a wealthy area. The man then asks his new acquaintance why he left the south and came all the way to the far north. However, before answering, Keiko pays for both his and Jared's beer. Immediately afterward, he tells the waitress that she can keep the change, making the woman excited. Our protagonist says that was unnecessary, but since Keiko had already paid, he decided to drink in gratitude. Keiko comments that Jared seems young and states that he's about to turn 26, to which the blonde remarks that they are the same age. Hearing this, Keiko is even more surprised, saying that it seems like he was blind. He states that he is truly embarrassed because unlike Jared, he has been wandering around making a living however he could, and he is quite envious since the boy is already a dupe, while Euclid thinks that for someone blessed, Keiko is surprisingly insecure. Jared realizes that Keiko might be the real protagonist and wants to see the path someone with a divine blessing might take. He asks where the young man is headed, and Keiko replies that he is going to the Arakun mercenary group. The young man explains that this group is preparing to raid a dungeon, and that is the best way to get rich quickly. Jared recognizes the name. Keiko adds that people say if he'd get injured in a dungeon raid with them, it would be left behind, which is why they are known as the Brave Ones. Our protagonist realizes that the dungeon the young man is planning to invade is an underground cavern located in the northern region, a dungeon that was widely hated in the game Paradise. He also notices that those names sound familiar. Jared states that the underground tavern and the refuge of the demonic roots are two dungeons he would like to attack. They tell us for Jared saying that he will pray for the young man's safe return, and Keiko stating that he will pray for the prosperity of the Duke's territory. Standing up, Keiko says he is happy to have had this conversation, and the waitress asks if he's leave already. He says that he has a lot to prepare and will be traveling in the rain, but Jared asks him to wait. The blonde asks that if Keiko ever has time, he should visit Cribia, as he would like to repay him for the drink. The soldier agrees, saying that he will be traveling a lot, will pass through there someday before bidding farewell. As he tells Keiko to take care, Jared simply watches the young man leave. He states that he will meet the boy again in the future. But then, as if sensing someone staring at him, he suddenly feels a sharp headache. After feeling that headache, the boy tries to determine where it is coming from. After looking closely, he sees a black-haired woman and realizes that it came from her. Analyzing the young woman's information, he notices that she also has a divine protection. Confused, he questions whether he had just seen yet another hero in that place. Jared states that the headache did not seem normal at all, and that the woman was probably trying to use some kind of mental trick on him. He remarks that most people would have fallen under her influence, but thanks to his ring, he was immune to it. Noticing that her attack failed, the black-haired woman is impressed. She appears somewhat intrigued by Jared, watching him for a while. While pretending not to see her and drinking his beer, the young man thinks that the woman should at least come over to him after pulling a stunt like that. However, one of the woman's subordinates calls her Red Queen and says they need to leave, frustrating Euclid. The bald man explains that their time is up and a Red Queen agrees to leave. Analyzing her subordinates, the boy judges that they must be her guards. They are not particularly special but have significant experience with swords. The Red Queen begins to leave the location, accompanied by her group. Confused, Jared says that besides Keiko, he also saw the Red Queen and questions why there were so many special people there. Before leaving, the young woman simply says that he's interesting. As she passes by him, the girl states that she will meet Jared again someday and time moves on. While cleaning up another monster attack on Cribia, he notices that this year has been relatively peaceful, and at this time the armies were reduced by half. He thinks that the dimensional gate bug from last year repeated itself, and it was good to take advantage of it. However, Jared mentions that he is bothered by the fact that the size of the horde was cut in half, which is strange. Still, he decides not to worry too much about it and turns to the ground. Sitting down, he states that he will check his achievements to celebrate reaching level 70. The young man realizes that his mana has drastically increased due to his bug training, and he can also add the defensive magic he gained while training with Isabella. The system informs him that he has acquired a skill called Magic Defense, and upon seeing this, the young man shouts in excitement. Euclid explains that if Magic Defense reaches 200, it grants level 1 Magic Immunity. If it reaches 400, it grants level 2 Immunity. At 800, level free, and so on. Jared concludes that his body has enough Magic Defense to ignore third-class magic, but he is frustrated with his physical defense. Suddenly, a monster beside him starts growling and he asks what it wants. In his final moments, the creature says that Agrap will avenge it. Hearing this, Jared recognizes the name and panics. The young man realizes that Agrat is related to the Black Church Kako, and that the Black Church was not only composed of the Umbra. Euphyllis states that he did not expect to hear this from an ogre, and that there is likely a connection between Cribia's outbreak and the Kako Church. He recalls that just like with the Umbra Church, it is necessary to investigate the Kako Church as well. At his mansion, we see Jared questioning whether this is what Isabel wanted to see. The young woman looks at various inventions made by our protagonist, visibly impressed. Seeing all of it, she comments that it is incredible. Isabel also notes that the boy always creates more than she could ever imagine. However, Jared responds that's nothing special and asks how her magic training is going. She retorts that she has mastered up to 3-star magic, but 4-star magic is different and difficult to master. Jared replies that there's no need to rush since 3-star magic is enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. However, the former demon states that she is not practicing just to live comfortably. She responds that she has a desire, a fate tied to her past life. The blonde questions why she never told him about her past life. Upon hearing this, Isabella seems hesitant to share. 375 years ago, we see several people burning Isabella at the stake, calling her a witch. After setting her ablaze, they chant, "Long live the Holy Empire of Transilin." Back in the present, the woman finally speaks, saying that the less he knows, the better, as she does not want to attract more attention. Jared thinks that she is to be very cheerful. but due to the dark nature of her magic, she's become more withdrawn. The young man states that this bothers him and that he wants to make the girl laugh, even just a little. Then he asks if she has any problems with her mana. Isabel responds that is a lot to handle, but if she focuses more, she won't have issues in the future. She asks why something brought this up, and the young man says that sooner or later he will be heading into a dungeon. He also explains that it is a place he needs to prepare for, as it is comparable to the tomb of Mahart. Embarrassed, the blonde asks where it is located. Jared responds that it is in the refuge of the demon, and Isabella feigns surprise, saying that she has heard of it before. She states that she will study hard and that she is tired of hearing about that place, to which Euclid retorts that he is definitely going this time. She bids farewell's return to her training and thanks him that she was feeling down, but thanks to him, her mood improved. Smiling, our protagonist thinks that at least he managed to cheer her up. Then he turns around saying that he's going to check something while looking at an object. The young man seems thoughtful and hesitant. Picking up one of the recording devices, he states that an idea has come to his mind. Holding an object in his hands, the boy thinks that cultural content is what is missing for his kingdom's progress. He states that to compensate for this, he plans to use recording devices to exhibit films. However, that is just one part of his plan. Jared thinks that his speech capable of moving the hearts of a crowd requires someone who expresses emotions from deep within. He says that he is surprised by his lack of talent for this, and that besides this problem, people are only after money. In other words, his only choice is to see the last candidate he knows. At the Arcane Pub in Cribia, we see someone preparing to take the stage. Inside, Aki announces that he will invite the charming orator to the stage. Valdez hands Petty. The man with long hair promptly steps onto the stage, thanking the audience for their applause. He begins his speech until Aki notices the presence of someone. The boy sees that his lord Jared is in the audience. He becomes extremely happy about this, but Euclid asks him not to reveal it. Finally, Valdez finishes his speech, raising cheers from everyone in the audience. Jared becomes quite excited, seeing the young man's talent for this. The people around start discussing how that speech was truly good and are impressed by everything. While observing all of this, our protagonist thinks that this man certainly has the power to captivate an audience. He explains that in Paradiso, Valdez Hans Petty was famous for spreading propaganda for the Demon King's army and was a well-known villain for deceiving people. Jared also states that thanks to the quality of his speeches, many converted and chose to help the Demon King, and he even managed to spread a false claim that the sacred allied forces had been corrupted by evil demons. The young man thinks that Valdez did all of this willingly, which is why he did not want to meet him. But at that moment, Aki interrupts him, calling his name. Jared explained that there was someone he wanted to meet, and his vassal asks if it was Mr. Valdez. Understanding that this was the case, Aki says that he to introduce the two of them since Mr. Valdez is the important orator of their pub. Before leaving, Jared asks his vassal to wait a moment. He asks if Aki remembers Qatar Island, which he had mentioned before, and Aki says yes, as it is the home of the Dark Elves, allied with the Doblins. The Colors confirms this and says that for their next business plan, it will work with the Dark Elves on Qatar Island. And if he asks Lady Aveneva for help, she will surely find a way, and Aki agrees. Finally, the blonde comments that this will be an important experience for the boy's development, and Aki becomes very excited before being scolded. Upon entering the room, Valdez greets his lord, wishing him a good afternoon. Jared asks if the young man was expecting him. Valdez comments that his lord stood out in the audience, making him easy to recognize, and he thanks him for listening to his speech. Aki, wanting to leave the two alone, declares that he will prepare some tea, and the blonde thanks him. The orator apologizes for making Aki bring Jared there, as he did not want to take advantage of his privileges. However, Jared responds that he has nothing to apologize for. Besides, he already wanted to meet Valdez. Looking at the man in front of him, our protagonist realizes that the demonic talents he had been searching for were right there. Jared thinks that he is suspicious, but only he has the talent to captivate crowds, and nothing can change that. The young man also thinks that it is concerning considering Paradiso's history, but he believes that, just like Lena, Valdez can change his fate. Thus, he decides to get straight to the point, calling out to Valdez, who quickly responds. The blonde proposes that Valdez become his public relations secretary, becoming the spokesperson for Cribia, and driving the development and promotion of the territory's culture. Hearing his proposal, the long-haired man questions whether it is real. The narrator explains that all the lords Valdez had served forced him to spread lies and hide news about disasters. They were so terrible that they would make even a kind person lose faith in humanity, as they were demons who only served their own selfish desires. And without any guilt or hesitation, it decreed any madness they wished, using Valdez for these acts. However, Lord Jared was different, as he was someone who prioritized the well-being of his territory. And upon receiving this proposal, Valdez realizes that this is the man he has been searching for. However, the order states that he has a condition, and Jared asks him to continue. Hence, Betty declares that he does not wish to promote the leader who becomes a demon, and Jared agrees with him. The man continues, saying that he does not want a duke who tells lies or sings praises that betray his leader's virtues. Thus, he asks whether Jared can promise to be a leader with such benevolence rooted in his heart. The blonde questions if that was all and asks what rewards Valdez wanted. After hearing this, the order denies any interest in money, stating that all he desires is to elevate the person he serves to the heavens. That is his only inspiration. Harpertides realizes that this is Valdez's true nature, as the man's a kingmaker. Euclid concludes that the speeches Valdez gave in Paradiso were merely to promote the one he followed of the Demon King. Jared then states that he promises to be the leader Valdez always wanted, and if he fails to do so, the man can leave him. The long-haired man thanks him, saying that despite his own incompetence, he will do everything to achieve the great goal they shared. Then the two shake hands, reaching an agreement. At that moment, Aki arrives, announcing that the leaf tea is ready. Immediately, he notices the handshake and becomes confused. The young man quickly concludes that another talented individual has joined his lord, and this is magnificent. A short time later, we see Valdez and Jared discussing the idea of using films to promote culture and how vital it would be to control the nation. Valdez states that considering the joyful lives of previous military, a promotional film showcasing that success would be a good starting point. Jared becomes confused, and his ally clarifies that he simply believes a simple and accessible promotional film is the best way to begin. He also mentions that he knows some people involved in theater, and Jared realizes that this is great news as it will aid in film production. Then Valdez states that he has a suggestion he would like to propose since no one has ever listened to him about it before. Jared promptly agrees as his ears are always open to him. The long-haired man proposes that Jared write an autobiography, telling the story of his life. Ducalis thinks this is a fantastic idea and immediately agrees, questioning how they should begin. Sometime later, Jared states that their conversation almost had no end, as they discussed more that night than most people do in a lifetime. He adds that Valdez is a skilled man who brought in great joy, and he was a wonderful companion during that moment. Then we see the young man writing his autobiography. Rumors about Valdez had circulated among the servants for a long time, and they already knew of him. Because of this, no one complained about his position, and he was warmly received. The man immediately started 2 projects. The first was the production of a military propaganda film, and the second was Jared's autobiography. Like a ship sailing smoothly on the open sea, the management of Prithia was peaceful. September 5, we see Jared examining the map of the demonic army's refuge dungeon. Analyzing the data, the young man comments that it is more complex than he imagined. Close something appears, stating that it truly is complex and startling the boy. The blonde promptly questions how she entered and why she did not knock before coming in. The shy girl responds that the door was open. Jared says he understands while checking her absolute stealth status. Euclid states that in any case, he was going to find Chloe later, questioning why she was there. But the girl says she was just early. He begins to explain that the demonic army's refuge is a lair built by demon worshippers in a place even darker than the Heart's Tomb. However, Chloe does not seem intimidated, merely agreeing with him. Our protagonist thinks that he cannot be overtaken by her pace. He must keep up with his own. Jared states that originally this was not a dungeon but a hideout for dark forces. However, as countless altars were built, they began sacrificing humans until it became a dungeon, and as the demon took root there, constant malevolent auras corrupted the monsters, turning it into a beast dungeon. Chloe merely adds that she heard the monsters there were truly strong. Jared states that they are indeed powerful but not so resilient that they cannot be cut down. However, the worst part is that they have completely lost their fear of death. Understanding that their opponents will be monsters corrupted by demons, the elf asks if the divine element would work on them. However, Jared quickly reprimands her, telling her not to use secret blessings there. Feeling threatened and shy, the young woman questions why. Our protagonist seems embarrassed, unsure how to explain it, but he then states that he has an attack plan, so she does not need to worry. She should just give 100% of her ability. Chloe asks if that is all, and Jared makes a joke with her. In his head, he comments that it seemed like Chloe was feeling embarrassed. Analyzing her status, he questions why the girl was displaying a confused tendency. He notices that according to her status, her affection for someone was disturbing her mental health, and he had already thought about this before. The young man acknowledges that there are many attractive men in the Order of Agressiel, and it could be one of them causing this to Chloe, and she had also received a new artifact. He continues his thoughts, but Chloe bids farewell, saying it was time for her to train, and Jared tells her she can go ahead. At the Eastwind Palace of Krivria, our protagonist finishes delivering his report. We see that several of his vassals were gathered, listening to the plan for the dungeon attack, including Hayes, Isabella, Lakis, Mia, Chloe, and Lena. Jared concluded that none of them should face problems during the attack and everything is going smoothly. He asked them to voice any doubts since they wouldn't be able to do so inside the dungeon and states that a total of 7 of them would be attacking the dungeon. Isabella raises her hand saying she heard that a group of 40 people failed to attack the dungeon and questions why only 7 of them would succeed. Jared responds that they would succeed because they would follow the normal route and would distinguish themselves. Sometime later in the enormous region surrounding Cribrian territory, Jared comments that they were almost there. The man informs them that this was their last camp before reaching the dungeon, so they should rest well. The campsite with several tents can be seen, and in one of them Hayes and Mia are sleeping. Analyzing the situation, Jared thinks that it seems like everyone is sleeping soundly, which is a good thing. However, Alina appears beside him saying she couldn't sleep at all. As they walk together, the boy comments that she had truly improved a lot and recalls that she was just a little puck when he rescued her. Happily, the young girl comments that it was thanks to her lord that she managed to improve so much, and Jerry asks if she is satisfied. She lightly responded that she is not since she has a long way to go and is excited to show her lord her evolution. Jerry congratulates Lena since she had done a great job, surprising even him. He then gently pats the girl's head. Leader comments that not only she but many people believe in him as Privia's territory has evolved greatly due to his improvements. Sheegan says that everyone praises him for his achievements and Jared thanks her. The blonde-haired young man responds that he will make sure the dungeon attack goes well since it would be great if they all made it out together. Lena agrees, saying she will do her best for her lord and for the others. With that, the system notifies that Lena's loyalty has increased drastically, and as he looks at the girl, the young man analyzes her status. He thinks that after pushing only her loyalty to the limit, Lena activated her first awakening, and it seems like Crivia's future will be much brighter. The next day at the cave entrance, all of Jared's vassals comment on the terrible smell. Lakias states that the stench of the bodies is really strong even at the entrance. They then see a pile of bones from various people ahead of them. The Lord marks that the smell isn't that bad if you use a cleaning spell and proceeds to do so. Hayes questions whether the holy element would be useful there, but the young man responds that it would not. He explains that, as the report states, using the holy element would double the damage inflicted, but they would also take twice as much damage. Therefore, it was better not to use that element, and even without buffs, both sides would be fighting on equal terms in the end. Isabella and Cologne notice a wind starting to rise around them. Using her wind magic, Mia says that if she does this, the smell will disappear, making it easier to enter. Jared counteth that despite being a first-class mage, the girl used a second-class spell, which was impressive. After that, he asks his group to move forward, noting that many hunters had already reached the first floor, so there wouldn't be many monsters there, and his companions agree. After reviewing his new plan, Jared asks if everyone is understood. He requests that Lena use a displacement shield behind him and states that no one was allowed to go ahead of him until he said otherwise. The girl promptly agrees, addressing him as Lord. As he walks, Jared notices a ring in front of him. It is revealed to be Florel's Ring of Fortune, which, despite having a good purpose, had been used so much that it was now cursed. Realizing that he was already infected, our protagonist panics, questioning what that thing was. The young man explains that the Ring of Fortune was actually a curse ring, and that the artifact was probably the reason there were so many bodies at the entrance. Jared begins to feel a headache, and Hayes asks if everything's okay, to which the young man responds that it is. The boy realizes that if things had happened naturally, he would already be dead, but thanks to the Ring of Grecia, he was immune even to that artifact. Thus, the curse ring returns to being blessed, becoming Florel's Ring of Fortune once again. Noticing that the ring had truly returned to normal, the boy states that things were already going well. He thanks the dead hunter in front of him and says that he will make up for his death by attacking Mac Dungeon. In the basement of the first floor, inside the first stone chamber, we see Jared leaning against the wall, searching for something. Lakias asks the others if they didn't find this situation strange. He points out that all the other hunters who came here died easily, and they had arrived without any issues. Hayes, pointing at her master, affirms that he was truly incredible. She explains that even though those red demons had magical explosions, Jared used magic to guide them back and forth, and they were drawn to it like moths to a flame. Thus, they ended up exploding themselves. Hamonen concludes that even if there were 20 of them, Jared could still handle it. Cologne and Isabella don't fall behind, feeling pressured by Jared's performance. Lena comments that, in any case, she wanted to know what her lord was looking for. At that moment, the blonde-haired young man finds something and celebrates. He asks his soldiers to turn away while he touches a part of the wall. After doing so, he blasts it open, creating a massive entrance. Following the explosion, Chloe, Lakias, and Hayes are impressed by what they see. They realize that there is now a passage before them, and Jared asks if they can proceed. The young man explains that this was an underground passage connected to the 8-stone chamber of the 4th floor, which the developers had abandoned during construction. Euphilist adds that they considered it a waste to completely discard it, and ended up leaving it as it was. In his mind, Jared wonders if cheats like this make him question whether he will encounter other Paradiso players here. He also notes that the Eastern region Belhard mentioned was bothering him for some reason. Lena alerts her master that for some reason, there was a dead-end path. The Lord asks everyone to pay attention since they were about to dig their own passage. He takes out some mines from his pocket and informs them that these had been modified. They were time bombs that would explode after a sec duration. Jared warns his companion that once the bombs explode, enemies may attack them. Then the man throws the mines close to the stone wall. After some time, they explode, opening a massive passage and raising a curtain of smoke. From the passage, several small red demons emerge to attack the hunters group. Despite this, Mate remains unfazed, using her wind ability to counterattack and enjoying herself. The creatures also charge at Lena, who defends herself with her shield. Without hesitation, the young girl counterattacks, easily slicing them in half. Isabella doesn't fall behind, using her dark magic to defeat them. She collides 2 red demons together, causing them to explode. Thus, Hayes and Chloe join forces to defeat the remaining demons. Observing everything, Jared thinks that this was truly impressive. The young man notices that the team was extremely well organized and cooperating effectively. He utilized their abilities. On the 4th underground floor inside the 8-stone chamber, we see the group gathered. Lakias asks if this was the entrance leading to one of the bosses that his master had mentioned, and the man confirms that it was. Jared explains that many hunters had died trying to defeat Florel and Matt because of the many traps. It was difficult to get through without sacrifice. He argues that people usually joke about sacrificing someone before getting close. Approaching the boss room, Jared explains that although Florel might seem dumb, it was a monster capable of using dark magic and was extremely difficult to defeat. However, by using a shortcut, they could simply bypass the monster's chamber. The young man reveals that there was no reason for them to clear the rooms in order since they could enter the next chamber without tilling it. Hayes, amazed by all of this, exclaims that her lord truly knew everything. Icarus, looking at the girl, comments that despite being her first dungeon attack, she was doing well and didn't seem stressed. Lack has mentioned that he heard each floor had 8 stone chambers and asks how he would reach the 5th floor. The Lord approaches a wall and states that this was the door leading from the 8th chamber of the 4th floor to the 1st chamber of the 5th floor. However, Lakas warns that if he opens it, demons might appear, but Jared says he doesn't need to worry. He explains that the 8th chamber of each floor does not contain demons and is used as a shelter, since there is a large mineral there that emits sacred power, repelling the creatures. Jared comments that seeing as there was no human presence there, they were the first to reach the 5th floor, which was surprising. The board also states that this was a blessing from the heavens since, from the 5th floor onward, each monster would have a valuable treasure. Thus, he informs his group that they must kill every single one of them, leaving men behind. However, he pauses first to strengthen his allies, stating that this is extremely important for adapting to the dungeon. And while ignoring that foolish Florel, Jared orders his soldiers to advance to the 5th underground floor. On the next floor, we see some black demons immune to physical damage advancing toward Jared's group. Lina states that those creatures are immune to physical damage, which means she cannot attack them. Other white demons immune to magical damage also appear, charging at their group. Annoyed, Mia questions the demon if it knew how much she had trained, activating her magic immediately. Lacus protects the girl, informing her that the white demons are immune to magic, and that nothing would work against them except physical attacks. At that moment, Jared announces that he will handle the red demons, drawing the creatures toward himself. The soldier orders Lina to cover the left side and lead the black demons toward her lord so that the others could focus on dealing with the white demons in peace. Additionally, the man instructs Chloe on how she should kill the white demons, and the girl follows his orders precisely. Finally, he orders Mia to keep the demons at a distance, and the girl promptly agrees. Hayes begins using her sacred hue and magic on the nearby black demons to eliminate them. Lacus informs his lord that he is the last one who needs to act, and that he will take care of that side while leaving the red demons to Jared. While evading the creatures, Jared thinks that his soldier was putting in 110% effort as the vice leader. However, he soon realizes that the demons were almost catching up to him and wonders if they had some kind of speed buff. The young man uses his magic, causing the demons to explode far away, ensuring that no one was in danger. The creatures only leave behind a pool of red liquid dissolving into the ground. Our protagonist thinks that if he had been caught in that suicide explosion, he would have been completely finished. Suddenly, the system notifies him that he has received various titles and buffs to use in the dungeon. Even though he gains these rewards, he becomes irritated since those titles should have come earlier, and now he was being spammed with notifications. 2 days later, on the 5th underground floor inside the 7th stone chamber, we see Jared's group utterly exhausted. Everyone was worn out, and Isabella commented that this was truly exhausting. Seeing that his friends were tired, the ward decides to take a break before continuing, as they were not in a hurry. He notices that his group had fallen asleep despite the difficult environment. Euclid wonders to himself he should use his sleeping hours now, considering that he no longer needs to sleep thanks to Gorza's necklace. Farpertitus uses his ring to retrieve a bag full of items. Inside, Jared states that they have collected a good amount of magic stones, and that he should start preparing for a final battle. He explains that each high-quality magic stone is worth 1,000 gold coins, which in the Korean system is about 1 billion won. And with the master craftsman's magical tool, the young man remarks that nothing beats money. Jared begins carving the magic stone while thinking that even though he was working with such a valuable object, he felt surprisingly calm. The young man reflects that, although he may have died as an ordinary company employee, in this life he wants to live to the fullest and still has a long journey ahead. Confidently, he declares that he will definitely become the protagonist of this world. So time later, he finishes carving all the stones and places them on the ground. He stands up and informs his now awake group that he has created buff auras in front of each of the 3 paths. The man asks Chloe if she would like to go first, and the girl agrees. He instructs her to step into the magic circle of one of the stones if she does so. Icolas explains that this is a magic circle that will grant hue and speed and strength buffs to the young girl until the stone's magic runs out, and she confirms that she can feel it. Hayes, Mia, and Lycus start desperately asking to test it as well. All of them manage to experience the buff, realizing that the magic circle was incredible, and Jared instructs everyone to stay within one of the magic circles. The Lord states that when they begin the battle with the boss, demons will start coming from outside the stone chamber and will cover the 3 paths. Lina and Mia will take care of the left path, and the girls probably agree. Chloe will be in the middle, and Lycus will handle the right path, covering all 3 directions this way, and both agree. Finally, the man asks Isabel to please cover everyone with her magic, and the former demon affirms that she will do so. Feeling left out, Hayes asks what she should do since she hasn't received any instructions. However, the blonde-haired young man approaches and tells Hayes that she will be part of the boss attack, and the maid asks if they were practicing their synchronization because of this. Gary confirms, stating that this will be the key factor in defeating the boss. At that moment, the 2 step through the final boss's door, seeing a creature seated on its throne. The boss of the demon's refuge, Gapages, begins making a noise through its nose. Hayes claims to Jared more tightly to stay protected by her lord, and the boy returns the embrace. He states that she doesn't need to remain silent since Gapages is in a deep sleep and will not wake up easily. But there is a catch, and he uses his second-class magic, Glittering Dust. Suddenly, several edges become visible, and he explains that if they touch any of those, the alarm will go off and Gapages will wake up. The man orders Hayes to move toward the throne using her flexibility, and soon after he teleports to Gapages' side. Nearby, Jared thinks that if he were a 6th-class mage, he would have used multi-teleport to bring her with him. He then asks if Hayes is ready. The girl simply asks her lord to wait because she wants to tie her hair. She then tosses her cape aside, declaring that she will go wherever her lord desires. Outside, Lina and Isabella are truly impressed by Hayes' skill. Maid is flexible enough to pass through most of the lasers. For a moment, she thinks she is about to touch one of the lasers with her planets. Lina, making a joke, asks if a young woman had put something inside her clothes, and Hayes replies that she had not. However, she sighs and begins pushing forward, confronting her fears. Lena, Kolo, and Mia are extremely impressed by the scene. They begin encouraging Hayes, who is now almost reaching Jared. For some reason, the girl starts hearing a strange sound. Suddenly, she realizes that her hairband is about to snout. Jared tries to prevent it, warning Hayes to be careful. The group outside becomes worried, seeing that the hairband is dangerously close to the lasers. However, Hayes manages to stop it just in time, feeling relieved. The cultist tells his maid not to scare him like that, also feeling relieved. Shortly after, the young woman finally reaches his side, and Jared tells her she did a great job and that they would now begin the attack. Delore recites a famous saying explaining that it means that over time, even drops of water can carve a hole in a stone. And this saying will be the key to their attack on Gappages, so he asks how long Hayes' healing magic lasts. She explains that if she uses it continuously, it would last about 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, Jared comments that she had made significant progress as just a few months ago she could barely sustain it for 10 seconds. Feeling very happy, she shouts that it was all thanks to her lord's training techniques, and Jared casts silence magic on her as a precaution. He takes the girl's hand, asking her to follow him because he will climb up to where Gappage's head is. The two move behind the throne, climbing onto a ledge there. Hayes is amazed by it. Icullis explains that this is where his magic and the girl's healing will come into play, and Hayes remarks that if they do this, it will wake up Gappages. The young man confirms that his maid was correct and that the combination of attack and healing will be crucial for this raid. The young woman is confused, hearing this without fully understanding his intent. In the background, we see that Jared's brood is handling the seemingly endless waves of demons, but managing well thanks to the buffs from the stones. At that moment, Lena successfully uses her shield to protect her companions from an attack. Kolo also utilizes her mobility skill, cutting down several demons. Lakaz is also in the middle of the battle, fighting while sustaining several injuries. However, all these wounds are easily healed by the buff, and he states that this battle has become much easier. Isabella was also happy since she felt that her battle skills had improved. However, Lakaz urged his allies not to let their guard down. The soldier explained that if any of the demons got past them, the alarm would be triggered and Gappages would wake up. Suddenly, Kolo, alarmed, warned that they had let a black demon slip through, and it was heading straight for the alarm. The creature remained determined, moving toward the lasers to activate them and ruin Jared's plan. Kolo exclaimed that her attacks would be useless, and Lena countered that they would meet magical attacks. If the demon got through, it would lose everything. Suddenly, a fireball emerged through the dimensional portal, hitting and eliminating the demon. Jared's group celebrated, relieved that their lord had saved them. Icullis felt relieved that he had prevented disaster, giving a thumbs up afterward. While using her healing magic, Hayes commented that it was quite difficult. Jared asked if it was so difficult that it made her wish she could fight directly against Gappages. Hayes responded that it was, but she also noted that her lord had told her that Gappages was not an easy monster to deal with. Hearing this, the young man agreed that it was true. He thought that, in reality, they lacked significant brute force to conquer this dungeon the same way it was done in Paradiso. Moreover, if Gappages were to wake up, he would summon every monster from each floor into the boss room. That would also remove the seal from Four's room, and the enraged dark mage would rush in with his weapon to protect his master. So the boy thought that sooner or later they needed to finish this, since it was the only way to receive the rewards for being the first to clear the dungeon. The young man explained that the trick itself was quite simple, and that there were two conditions for Gappages to wake up. The first was touching one of the lasers, and the second was dealing damage that exceeded 3 health points at once. Jared pointed out that the problem was that his basic attack dealt 5 health points of damage. But if Hayes applied her sealing magic, which restored 2.5 health per second, it was possible to reduce the damage to stay below 3 points. That was why the trick relied on a balance between damage and healing, and Jared mentioned that they were soon reaching Gappage's brain. The maid asked her lord if she was doing it correctly, and the boy assured her that she was, and that she was doing very well. Excited, the maid exclaimed that she couldn't believe they were actually going to defeat a giant monster that even a large group of hunters couldn't handle. Inside his mind, Gappages stated that he was in a deep sleep to recover his body. Even so, he wondered what this strange feeling was, as if stones were falling on his head. He remarked that it was slightly distracting, but it must have been part of the dream. However, he soon noticed that he was feeling strong pain in his head and questioned where it was coming from. The creature insisted that it had to be part of the dream, yet he realized that it was actually an intruder. However, before Gappages could wake up, Jared declared that it was time to finish this and used his wind cutter. Before the creature could react, it fell lifeless. After defeating the monster, Jared and Hayes felt relieved. The two of them burst into joyful laughter at their achievement. Before disappearing, Gappages muttered that it was a rather pathetic ending to be remembered as the last moments of a king. With the creature's disappearance, the other monsters that had been fighting against Jared's group also vanished. Lakaz shouted to his master, saying that he had done it, feeling incredibly proud of Jared. With Gappage's beloveds at hand, Jared celebrated as the attack amplification magic was now his. The young man explained that the first person to defeat Gappages in Paradiso was able to take advantage of the unique bonus granted by the boss. In this case, it was transcendental magic, which essentially amplifies the power of the original magic, allowing the user to build beyond their magical limits. If we increase the strength of a spell by up to 10 times its original power, but the mana cost would rise with each rank. For example, using a first-class magic missile with double transcendence would cost 2,000 mana instead of 1,000. Jared started calculating his maximum mana capacity when Hayes alerted her lord that something strange was following him. Turning around, our protagonist noticed that beside Hayes was an artifact known as Gappage's wings. Everyone who had participated in the dungeon received a pair of these boots and realized that the item granted a speed buff. Jared was thrilled to see this development. Then something happened to Jared's left arm, allowing him to use transcendental magic. In order to test it, our protagonist summons his fireball ability using double transcendental magic. He then launches his attack, realizing that it had become extremely more powerful. The members of his group also noticed this, becoming quite impressed by it. Proud of himself, Jared states that this was incredible and that this was the transcendence that only he could use. The young man declares that this was a perfect ending for everyone and the attack concluded with great success. On their way back, the group that had attacked the raid was using the same shortcut they had taken earlier, only this time to exit. Hayes asked Jared if after them, other hunters would also be able to use this path, and the boy confirms that they would. Because of that, he comments that he will block the passage and ensure that it doesn't happen. Jared's mate agrees, saying that not everyone should be able to use that shortcut and that they would help block the way. And before completely sealing out the passage, Jared mentioned that only a quick and cunning hunter would be lucky enough to find it. At Lord Jared's mansion, rain falls upon the rooftop. Saying on his sofa, the boy comment for the feeling of using transcendental magic was very clear. He states that the double transcendental fireball he used in the demon's refuge was something he could only manage there. But with Madia's scepter, he could triple the transcendental fireball, and he would now have to use that object a lot. Yukila states that this was an artifact he had obtained when he rescued Aki, and it already felt like a long time ago. Suddenly, a cat appears behind the protagonist. The boy, startled, yells and asks what that animal was doing there. One of the maids explains that the cat entered the mansion a few days ago and started wandering around, apologizing for not mentioning it sooner. She further explains that since the rainy season had begun, the cat must have entered to seek shelter, and Jared remarks that it must have liked being there. The young man supposes that it would be nice to take care of a pet, and besides, Hayes would also like it. With the purified spirit of Gaffages in hand, the young man declares that he will use this reward. Upon using it on the poor animal, the kitten begins to receive various buffs, becoming powerful. Suddenly, the cat starts speaking and asks Jared to give it a name, leaving the young man intrigued. He begins thinking until something familiar comes to mind. The young man names the cat Terry, and the little feline asks why. But before he can explain, the maid says that it's a very cute name, while Jared recalls that it was actually the name of a delicious burger from his past life. At that moment, rain was also falling upon another territory. Elsewhere, several hooded figures are gathered, and one of them, near a well, asks if this was the final location. One of the hooded figures instructs his subordinate to proceed, and a young man with rabbit-like teeth agrees. He then throws several objects wrapped in bloody cloth into the well. The young man states that they had tied stones to the diseased bodies they threw in, ensuring that they would sink into the well. The leader of the hooded figures inquires about the results of the previous tests, and his subordinate confirms that everything went perfectly. Additionally, the bodies were in excellent condition, and within 24 hours, anyone who drank from that water would become susceptible to all sorts of waterborne diseases. The man wearing a red mask celebrates, saying that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The madman then declares that now all that remained was to see how the kingdoms of Malice, Blonuso, and Cinders would respond to this infernal water curse. At the same time, we return to Krivia's territory. Holding a necklace in his hands, Jared contemplates the object, realizing there was something given to Putilin with malicious intent. Euclid's comments that it only had worthless options, and the best course of action was to keep it away from the world. Looking out the window, Jared notes that the rain had not stopped falling, that since his territory was well equipped, the water should be a problem. Suddenly, someone knocks on the young man's door, and he wonders who it could be so early in the morning. Valdez, upon being received by his master, apologizes for disturbing him so early, but the blonde-haired young man appears happy with his arrival. The young man states that according to the order of Radius, there would be no disaster in Caribbean territory that year. Jared agrees, mentioning that he should reveal this as mere superstition, but he was certain that they would prevent any disaster. In his mind, he thinks that he couldn't explain the system or the Great Lord title to his vassal, so he gave that excuse instead. Valdez then questions why they don't film their Lord offering prayers for the safety and well-being of the citizens. Since they have enough spirit stone lights, there wouldn't be a problem to start filming at dawn, and they could begin right away. Jared thinks that the young man had quick reasoning, and of course, Valdez had already anticipated his approval and prepared for it. Finally, the blonde-haired young man comments then is a great idea, affirming that they will proceed with the activity. Jared reflects that one of a leader's responsibilities is to work with the strengths of his subordinates, and he accepted the idea to encourage Valdez. Sometime later, an old man comments that while other territories were experiencing severe floods and all kinds of diseases, they were doing well. Other people agree, saying that their Lord's prayers for them were working. Thus, we see a crowd watching a video of Jared praying for everyone. As a result, the young man gains 100 loyalty points, and the golden age of the territory approaches. The system also informs him that with the arrival of the golden age, the general production capacity of the citizens will increase by 100% for 1 month. And so the golden age arrives once again in the great land of Cribia. However, other lands and kingdoms in the surrounding areas were struck by the worst rains, floods, and diseases. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to blame the leaders. Therefore, it was only natural for Cribia, a territory that suffered no disasters, to feel that its peace came from Jared's prayers. A week later, in the underground processing room, several blue potions are visible. Isabella asks her master what they were since she hadn't seen them there the previous week. Our protagonist explains that they were master potions created to prepare for the rainy season. He further explains that according to the formula, 10 types of herbs were mixed into them, making it a general-purpose remedy that only needed to be added to water. Isabella praises the young man, saying he is incredible, and as she was surprised by Renault's cure, asking how he knew about the master potion. The boy hesitates to explain, that then says that the reason he called her there today was for something else. However, she interrupts him, saying that she already knew why she was there but didn't quite understand why he wanted to place a curse on a cure he had created. Jared explains that it was because the potion's effects were too strong, potentially overloading the body, so they needed to weaken it to ensure it was gentle enough. Isabella asks if that means someone could fall ill after using the potion, and the young man confirms that it was possible. Inetta asks her how the effect of the ring he had given her, which suppressed negative emotions, was working. The girl responds that it was working perfectly since many of her negative emotions have disappeared, and it felt as if her irritation had vanished. The Lord is pleased. The young woman begins to blush while admitting that in the past, whenever she saw the boy, she would be irritated. However, knowing what that meant, Jared states that he didn't want to be in a relationship with anyone, as he didn't have enough time or dedication for it. Irritated upon hearing this, Isabella scolds Jared, telling him to stop being so full of himself and playing with her emotions, to which the young man agrees. Sometime later, they finish what they were working on. Several crates filled with potions are now visible, and Isabella asks if they could even use all of them. Jared replies that they could and that they would find a way. However, someone suddenly starts knocking desperately on the door, calling for their master. Hayes reports that there's a big problem. The ambassadors of Bonuso and Malice had arrived at the same time. Now we shifted to the VIP room of Krubia inside Jared's mansion. The ambassador of the Malice Kingdom and the ambassador of the Bonuso Kingdom find themselves surprised to be there for the same purpose. The two of them exchange glances as this had not been planned, catching them both off guard. Impressed, the ambassador of Malice looks around and comments that the interior was far too grand to be called just a room. The ambassador of Bonuso also thinks to himself that if someone told him this place was connected to the imperial royalty, he would believe it. Suddenly, someone enters the room welcoming the two ambassadors. Jared states that he has never had relations with either of the kingdoms and asks what was going on. Both men shout simultaneously as they try to speak to Jared, but they end up talking over each other in confusion. Eucalis remarks that they have plenty of time and that he will first listen to what the Bonuso Kingdom has to say. The ambassador begins explaining that the heavy rains had caused the Octatio River to flood the lands during the rainy season. He states that the storms were twice as intense as the previous year and that massive floods occurred throughout the entire kingdom. Upon hearing this, Jared responded that it seems like they were not prepared enough for the flooding. The man accepts the criticism and simply adds that this resulted in a significant number of victims and casualties. Furthermore, he mentions that his kingdom was doing its best to recover. However, an epidemic spreading in the affected areas was making everything worse. He reports that 3 days ago he received a letter from Aki, stating that Lord Jared had recently created a remedy capable of treating infectious diseases. Hearing this, the blonde-haired young man thinks to himself that Aki's timing was terrifying since she leaked information about the master potion to both kingdoms strategically. Placing his teacup on the table, the Duke states that the conversation will be quick. Jared comments that the ambassador was not asking for help but instead wanted to buy the cure. He then assumes that the Malice Kingdom was thinking the same thing and the other ambassador agrees. They both begin shouting, saying that no matter the price, they just wanted to buy as many potions as Jared could sell. Eucalyptus explains some details about the potion and states that they will prepare them immediately and deliver them to the border. Before leaving, the ambassadors thank the Duke for his help. After the men depart, Jared stares at the door as if sensing something. The young man continues gazing at it as if he knew that someone else was about to arrive. Hayes suddenly calls out to her lord, prompting the young man to ask what was happening. The young woman explains that the Kingdom of Cinders had also arrived, and not only that, but Princess Maria herself was there. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired young man realizes that Maria's presence indicates just how urgent the situation in Cinders truly was. Sometime later, we see the red-haired girl drinking a cup of tea. She states that she doesn't feel right drinking it, as many people are suffering the flooded region at that very moment. Jared simply asks her to drink the tea and feel better so that she can spread positive energy to the people. The young man thinks to himself that she was completely different from the last time he saw her. Additionally, he also knows that she must have left in a hurry due to the situation, and then Maria comments that she thought cinders have been prepared. However, the epidemic spread faster than they had anticipated, and Jared asks the young woman to provide more details about the situation. Maria explains that knowing that floods and epidemics go hand in hand, they had continued preparing and had enough medicine. She also states that all affected citizens were relocated to other regions and they had isolated those who were considered high risk. However, the diseases continued to spread because they were unable to stop the outbreak, though they were now planning to prevent further spread. The young woman adds that, in addition to this, epidemics also broke out in areas unrelated to the flood, particularly around the well that citizens use for water. Jared comments that it sounds like it found bodies that might be the source of the epidemic, prompting Maria to ask how he knew that. In his mind, our protagonist thinks that he expected this but did not believe they would resort to such immoral methods. The young man also notes to himself that this was most likely the work of the Umber Church. He explained that unlike Lynx, the veiled priest Clues was notorious for being someone who did not hesitate to terrorize this world. And since he had intervened in the civil war of the Cinders Kingdom and completely ruined Umber's plans, it was obvious that they were seeking revenge. Based on his knowledge, the dupe reveals to Maria that this was the work of the Umber Church. The young moon agrees, stating that they must have gathered information about the kingdom, and Jared replies that he will reveal the solution to her. He informs her that he has the cure for the epidemic called the Master Potion, which could eliminate all waterborne diseases. Upon hearing this, Maria is deeply impressed, questioning how the young man was capable of such things. He simply responds that he has studied herbal medicine since childhood and now is proving to be very useful. The princess states that if that was the case, she willing to buy the cure for the kingdom of cinders and was willing to pay any price since people in her kingdom were dying. Jared declares that he will give her 70% of the potions produced since they were still being manufactured. Confused, Maria asks if the ambassadors who had purchased the potion only needed 30% of the supply. Our protagonist explains that they most likely would not use the cure on any civilians. Only high-class individuals like nobles would actually be treated. He also states that Maria was too pure and did not yet understand the true cruelty of the world and how it really worked. The young woman responds that she knew that and felt embarrassed by Jared's concern for her. The blonde-haired young man asks his colleague to manage the wells in the area properly and says that he will give the princess the tear immediately. The young woman thanks him on behalf of her kingdom and its citizens, and Euclid asks if they could discuss the pricing. Sometime later, the young man explains that he had invested all this time in producing master potions. At that point, selling them had become highly profitable. He also explained that by producing them manually, they could generate 5 times more potions than with automatic methods, so they had to resort to that approach. Moreover, it wasn't difficult for him to focus on working 24 hours a day since he didn't need to sleep or eat. However, there was still a problem. At that moment, we see Jared asking Isabella if she was sleeping. Crying and having a nightmare, the young woman begins shouting things about her family. Our protagonist rushes to try to wake her up, wanting to know if something was wrong. Analyzing his colleague, he realizes that Isabella was trapped in a cold and dark place in her dream. The young man starts covering her with a blanket. Immediately afterward, he comments that it seems obvious, but there was only one way to warm Isabella up, so he hugs her. The woman slowly wakes up, feeling a bit confused. The former demon questions what was happening, and Jared explains that he simply wanted to keep her warm. She becomes irritated, saying that her duke was taking advantage of her and demanding that he leave. The young man quickly apologizes for overworking her and thanks her for her efforts. The young woman responds that it was fine and that she must have fallen into a deep sleep without realizing it. Hikala says that now that she was awake, she should focus on production since there were many orders and those potions would save countless lives. The young woman is persuaded by his words and starts preparing the potions with him. As our protagonist works on the potions, he affirms that he must always seize an opportunity when it arises, as it might be his best chance to find gold. Days later, we see Aki running to Jared, shouting that they were receiving too many orders for master potions and that they had run out of stock. The young woman comments that even the dark elves of Tatel Island and the Goblin Lord had placed orders. Happy with the increased wealth of Kribia, Jared thanks Aki for her help, causing her to feel embarrassed. The young woman then mentions that, by the way, her lord was incredible, and she couldn't believe he had built a processing plant in just 1 month. Looking at the potion factory, Master Jared comments that he was also surprised he had managed to accomplish that. The lord thinks about how he worked on it for an entire month thanks to the Dark Spirit's stones, and that it was quite difficult to level the machine up to level 100. He also states that from now on, he no longer needs to bother Isabella, and Aki informs him that she will be heading back. Aki also mentions that demand for the potion had increased and that they should raise the price. Jared replies that he will leave that decision to his subordinate. Sometime later, we see rain falling over the mountains. Many people were walking through it, all heading in the same direction. An old man in the crowd comments that the only way for them to survive was to reach the kingdom of Kribia, and they would continue for just a little longer. Thus, the citizens convinced themselves that they were almost there. At that moment, Isabella knocks on her protagonist's door, and the young man asks her to come in. She explains that she was there to make a request, and the young man asks what it was. The young woman recalls that her lord had promised her 9% of the profits from potion sales, but she didn't want it. However, the young man insists that he had promised to give her that share to compensate for her efforts, as she shouldn't work for free. Isabella states that she understood that, and that was precisely why she was there, to make a request. But she did not want the profit. The Lord then suggests that they discuss it further. The former demon reveals that she wanted to create a sorcerer's guild where all sorcerers from across the continent could gather together. Euclid approves the idea of stating that sorcerers have different mechanics compared to dark mages. He considers that sorcerers specialize in buffs and are useful in many ways. However, there was a risk that they could rebel. For that reason, he accepts the proposal but firmly states to Isabella that he will not allow sorcerers with that conduct to join. The young woman agrees, saying that those who cannot control themselves will be prevented from entering the guild. She then revealed that her plan was to gather all the sorcerers who had been scattered after the massacre of Transilia, and she intended to create force that would help both her and the kingdom of Kribia. The young woman states that she was not joking. This was the idea she had nurtured ever since she received her new body. Euclid tells Isabella that what she said today was completely unexpected. A determined young woman responded that she bets her honor and her past that this will succeed, and that she will also ensure control over the sorcerers, so they do not trouble her master. Understanding his vassal's situation, the young man accepts, and Isabella comments that she was only trying to help her master's kingdom. He then decides that he will give full support to the establishment of the Sorcerer's Guild, but she must take responsibility and properly manage it. He then affirms that if sorcerers come into contact with dark magic, they will likely switch sides. And so he asked Isabella what she would do if her guild's allies became evil. The young woman declares that she will take control and destroy them with her own power. There will be no cooperation with the Dark Church. Additionally, with a smile, Isabella states that she hated the Dark Church even more than her duke. Convinced, the Lord shouts for Isabella to hurry up, leaving the young woman startled. Thus, the news of the establishment of Isabella's Sorcerers Guild quickly spread. The narrator explains that other countries on the continent of Mass do not recognize the potential of sorcerers, especially since their numbers declined after the massacre. However, Jared, who understood the unique powers that sorcerers of Paradiso possessed, knew that if he trained them, he would gain a significant advantage in many of the upcoming wars. On the 19th day of the 8th month of 1415, Lacus confirms that the situation the Lord had mentioned was happening. However, seeing the countless refugees arriving, he comments that their numbers were nearly an entire country's worth. Shocked, Jared replies that he also found it suspicious, as even though he had expected some refugees, this was 3 times more than he had predicted. The young man states that judging by their clothes, it was evident that they were all refugees from the kingdoms of Bonuso and Malice, and he questions why they had abandoned their own people like this. Eutychus states that those 2 kings had lost their minds and that he had to do something about it. He asks his cat, Terry, to detect any dark energy among the crowd. Furthermore, the young man clarifies that he doesn't mean specifics, just a count of how many there were, and the cat agrees in exchange for a snack. The little animal begins walking toward the edge of a cliff to analyze the crowd. Lacus asks his lord if they should continue with the original plan. Jared explains that they will claim that region, name it Senair, and announce it as the refugee district. Lacus questions whether the young man truly intended to reclaim those devastated lands. The lord responded that although they had acquired that territory, it had not developed, which is why they would invest all resources into developing the Senair district. Lacus then asks if that was why his master sold the potions. Was he thinking about this all along? However, ignoring his soldier, Jared states that the rapidly increasing population was worrying him, and he comments that people say the population is power. However, the area had no dungeon or anyone specialized in mining, making it unsuitable for commercial and resource development. That was likely why the previous lords who governed this place left it untouched. So there was only one thing he could think of, and that was his plan. Finally, Jared declares that he will turn this place into his sacred land, as any believer nearby would be unable to resist visiting this location. As he walks through the crowd, Terry analyzes the people. The cat suddenly spots a group of hooded figures and immediately recognizes them. The masked man from the other gate shouts at Jared, calling him too much of a bastard. And so Terry begins using his abilities to analyze those beings. In the Senair district, it was now visible that several tents had already been set up for the refugees. Inside one of them, a meeting was held with Jared seated at a table alongside his vassals. The young man thanks everyone for their help and informs them that they were there to stabilize internal affairs since many refugees were already living there. He then turns to Lacus, telling him that his job will be the most important, and he will emphasize 2 key principles. His principles were the carrot and the stick. The carrot meant helping refugees who were doing their best to settle into this land, and the stick meant punishing those who committed crimes during these uncertain times. Upon receiving these orders, Lacus simply states that he understands. Jared then declares that if necessary, Lacus may use his own methods, as it was unacceptable to commit violence and disturb people in this new land. In response, the soldier affirms that he will keep that in mind, and Jared prepares to give the next orders. He instructs his other vassals to guide the refugees through the official aid policies, and the men agree. Eutychus explains that the first step was to provide loans to refugees so they could build their homes with a long-term payment plan of 20 years. The second was that cultivations, the exports from that land, would be 100% tax-free for the next 4 years. Lastly, if the refugee participated in the construction of a large-scale project for the Senair district, they would be treated as paid workers. Finally, he states that this is all, as these would be the 3 key points of the Senair project measures. Sometime later, we see some refugees standing before the soldiers. One of them tries to steal a coin pouch from a woman next to him, but is stopped immediately. The soldier declares that theft is a serious crime and that his lord had ordered him to severely punish those who attempted such acts. He then asks the man if he was prepared to face the consequences, but the young man apologizes. Observing the situation, Jared thinks that it seems like the refugees from the kingdoms of Malice and Bonuso are endless, and the population of that territory had doubled in size. The young man also notes that if the refugees stabilize and become part of his territory, it would gain the power to threaten the surrounding kingdoms. However, he wonders what would happen if he failed, as from this moment on, there was a great possibility that hell would descend upon him. Ultimately, the young man declares that he will make the kingdoms of Bonuso and Malice pay, just as Terry arrives nearby. The cat explains that he came here because he saw suspicious movements from the person he had watched the most, and his lord asks what was happening. Terry reports that the masked man had crossed the mountain and headed toward his hideout, even calling Jared a bastard in the process. Our protagonist asks if he was referring to that white-haired man wearing a mask that covered his face, and Terry confirms, receiving a treat in return. Eutychus remarks that the bastard must have gone deeper into the camp but fled after being watched. The cat asks if he should guide his master to the hideout, pausing the young man to get an idea. He recalls that during the Armageddon battle, Clues was a powerful main that had never been defeated. Even the wailing Lena wall in front of Clues seemed weak, but Jared thinks that he must be weaker now since the Duke was 9 years in the past. On either hand, the blonde-haired young man had recently learned transcendental magic, so the self-confidence had increased. Carrying his cap on his back, he declares that he will search for Clues and that he will try his best to eliminate him. As they approach an entrance, the cat explains that the cave was a temporary enemy camp. Dismounting from his horse, the cat points out where the entrance was, leaving the Lord surprised. The blonde-haired young man then tells his companion that he will enter on the count of 3, and the count understands. The young man starts counting, and upon reaching 3, he bursts into the hideout. However, once inside, the only thing he sees is a photo of himself on the wall with a dagger stabbed through it. Seeing this, the young man declares that he hates stalker men, but either way, it seemed that this was very bad, and also Clues was going to stick around and meticulously follow him again. Sometime later, Jared asks one of the refugees how she was feeling after drinking the potion. The young woman, confused, questions why her lord was showing respect to a commoner like her, but Jared states that this was not the time to think about that. She reveals that she feels more energetic, but her head is spinning so much that she feels that she's going to faint. Jared reveals that this was due to a lack of stamina, then calls Hayes for help to show the woman, and the young maid agrees. The maid then asks if her master was fine in terms of mana, and the young man replies that he could use his magic for an entire year and still be fine. Sometime later, we hear someone shouting for their lord, but ones calling him were 2 refugees who were begging to help the lord for everything he had done for them. The duke states that he had just treated them, and he still needed to rest. However, upon analyzing their statistics, the young man realizes that Maru was skilled in medicine, while Mary was good at psychotherapy. The young man also notes that they still lack certain qualities to become his subordinates, but they could act as a control tower. Thus, the young man accepts their help, but then tells them that they do not need to rush, as this was the quarantine zone. He explains that whenever they enter or leave the wards, they must sterilize themselves in one of the magical circles, stating that they could help. Maru and Mary thank him, saying that they will do their best to help the patients recover. Finally, Eucalis states that the 2 are full of energy, and that he was counting on them. As he walks with his maid, Jared tells her that her abilities have greatly helped in treating the patients. She responds that she is happy to have been useful, and was also surprised since it was her first time using divine power to help people. The Lord tells her that from now on, he wants to see her grow even more as a healer since he has high hopes for her. Feeling flattered, the young woman replies that if it's for her Lord, she is ready to give her best, blushing in embarrassment. In his mind, the young man thinks that Hayes was just a normal maid 17 months ago, but now she a human power, and become very strong. The only disappointment was that the young woman had not yet reached her first awakening, and given the time and effort she had put into it, it should have already happened. The young man wonders if there is a defense mechanism in her body that even he does not know about, or perhaps the answer is simpler than that. Jared approaches her, saying that even though Hayes had helped him so much, he didn't know how to thank her. The Duke says that he doesn't know if this is a worthy reward, but Hayes insists that everything her lord does is right, and that his heart is wonderful. Finally, the young man reveals that he wants to thank her with all his heart as he moves closer to her. The 2 draw closer and closer, Lee and the maid extremely flustered. Then Jared kisses her, taking the girl by surprise. Both of them become extremely red, not knowing how to react. After pulling away from the kiss, Jared stares at Hayes, unsure of what to say. With that kiss, Hayes receives several upgrades, skipping from first awakening to third awakening all at once. The Lord, completely confused, questions what the hell is happening. He wonders what kind of title his maid just received and why she got so many buffs. Our protagonist thinks that he was single even in his own reality, so he never imagined that he would have to kiss someone in Paradiso. Suddenly, Hayes informs her master that she is feeling sleepy and begins to faint. Eucalis, confused, questions how something so good could happen just from a kiss and how she managed to reach third awakening. Sometime later, we see the blue-haired girl sleeping. Jared lays the girl down in a tent, asking Mary to take good care of her since the young woman needs to rest, and Mary agrees. Our protagonist thinks that he wants to stay by Hayes' side, but he needs to find something to turn Senair District into a secret place for the Church of Radius. The young man explains that the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius is one of the 5 sacred relics of the Church of Radius, and it is hidden far to the north on Tatel Island, the territory of the Dark Elves. Leaving the tent, the young man declares to himself that he has a long journey ahead. He wonders if this will be his first sea voyage, as the only way to reach Tatel Island is by crossing the sea. Determined, Jared states that now that Senair District is in order, it is time to complete his project using the artifact that will grant the district a divine blessing. And so he flies through the rain, declaring that he is heading to the territory of the Dark Elves in the far north. On another day, we see the Church of Crydia illuminated by the night sky. The high priest of the church appears confused until the saint calls for his attention. Luna asks if everything is alright as he seems worried, but Niog responds that he is fine. The young woman asks if something is bothering a priest. He replies that it's not exactly that, it's just that what he heard from Lord Jared was strange, no matter how he thought about it. 2 days earlier, we see Jared arriving at the church, calling for the High Priest, who receives him with full support. The blonde-haired young man tells Mio that he received some information that the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius was somewhere in Senair District, and he asked if he finds that relic. Would the priest recognize Senair as an official sacred land? The man replies that it is one of the 5 most sought-after relics. Jared confirms that yes, it is one of the relics that was lost in the past due to wars, looting, and thieves, and he is determined to find it, no matter what. After telling us to Luna, Neod informs her that this happened 2 days ago, and Luna asks if it wouldn't be a great blessing for them to find that relic. Neod responds that yes, it would be, but he wants to know how Lord Jared is going to find a secret relic that even the Church of Radius was unable to locate. Since even though he is talented, the young man was not supposed to find it alone, and Luna asks if the relic was found in the place where it was discovered, would it become sacred? The priest confirms, saying that from this day on, the place where it was will become a cathedral, and the entire surrounding area will be sacred. Thus, if the sacred relic is discovered, the church would unanimously declare the place as sacred, and he was curious to see the Platinum Grail. Luna responds that she was excited, questioning what would happen if it were true since she would see the relic she had longed for all her life. Neowood says he doesn't think it's possible, but since Jared left confidently he would prepare, asking the girl to do him a favor and follow him. We return to Jared, who was flying over the ocean at night, commenting that it was scary since there weren't many light sources nearby. Our protagonist thinks that if the Holy Grail is found in the Senair district, they will agree that it will be a sacred place as Radius was desperate for relics. The boy explains that the church has no sacred relics to rely on, and that was the main reason it was attacked by the Dark Church. The Umber Church has a dark shroud, and the Keiko Church possesses an extraordinary artifact called the Skull of Kako. The boy thinks that he didn't want to do this now, but since he wanted to make Senair a sacred land, he knew the relic would be the best option. He also says in his mind that if Radius was watching him, he hoped he would forgive him for the plans to move the sacred land elsewhere. Thus we jump to Tatel Island, which was covered by dense forests. Stepping there, the blonde comments that it was his first time visiting the island. Walking among the trees, he states that this place was a drag, and that after the Battle of Armageddon, the Dark Elves joined the demon army against humans. He thinks that naturally Dark Elves are considered a strong race, so it's inevitable that they have a bad reputation. But since he researched the history of Dark Elves, he thought differently. The young man reports that in about 4 years, the Dark Elves will start free trade with humans. And thanks to that, the countries that participated in the trade managed to buy weapons and magical devices, but the problem was the greed of the foolish king. Instead of paying a generous amount for the device, he thought it would be better to subjugate the Dark Elves and steal their knowledge. And that was why the Dark Elves gave up trusting humanity and sided with the demons in the Battle of Armageddon. Thus, he finally arrives at the place where the Holy Grail was buried. Our protagonist informs that a tree with a large amount of sap stood in front of where the Holy Grail was buried. Then we had a time skip. We see Jared throwing a shovel aside, happy to have finally found the sacred object. Within his hands, he affirms that it was the Platinum Holy Grail of Radius. Jared begins to analyze the item to check its title message and its options. However, a thunderous sound can be heard. Desperate, Euculus wonders what the hell that was, until a creature called Tradnex appears, and Jared thinks that it was a weapon used by Dark Elves in the Battle of Armageddon and the pinnacle of magical engineering. Hiding, he reports that Tradnex was a transcendental body known as Tanex. Furthermore, the boy states that Tanex was terrifying since, regardless of the user's strength, whoever wore that armor would receive multiple buffs. However, he thinks that this is strange and questions whether the armor was in a flight test. Our protagonist thinks that if it were in a game, a pilot would be needed to maximize combat ability, but no one was piloting it, and so he wonders if this was an opportunity. The boy states that he can't let this opportunity slip away, and if he could take 10x and conduct his own research, it would be incredible. Therefore, he affirms that this will be a golden opportunity and then rushes toward the armor with his mirrored image. The boy manages to get close and reach it until the armor notices his presence. The armor turns, receiving instructions to eliminate Jared. Our protagonist only watches the scene, hiding in a tree. His duplicate continues to draw the armor's attention, which keeps repeating the Morse word. Immediately, the fake Jared realizes that it was the right moment and turns. He heads towards the real Euculus, luring the armor. The robot, not knowing that was a copy, starts following its enemy. It approaches the real Jared, who was hiding and preparing for a plan. Before the armor could catch the fake Jared, our protagonist realized it was time. He used his storage ring to absorb the armor inside. Amazingly, the boy managed to do so, taking the armor for himself. Sometime later, his copy dissipated, and the boy stated that he had safely tapped through Tanex, and mentioned that he would also store the Holy Grail in his relic. The system began displaying all the information about Tanex, which was now inside the storage ring. Seeing all of that, the boy remarked that everything was just as he expected and exactly as he remembered. Jared explained that Tanex was the creation of the sage known as the Dark Elf Magical Engineer, and you would probably be furious when he found out that Tanex had disappeared. Our protagonist affirmed that he had obtained both the Holy Grail and the Transcendental Body, reaching 200% of his objective. And that was the time to leave, as nothing good would come from encountering one of the Dark Elves. The boy then set off to return home. However, near the place where Jared had been, a bush started to move. From it, a dark elf emerged, revealing himself. The unknown being stated that this really seemed fun. The creature noted that the boy did not panic after seeing Tanex and used a time gap to store it in the ring, meaning he was not an ordinary human. Besides, it was already intriguing enough that this being had entered his territory. The elf also said that he didn't know what the boy had unearthed, whether it was a hidden treasure, but that didn't matter. Finally, he stated that he would like to see just how good of a pilot Jared was. Suddenly, the creature pulled out some kind of magical device. The object started projecting a hologram, and the elf declared that from now on, all of Tanex's information would be analyzed in real time. Analyzing Jared's data, he said that it was enough since none of the Dark Elves were qualified and maybe that human could do it. The elf also noticed that Jared was at least a classified and remarked that it had been a while since an interesting research subject had appeared. Flying over the sea, Euculus thought that now that he was there, he would relax and check the message. He then summoned his system, displaying some information. Our protagonist's divine power increased due to acquiring the Holy Grail, and the boy thought that he would need it to face monsters and dark churches in the future. He explained that using divine power was easy. He just had to apply it to a spell or weapon, and it would deal additional damage to enemies or curses. In other words, if he used 100 divine power, it would amplify the damage by 100%, effectively doubling the total damage. And using 900 would mean a 900% increase, making the damage almost 10 times greater. Jared thought that he was truly evolving quickly, and that with the Transcendental Tanex, He could even handle a class Senna mage. He recalled that the next step to reaching his goal would be the kingdoms of Bonuso and Malice. But for now, he would just focus on the refugee district and think about the other details later. Thus, he accelerated, increasing his speed toward his kingdom. Suddenly, Luna's voice could be heard in the church, shouting for the high priest. Neoen asked what the problem was, and the young woman seemed desperate. She reported that dude Jared had finally arrived and that the sacred relic of their church had come with him, as he had found the Holy Grail. The high priest, shocked, questioned if that was true, and Luna nodded in confirmation. Hearing this, he was left completely speechless. He and beginning to how the episode. The narrator explained that legends had become reality, and Jared had finally found a relic that the Church of Radius had been unable to obtain for decades. At Lake Margarita in the Cedar district, Meod and his followers were there, unable to believe that Jared had actually found the Holy Grail. One of the followers said that dude Jared must be a representative of Radius, as he would not have been able to find it alone, and the light he emitted was incredible. Everyone in the church was simply in awe of their lord's abilities. Embarrassed, Euculus responded that he was just a discoverer, not a representative of God. Neil questioned whether the Holy Grail had truly been found there at Lake Margarita, and Jared confirmed it. The high priest responded that it would be best to return the original to its rightful owners. He also stated that Jared should keep that location a secret, since no one must know where the Holy Grail was. The Duke asked if the high priest could at least explain the reason for that. Neo then revealed that at dawn, the Transilia Empire will be officially approved by Radiusism. At that moment, Lake Margarita and its surroundings will become a sacred place. Holding a sacred object, the priest comments that this is definitely the greatest relic that Radius left for the Child of Light. All the faithful, witnessing that scene, are deeply moved, shedding tears. Thus, they all begin to wish for Radius to bless the Lord of the Cribia territory. The priest finally says that Radius will be very grateful for Jared's help. Bicula simply responds that just hearing those words makes him feel as if his body is truly filled with blessings. However, the system informs him that through the Pope's prayer, the boy received a 50-point increase in his divine power. Hearing this, Jerry is impressed, as he didn't know that priest was capable of granting divine power with just a single word. Before concluding, the Neoid says that he hopes Jared will visit that sacred place again in the future. The boy comments that he will look forward to seeing him build the second great temple of the continent. Once again, the high priest thanks him for everything and asks the boy to be careful. The Duke replies, saying that he wants God to bless Saner. Jared thinks that now that the place is sacred, he wants to check Saner's status. The system then displays all the information about the new Holy Land. Analyzing the Holy Land window, the blonde is truly impressed. He states that this Holy Land window is just an additional power boost. Such a special name makes his heart race. However, he affirms that the sacred place still has a long way to go, as he is starting from scratch. But at least the gods are watching over that land. He explains that various gods are observing that world with great interest. Thus, Jerry concludes that when he died from overworking in his past life and was reincarnated there, it was probably due to a god. The young man also informs that there are 4 categories of gods: lower, intermediate, superior, and transcendental, but it is never possible to know which category they belong to. Euculus states that this is the strongest holy land of the Church of Radius, and that with it, he could raise a lot of money for a bigger project. Furthermore, that predicted crisis turned into an opportunity, and he managed to handle it wisely, turning difficulty into something beneficial. However, something was bothering him. That is, if something concerned him, it was probably that resentful guy, the masked man from the previous day. In the Cernier district, several tents could be seen set up. Ella, while drinking wine, says that being alone there with Jared gave her a strange feeling. The young woman also congratulates a dupe for finding the Holy Grail, impressed by such an achievement. The blonde retorts that this must be a new feeling for her, as she was very devoted to the Church of Radius. Bonin confirms, saying that for her, Radius was the origin and the end of her life, which is why she despised the Dark Church. Our protagonist feels quite proud, simply listening to all of that. The boy asks his companion if she would like another glass of wine. Ella responds that she could not refuse to drink during a private meeting with the dupe. Jared asks her what her relationship with Chloe would be like in the future. The warrior seems thoughtful as she sips her wine. Realizing that there were 4 days left until September, the woman explains that her contract with Chloe will expire, and they will end their agreement. With that, they will probably go their separate ways. The young woman states that Chloe is a good disciple who could understand everything she taught, making her even feel greedy since Chloe was a great elf with great skills. Euculus questions why they are parting ways, and Ella states that Chloe has already surpassed the stage where she could teach her. More importantly, it seems that there is a better teacher for Chloe. The blonde asks if that teacher is him, and a red-haired woman confirms. The woman informs that Chloe's skills increased drastically when she started training with Jared, experiencing extraordinary growth. Finally, Ella says that she has already made her decision, and it is time to let Chloe be free to make her own choices. Jared feels touched, saying that he could see how much she'd valued her disciple, but he would stop talking about Chloe. Ella replies that she liked that side of him since the past was the past. It was better to forget everything. However, the man reveals that he actually had another reason for calling the young woman there, as there was something he needed to do in secret. The warrior, confused, asks why this had to be done with her and not with the other servants. He explains that he believes the Umbra will attack soon, and although he couldn't predict the probability, he was almost certain of it. Our protagonist thinks that Clues is the kind of guy who tries to destroy things as soon as they begin to prosper. He wouldn't be happy seeing Sener grow. Ella asks if Jared was looking for people who had already fought against the Umbra, and Jared replies that he was because there would be a crisis in the Holy Land. The warrior, confused, asks if Jared knew Clues. The dupe responds that he does, as Clues is the archbishop of the Umbra Church. a man with gray hair and a mask covering his face. Hearing this, his companion is impressed, saying that the only way no clues by going into the depths of the Umber Church. The young man advances and responds that he had been interested in the church since childhood, but she says that this was not something he could answer so lightly. The young woman then says that, in any case, she wanted to know how she could help. Jared retorts that the Umber Church has very little funding and used to resort to theft, so to wonder to use gold coins to lure clues in his troops. Moreover, as always, he would give her a lot of money, making the young woman extremely excited about it. Embarrassed, she asked the Lord if he was free today. Hearing this, our protagonist becomes flustered, unsure of how to respond. However, the warrior reveals that she actually just wanted to discuss tactics to execute the plan well, and Jared says that if that was the case, they would talk about it. 2 days later, we see the transportation process for the center district. Inside one of the carriage shipments was the master potion. In other crates were some spiritual stones from the purification magic circles. Additionally, there was also food, unrefined gold, and pure gold. Meeting the soldiers, Alice shouts that they are responsible for transporting the security materials, and everyone agrees. With an unknown wound on her cheek, the wound comments that the injury was tingling. The warrior explained that the Lord had injured her in a simulated battle, and she ended up underestimating the boy. In her mind, she thinks that with his current skill level, not even clues will be able to defeat him. And that ability of his, the first-class magic missile, was not what she expected. Because usually that ability does not have more than 5 arrows, and she was certain she saw more than 80. And the more she thought about it, the worse it became. She then raises her hand, shouting for all the soldiers to speed up because they should focus on advancing and forget about their surroundings. All the soldiers, being utterly devoted to her, promptly agree. The young woman seems satisfied, thinking for a moment. She then affirms to herself that these are well-trained elite troops with high-quality armor. Not only that, but the insignia of the aggressive knights bore a black lion with a golden outline. But before she could continue delving into this, the young woman says she should also calm down. Then she states that she will first check if the Lord has finished his work. But as see Jared flying overhead, keeping an eye on all those carriages, it is possible to see that the boy was using 5th-class invisibility magic and praising it. He notes that with it, he could remain hidden until he was ready to attack, but it consumed a lot of mana. But in any case, he needed to send a strong message to people, that if anyone messed with his people, it would be destroyed. That is why he hoped clues would fall into the trap. Since he had prepared everything, it would be disappointing if they didn't take the bait. And although it was just bait, if he was the king, he expected a rematch. Jared begins to talk about the Dark Death Demon, a member of the Umber Church, whom he didn't know much about. The boy states that it is said he boasts of being an undefeated assassin, and that after Cluve was killed by a player in Paradiso, he was declared the next boss monster. However, the young man affirms that he became overwhelmed after that, so his information ends there. One of the soldiers guarding the carriages reports that on the right, a large number of shadows were approaching. He warned that members of the Umber Church were on the right side of the mountain and were quickly closing in. At that moment, there was also an explosion, causing several rocks to fall into the path of the carriages, blocking their escape route. Cursing those beings, Jared thinks that the time had finally come. Our protagonist says that it really seems like there is no future for the followers of the Dark Church who have given their souls to the demon. Furthermore, the young man declares that you will not let a single one of them live. Sometime later, upon seeing something, Clue states that, as expected, this was a trap. The man thinks that they knew he would come and started the march on purpose to attack him while distracting him with bait. Seeing his soldiers destroyed, he tells Jared that this was a high-level strategy, but he had come with many disposable soldiers, so he was fine. Clues also thinks that he is feeling awful and calls Jared a damn child. Finally, he warns that he will take the boy to hell for destroying 500 of his men. The Dark Church's followers begin chanting words and declare that Jared is the foolish leader who follows Radius, and for that, he must be killed. The blonde calls those creatures bastards and schools them for cursing him. He then summons a magic circle in his hand, preparing to cast his spell. The boy activates the magic missile of Sextuple Transcendence, launching multiple lightning bolts at his opponents. The Umber Church followers take the full brunt of the attack and question what kind of powerful magic this was. Jared declares that it is a baseless magic that can only be used by one person, and this was his transcendent magic. He explains that those magic missiles falling like rain are like wind spears, difficult to track. Furthermore, he recalls his skill of the double transcendent electric arrows. This ability consists of shooting arrows with electric currents from all directions, leaving no countermeasure. Thus, he launches his ability, creating a spectacular shell of purple lights in the sky. However, this was not so pleasant for the dark mages, who couldn't even retreat because they would be killed by Clues. In their final moments, one of them curses Clues, wondering why he aspired to claim a land that had a mage of this level. Jared lands, declaring to everyone there that this was not a fight, since they hadn't even touched a single strand of his hair. However, Clues appears. Noticing this, our protagonist turns to speak with his enemy. The two glare at each other for a brief moment before an epic battle begins. Eucalus uses his ability to analyze his opponent's status. He realizes that Clues was wielding a dagger that maximized the power of critical attacks and a ring that interrupted buffs and reduced mana without exceptions. The young man also notes that this was a terrifying combination. Clues then taunts him, questioning whether Jared had time to stand there staring at him. Our protagonist appears a bit confused, standing still and beginning to lower himself. The white-haired man says it's pathetic that Jared is already intimidated, and even if he kneels, you will not be forgiven. However, the dupe reveals that he was actually doing something else. He throws a handful of sand into Clues' face. The dark mage questions what kind of childish joke this is and states that he will have to teach him a lesson. He uses his passive ability, Shadow Clone, multiplying himself. Seeing this, the Lord thinks that this guy's Shadow Clones are a unique ability, and that the clones cannot be dissipated. Thus, the ideal would be to kill the user. But if he couldn't, at least he should aim for the ring. Clues confused questions what Jared is looking at with all his multiple copies. All of them surround our protagonist and charge of him to attack. The boy begins dodging various dagger attacks, even losing a few strands of hair in the process. The masked man declares that this is very good, but Jared seems truly confident. Suddenly, the boy uses his teleportation ability, appearing behind Clues. Eucalyptus places his hands around his opponent's neck, and Clues questions how Jared found his real body. Laughing while choking Clues, a blonde asks if he hadn't realized. The boy explains that he had mixed his shining powder into the sand he had thrown at the start of the fight, because he already knew the man was skilled in shatter clones and had the fatal weakness of not being able to reflect his own clothes. And with the golden glow of the powder, he was able to find the real body without Clues even noticing. Our protagonist then uses a transcendental telekinesis ability. He launches his opponent high into the sky as if he were Teen Rocket from Pokemon. Garrett explains that this is an unpleasant type of magic that uses the power of telekinesis to alter gravity, and in the case of a transcendent level ability, the sensation of acceleration is much greater. Thus, the young man declares that he took the ring of absolute weakness before sending Clues flying and that he will make good use of it. With another ring on his fingers, the boy remarks that there's never a mistake in having an absolute debuff. However, his opponent did not give up and appears behind our protagonist. The Duke asks Clues if he has something to say and remarks that he came back quite fast. The Dark Church's man states that he has experienced the power of telekinesis many times but has never seen one as strong as Jared's. Then, he demands to know where the hell the boy's power comes from. The masked man also asks if the Church of Radius had an entity that made contracts with them, or granted them power. However, Eucalyptus retorts that just because they are cowards doesn't mean other people gain strength through cowardly means as well. Still, Clues does not give up, saying that the fight is not over. He warns that if Jared kills him, all the sacrifices he made for that plan will end too quickly. Then Clues begins to do something with his dagger in hand. The man comments that he didn't want to have to use this secret power but felt forced to. Finally, he warns that in the past decade, no one has survived after witnessing his physical transformation. After saying this, the Dark Mage begins to undergo transformation and his entire body becomes muscular. Jared, upon seeing this, seems to become a bit wary. With his hand completely red, a terrifying aura emerges from Clues. It was clear that the man now had a demonic appearance, with almost no humanity left. He rushes toward his opponent, declaring that he will kill Jared. However, the Duke Coma uses his transcendent dimensional portal ability. Multiple magic circles appear around both himself and the demon. Completely astonished, Clues asks if his enemy really summoned 10-dimensional portals. However, Jared ignores him, saying that you will definitely kill him right there to put an end to the Dark Church's investments and enthusiasm. Then the protagonist uses his double flaming arrow ability. 2 blasts to fire head toward Clues, aiming to bring an end to the battle. Confused, the masked man remarks that a flaming arrow was usually a massive sphere. That meant this was a magical variant he had never seen before, and it was extremely dangerous. Moreover, with multiple dimensional portals surrounding him, he couldn't predict which one the ability would come from. Frustrated, he declares that Jared should only be a 5th-class mage, but he won't think about that anymore. Thus, Clues decides to leave everything to his altered body and die while taking Jared down with him. Eucalyptus notices his opponent's approach and prepares for it. He launches multiple arrows from the 10-dimensional portals surrounding his enemy. The abilities immediately fly toward Jared's foe. However, while dodging them, Clues only screams that he will kill the boy. He slashes with his dagger, releasing several purple cuts. However, Jared remains unfazed and easily dodges them, losing only a few strands of hair. The boy uses his teleportation ability, appearing behind Clues before he can be caught. Once again, multiple flaming arrows shoot out from the dimensional portals, but this time Bill hit Clues, wounding him in the back. As he turns, he declares that he must retaliate somehow. However, it was too late, and the man begins to feel something on his foot. He realizes that he cannot move and questions what is happening. Our protagonist, walking casually toward him, replies that this was a telekinetic spell. He explains that, to be precise, Clues' movement was being inhibited due to telekinesis, and he would remain trapped there. Then once more, he uses the flaming arrow spell, striking his enemy. With that, the demon Clues begins to bleed. The creature declares that this is ridiculous and really doesn't make sense. He asserts that even if Jared were a mage on the verge of reaching the 6th class, he could be this strong. The Dark Mage comments that the boy's magical power was on a completely different level and that it seemed like his magic was continuously growing stronger. We didn't see that many of these things the man was saying were thanks to the artifacts Jared possessed. Eucalyptus approaches Clues from behind and uses the ring of absolute weakness that he had stolen from him, activating the certain death ability. Clues questions how the hell Jared knew that ability if he had just obtained the ring and then states that something strange was happening to his body. He tries to use the defensive stance ability to avoid dying. However, Jared simply responds that the man was even dumber than he had imagined. Frustrated, Clues turns to attack Jared, and suddenly, something happens. We only see our protagonist's magical tool with some bloodstains. The Umbra follower questions what was happening, and Jared simply gives a wicked smile. The masked man asks how he had just received a fatal wound from a magical tool designed for spiritual stones. Jared reveals that since he had used certain death, Clues was temporarily left without any defenses. Because of this, a wound inflicted by the magical tool became a fatal injury. Finally, he approaches his dying enemy, taking his dagger and declaring that he will keep it. But to be sure, he states that he will make absolutely certain that this is the end of clues as he moves in to strike. The Duke states that many innocent people die because of a masked man's evil desires, but he knows Clues wouldn't feel guilty about it. With his body returning to normal and on the brink of death, Clues questions how someone like Jared is still just the lord of a small territory. He also remarks that if he had known he had a fraction of the boy's strength, he wouldn't have even considered fighting him in the first place. However, our protagonist responds that he wouldn't have set up an ambush if he wasn't sure he could defeat Clues. Clues remains astonished by Jared's abilities, and the boy declares that his head will be destroyed and his body will be paraded through the territory to receive the people's wrath. The mage asks what Jared gains from taking out his anger on his corpse, since it's not as if the dead will return. Not only that, but the Luminate also claims that the innocent died because they weren't good enough, and there was no way to bring him back. Euculus confirms that he is right. However, he brings his staff close to Clues, and the man questions what he is doing. The boy begins to use transcendent healing, and Clues asks if he has suddenly changed his mind. However, Jared declares that Clues will only die when he allows it, and until he takes his last breath, he will endure immense pain. Upon hearing this, the Dark Church follower is utterly terrified, and Jared asks if he should now harm him as much as he has healed him. Thus, a session of torture continues for a while. Jared states that even if Clues wants to die, he cannot because he won't allow it. This was the beginning of hell on earth. After a long session of torture, Clues begins to beg for mercy. He pleads for Jared to end it, admitting that he was truly wrong and only wanted to leave. Our protagonist comments that anyone becomes weak when facing torture, and he demands that Clues confess his sins in front of a recording device. Having suffered for so long, the man complies and does everything the boy asks. Sometime later, holding Clues by the hair, Jared asks what his last words are. Even in his final moments, the monster declares that even if he dies, the Umber Church will avenge him. However, with a smile on his face, the Duke simply replies that this is good, because he utterly despises the Umber Church. And so he begins to record the execution. Clues starts laughing maniacally and simply states that soon he will be waiting for Jerry in the afterlife. But the Duke responds that he has no intention of going to hell. That's where Clues is headed. Euculus places Clues' dagger against his neck, and the masked man declares that he will curse Jared. Then only the sound of a sharp slash is heard, and a flock of crows takes flight at the event. Receiving multiple notifications, the blonde remarks that he is curious about the messages but will check them later. First, he decides to store Clues' corpse in his spatial ring, and he does so. Then the young man suddenly remembers something and becomes apprehensive. He tells himself that he must return to the battlefield. And so in the blink of an eye, he vanishes from the scene, leaving behind only the marks of battle. Sometime later, Ella, watching Jared fight, is utterly astonished. The warrior thinks that at some point, she and the knights became mere spectators. Jared didn't need any help at all. The boy continues using his fire abilities, massacring all the followers of the Umber Church. The soldiers begin to praise Jared for his feats, and one of them wonders if Clues is dead. Even while fighting, Jared responds through his vassal that yes, Clues is no longer here. Immediately after, he tosses Clues' lifeless body into the middle of the battlefield, right in front of the Dark Church's followers. Upon seeing this, the followers are utterly horrified. Ella is also shocked, questioning if Jared had really eliminated Clues. However, Jared states that the Umber Church members shouldn't even think about surrendering because he has no intention of sparing them either way. He comments that the evil acts they committed against innocent people are sins that can only be repaid with death and suffering. And even with their weapons in hand, the Dark followers know exactly what that means. Jared returns to his euphoric state, invoking magic once again. He continues burning every single Dark follower before him. The narrator explains that no one could match Jared's movements, magic, or the extravagant dance of his dagger. Thus, the embers of life were quickly extinguished in all directions, and with no place to run, every single follower of the Umber Church was eradicated. Thus, Jared receives more system notifications regarding some powers he had acquired. Our protagonist realizes that he received the demon's toy, which was an artifact and the triple P9's ability. Euculus comments that before he even noticed, the demon's toy was already in his hands, and it was also a ring. And it was an artifact obtained by killing 1,000 people, granting various buffs. The young man begins to contemplate a few things until someone calls out to him. Bella, accompanied by a few soldiers, shouts and starts running toward Jared, unable to believe what she was seeing. The woman asks how he had managed to kill his sworn enemy, Clues, and admits that she truly doesn't know what to say. The boy simply responds that he just used his ability, it wasn't anything special. Our protagonist thinks that, as he had said, he, who had received transcendent magic, was far superior compared to Clues. Moreover, there was a massive power gap between them that could not be overcome, and his crucial moment could lead to changes in the future. Embarrassed, the warrior greatly praises Lord Jared's work. After all, he had killed the biggest nuisance they had. The blonde thanks her for the words, pleased by the recognition. Additionally, our protagonist states that he is honored to have killed Clues, an ancient enemy of the Church of Radius. Time passes, and we move to an antique shop. Inside, the Dark Death Demon arrives, calling for their leader. The leader, who is sitting with her legs crossed on a chair, asks her vassal to speak normally, since this was a private place. The Dark Death Demon agrees and calls the woman in front of him winks her. The red-haired woman tells the Dark Demon that he always calls her by name, but questions why she couldn't call him by his. However, the mysterious figure simply states that Dark Demon is his real name. The woman starts laughing, saying that was just a nickname, and questions why he couldn't say a proper name while they were on this topic. However, the demon responds that he would comply if it were an order, but if it was just a request, he would refuse. Linksta then remarks that he is quite stubborn. A moment of silence follows, and then the hooded figure reveals that Clues is dead. Linksta remains silent for a moment before finally speaking. She reveals that she already knew, having heard the news, and asks if it was that Gam Jared again. The demon confirms that it was and further states that not only did they lose artifacts, but Clues' body was punished, and it was a video of him repenting for his sins. The red-haired woman recalled that she had told Clues to warn them when Jared started making moves, and since he didn't, this was the karma of a rushed decision. The hooded figure asks what happened to Clues' soldiers, and Linksna reveals that they surrendered, waving a white flag. She explains that they never liked Clues from the start and were only following orders. She also mentions that in the end, the church was just a place where people gather, and besides, the vice president position was now vacant. However, the dark demon declines. He states that he prefers working in the shadows, just as he does now, and Linksna asks if he is really unwilling to take a position. Removing his hood, the dark demon reveals that he doesn't like the Citadel, and that he is already overwhelmed by leading the Dark Division, so he will refuse the offer. Linksta then asks what his plans for Jared are. With this, we see that the Dark Demon is actually a woman, and she states that she won't do anything like Clues. Instead, they will suspend their activities and investigate everything about Jared. From his past, he is present, leaving nothing out. Lace then notes that the Church of Radius declared Sinair as a sacred land, so the Dark Demon shouldn't disturb them for a while, and a woman agrees. She then also states that they didn't meet Clues, but her subordinate was important and shouldn't overdo things. She says that she wants to know if God exists, since they have lost many people just because of the name of the Dark Church. The Dark Demon responds that she doesn't know where the gods people believe in are, but the god Linksta believes in is standing right in front of her. Hearing this, Linksta becomes flustered and asks if the Dark Demon is flirting with her. However, the woman replies that she doesn't give empty compliments and states that she will occupy herself by investigating Jared. Linksta then informs her subordinate that she will be fighting in a dungeon tomorrow. The Dark Demon asks if the leader was referring to the dungeon of the Queen Spider Morgina, and Linksna confirms it. She explains that she will meet the Red Queen there since they plan to attack the place together. However, the Dark Demon warns Linksna to be cautious of that woman's subordinates since they hide secrets, but the leader was already aware of this. The black-haired woman also states that Linksna was the leader of the Dark Church, which meant she was a pillar and should not act carelessly. Seeing that her subordinate was worried, the redhead becomes embarrassed and asks the Dark Demon to hurry. Thus, the woman departs, and sometime later, Linksta appears thoughtful in her chair. As she repeats Jared's name, the woman seems to become quite irritated. Finally, she declares that she would kill that man at any cost. Malice moved to September 1st at the Caribbean Mansion. Our protagonist was reading every notification he had not yet seen. Upon realizing that he had received a title, Jared comments that the system grants such things when an important change occurs for the player. As a reward for acquiring that title, he receives a part of the map of Tristis Island. With that object in his hands, the boy seems somewhat confused. He explains that Tristis Island is located west of the Nas continent. It is also home to the continent's largest dungeon called the Great Labyrinth of Nas. However, what he just received is a map that could serve as a shortcut to part of that labyrinth. Higgles informs him that this island is a place that draws the attention of all Paradiso players. He also mentions that the Great Labyrinth of Nas is a dungeon with a notorious reputation. First, because it is a structure that descends underground purely to satisfy the developer's tastes. At the underground entrance, there is a dimensional portal that changes color every minute. This means that the labyrinth you entered a minute ago and the one you enter a minute later are different. Moreover, the starting point of the labyrinth connected to the dimensional portal keeps changing every minute. Thus, even if you prepare an attack based on portal type A or B, you may end up in a tight labyrinth. Not only that, but if the glowing dimensional portal was type of yesterday, the dark dimensional portal might be type of today. However, the labyrinth's solutions were now in his hands, and that was ultra-secret information. Opertides also notices that beneath the letter, beside the map, some additional information about the labyrinth was written. Finally, he finishes reading all the information. Jerry declares that this must be highly important information, but he couldn't go there yet. He had to wait for the right moment. He also realizes that Chloe was supposed to arrive at that moment and becomes confused about the situation. Throughout the mansion, we see someone very nervous. Chloe seems anxious about something, afraid to enter her lord's room. Hayes surprises the girl by asking when she arrived. Aelf responds that she had just arrived, and Hayes tells her she should go see the lord immediately. The blue-haired woman also urges her to go quickly, as the lord had been waiting for her for a while. However, Aelf hesitates and questions what would happen if the lord ordered her to leave the mansion. She explains that she still had a lot to learn from him, but Hayes calls that a stupid question. The maid asserts that the elf should not hide her feelings, that she should express them all and be sincere. Then she quickly bids farewell, rushing back to her training and saying goodbye to Chloe. The elf still seemed reluctant, but she made her decision. Sometime later, we see Jared sitting in front of his subordinate. They asked how her private training is going and whether she has been practicing stealth, to which the woman simply replies, yes. The Duke asks if she has any other questions or if she is satisfied with everything, and Chloe once again answers yes. Wanting to test her, Ukowls calls Chloe an idiot, and the girl once again replies yes. He warns that he was thinking of calling her robot yes yes instead of Chloe, and the girl lets out a giggle. Then Jared begins to explain the reason he called the young woman today. The young man reveals that he would need the girl's skills in the future since they need talented people like her in that mansion. However, he knows that she belongs to the Grey Elves and will have to return to her clan. Chloe asks if he still wanted to offer her something despite that, and the young man responds yes. Jared says that the girl left her hometown to gain experience and assume the world, and by staying in that mansion, her knowledge would increase. Our protagonist thinks that the Great Labyrinth of Mass is a dungeon he will conquer one day and Chloe will be a great help. The young man thinks that he had already talked about this with Ella before and seems that Chloe is going to accept the offer. However, DL says that she had never thought about it and was actually planning to leave tomorrow. Jared finds that strange and is confused by it. The boy tells himself that from what he heard yesterday, Hayes, Isabella, and Elena were preparing to attack the Nightmare Forest. So he wonders if Chloe is saying this to raise her price. Jared and his subordinates stare at each other for a moment, and silence fills the place. The Lord then says that the elf worries too much. Jared states that he really needs the girl and wants her close since he desires her help for both himself and his mansion. Chloe hesitates and questions whether her master really needs her. She remains silent for a moment, just looking at the floor, unsure of what to say. Our protagonist thinks that the girl must have a lot going through her mind and insists that he truly needs her. The Duke explains that there is no one by his side who specializes in stealth and assassination like Chloe does. Besides, there was one more thing that would convince her, and the young woman asks what it is. Jared informs her that she will not only learn from him because in a year he will find a teacher for her. The alpha asks if that is true and Jared responds that he does not lie. Yukals also explained that this teacher might even teach her more than Ella, making Chloe tempted. Our protagonist thinks that he is going to call Formido, a 70-year-old man who has spent his entire life on the path of assassination. He says that unfortunately, Formido was not in a battle of Armageddon because he died at the age of 79 due to an illness. But returning to reality, the Lord simply asks Chloe to stay since he will provide her with a lot of experience and she should think of it as lessons for queens. However, Chloe responds that she has 2 older brothers and is sure that one of them will be crowned, not her. Jared, however, replies that this is not the case as those people will eventually die. The elf panics, standing up and asking why. However, we see that this was actually just a thought in Jared's mind and the boy tells himself he cannot reveal that. He then suggests that Chloe stay for a year and after that, she can decide whatever she prefers. And a shy elf simply responds that if that is what her lord wants, she will stay. Upon hearing this, Jared shouts, celebrating his achievement. Jared declares that he will do his best with Chloe, and the young woman agrees. In his office sometime later, the Duke thinks that it is time for them to start mining in Keldia. The young man states that this is a metal stronger than steel, so they need to mine it. Moreover, he mentions that he needs to calculate this properly if he wants to compete against Bonuso and Malice, since free ports will be essential in the future. The young man explains that since the Sea of Portmate is connected to the Magnum Strait in the territory of Cribia, it will freeze in the middle of winter. This will be a secret surprise, and greater gains can only be achieved when they use exclusive knowledge. Jared also thinks that at this moment, he is reestablishing his determination and remembering the main characters, who evolve under the protection and assistance of God to create their own splendid futures out there. At this moment, he begins to say that difficult times can be an opportunity for some, but he does not think that way, since what most people want are not heroes in troubled times, but single same peaceful times. And for that, order in the continent must be stabilized, and as Jared says this, someone begins writing down his words, asking him to continue. Our protagonist keeps delivering a motivational speech as if he wants to please someone. And after writing everything down, Valdez asks his lord to keep talking because it was incredible. Jared states that Valdez kept saying, very well, so he thought the man was only praising him for his own benefit, but Valdez replies that he was not. He affirms that he had already said this before, but he does not know how to speak empty words. Yukals responds that his fine and comments that this is non-inspired or copy phrase from anywhere, but simply his own thoughts. Upon hearing this, Valdez responds that that was exactly what he had felt. Thus, Jared receives a notification that Valdez's loyalty has reached 200, making the young man happy. The man reports to his lord that the rainy season has just begun in the south of the continent, and thanks to this, master potions are selling very well. The blonde retorts that this is good news, but Valdez states that he is not a military specialist. However, he would like to share the information he secretly obtained with his master. It was about the kingdoms of Bonuso and Malice. Yukals responds that he will listen to what he has to say. Valdez hands Jared a stack of papers and informs him that those are details about the Navy personnel who manage the coastal cities, ports, and regions. Our protagonist notes that the focus of that material is on the stories of generals who were mistreated as foreigners in both kingdoms. The long-haired man, upon hearing this, responds that he is correct since the Navy is very costly compared to its performance. Jared replies that this must have been quite undesirable in the eyes of the 2 greedy and foolish kings, and his subordinate agrees. Valdez says that the loyalty of the army and the navy is as fragile as a sandcastle on the verge of collapse. Yukals then concludes that what the navy of those countries needs now is an opportunity and a cause. And if he can give them a cause to choose a new leader, it will transfer to a stronger and more resilient ship without any regrets. Valdez starts to say something, but is interrupted by Aki, who bursts into the room yelling that he found someone. Aki shouts that he found Ashero, the blacksmith, and that he is currently in the plenest mind. The Duke asks desperately if Aki is sure they found the right person. The irritated boy questions whether his lord does not trust him, saying that he came all this way because he knew it was true. Yukils agrees and states that the boy must be right. Our protagonist celebrates as he has found one of the blacksmiths who can handle Keldia as if it were water. Sometime later, we see Jared dressed in Tranex flying while holding Aki. The young man comments that the object is cool and asks how his master got his hands on it. Hearing this, the lord responds that it just happened, and Aki replies that he feels something strange since his lord is flying above, looking at the same place as him. However, Jared responds that Aki shouldn't even start, saying that he doesn't like men and that this was the only option. Jared asks if the guys at Plenest Mine were just asking for money, and the boy replies that they were. He explains that from the gatekeepers to the inspectors, everyone was corrupt and only needed money to be bought. Thus, the Duke realizes that they could use money to gain positions. Our protagonist also realizes that these countries are not far from his territory, and Aki adds that both the kingdoms of Arkingia and Fafur have high corruption rates. However, the Lord changes the subject and accelerates toward Plinus Mine. During the journey, Jared tells his subordinate that he was snoring and the boy just complained that the trip is too long. Our protagonist then decides to use this time to check Tranix. The young man notices that there is something strange on the headpiece of the armor and immediately realizes that someone has collected data from it. At that moment, we see that the white elf from that day is observing everything Jared does. Yukal thinks that if he makes good use of the armor, the person who created it will probably seek him out. At this moment, the blonde notices that Aki is about to fall and states that he will pull the boy back. However, he touches an elevated area and realizes that his subordinate has gained weight. Then the young man comments that he will include an exercise period for him in the future. Now we jump straight to Plinus Mime. Jared explains that among many people, there is one very talented individual who has yet to flourish. That person is Acero, the father of Malurgy, and he continues his explanation. 3 years after the outbreak of the Armageddon War, Acero accidentally discovered Keldia while examining minerals. And from that day on, weapons made of Teldia the enemy supplied to the Secret Forces, giving them an advantage over the Demon King's army. Finally, the Duke comments that he is now 12 years ahead of when this was supposed to happen. At last, he lands and tells Aki that they have arrived, startling the boy. Jared asks the young man to make less noise and then remembers that he wanted to say something to him. He tells the boy to lose some weight because he accidentally touched his fat and was surprised. Hearing this, Aki yells, extremely embarrassed, but Jared tells him to be quiet. The Lord states that now is the time to start distributing money, beginning with the gatekeepers. Inside the mine, we see Acero hammering something until someone calls for him. The young man realizes that it is the inspector Buku, a chubby man who calls Acero an idiot. Buku questions why Acero is using iron and asks if he intends to waste the kingdom's wealth like that. Hearing this, the blacksmith feels cornered, unsure of how to respond. Then all we hear are Acero's screams, likely from being beaten. As Buku assaults the poor blacksmith, he begins insulting him for not following his orders. He claims that because Acero didn't listen to his supervisor, several people are trying to take his position in the hierarchy. That he pulls out a whipple, explaining that he will use Acero as an example. The fat man prepares himself with a malicious expression. We then hear multiple lashings against Acero, who can only scream in pain. Injured and spitting blood onto the ground, the poor blacksmith just tries to remain standing. He explains that he did not use iron without permission and was actually using scraps he received from other blacksmiths to conduct research during his break. Buku questions if, besides answering him, Acero dares to question him, immediately declaring that he will kill the boy. After all, even if a blacksmith like him dies, it won't make a difference. He could simply write any excuse to justify the boy's death. Right after, he grabs a hatchet and starts walking toward Acero. Buku charges at the poor blacksmith, demanding that he die immediately. However, Jared interrupts him by grabbing his arm. The fat man, surprised, turns to see who is doing this. He asks Yukales who the boy is to dare grab his arm. Then he also asks if the young man is crazy for doing such a thing. Our protagonist responds that he is a relative of Acero and just wants to talk him for a bit. Hearing this, Buku seems to feel challenged. The inspector states that Acero is the blacksmith under his supervision. In other words, no matter what relative shows up, it cannot do as they please. But ignoring him, Jared tosses a bag of coins, saying that it is a gift. Buku, in disbelief, approaches the bag to check. He realizes that inside there are indeed many coins, the amount equivalent to his salary for 3 years. Jared informs him that there are also other bags, and Buku seems convinced. The inspector apologizes and, in a sweet tone, asks who the blonde is. However, Aki answers for his master, saying that it is none of his concern, and if Buku wants to receive more, he should listen to what Jared has to say. The fat man accepts, only asking what he needs to do. Yukales approaches and asks the man to draft a document stating Acero's dismissal from Plinus Mine. And this permission should be stamped with the general manager's seal. If so, Buku will receive a lot of gold. The greedy man accepts without hesitation and rushes off to complete his task. Our protagonist begins healing his new subordinate, and the blacksmith asks if he is a sorcerer. He comments that he has no relatives who are sorcerers, and Jared replies that he just made that up on the spot. The Lord notices that the supervisor had been beating Acero for a long time, but that was not uncommon in Plinus Mine. Jared uses his skill to check all of Acero's statuses and abilities. The young man realizes that, as expected, Acero's future greatness is clearly different from his beginnings. Thus, he calls Acero Sir, but the man asks the blonde not to address him like that since he was being treated with too much respect. Our protagonist realizes that Acero does not recognize him because he is not yet famous, which is actually a good thing. The man then tells his new subordinate that everything is fine and that he will always be courteous, even the craftsmith. Jared also states that he will get straight to the point and asks if the blacksmith would leave that mine to live in a new place with his family. Acero looks confused and says that thinking about it, Jared did say something to the inspector Buku. The Duke reveals that he ordered Buku to draft a dismissal letter for the blacksmith and that he is the lord of the vast territory of Kribia. Not only that, but Yukales then sincerely states that he truly wants to invite the blacksmith to his estate. At this moment, Aki shows off the gold coins he has in an attempt to further entice the blacksmith, who remains hesitant. In his mind, Acero wonders why the feudal lord of such a vast territory came to him. The young man thinks that he is just another simple blacksmith who could be found in any mine. However, Jared interrupts him, saying that he will make 3 promises just for him. The first is that he will build the best forge in the north with the best equipment for him. That alone leaves the blacksmith extremely impressed, but Jared is not finished yet. He then states that, secondly, if needed, he could provide the young man with any magical equipment, and he himself could craft it, because despite appearances, he is a mage and is very confident in his crafting abilities. Acero comments that refined details are very difficult, and Matt is truly impressive. However, Jared does not finish his speech and moves on to say the last thing. He mentioned that he will provide a property for the man and his family to live in, which leaves the blacksmith in ecstasy. The man is extremely tempted by the offer, but says that he still does not know if he should accept it. Hikals concludes that he is not asking him to create everything from nothing, and that this is just an investment for Acero to produce a certain type of metal. However, the blonde reveals that he cannot yet say which metal Acero will be working with. Our protagonist also mentions that the amount of raw material they have is enough to produce on a large scale and hands of sword made from that metal to the young man. Seeing the weapon, the blacksmith is extremely impressed and asks if he can test it. Jared agrees and his subordinate walks away to test the blade. Acero comments that some time ago his friends gave him a good blade as a gift for his 10 years of work there. He then takes the sword he received from his friends and tries to cut it with a weapon given to him by the Duke of Cribia. He does so successfully, easily slicing through the weapon. Seeing this, he is astonished while Jared looks confident. Extremely confused, the blacksmith asks how Jared got his hands on such a metal. He comments that if they could produce it on a large scale, it could be revolutionary. The Duke responds that for now they have the same quantity of this metal as they do iron, but its strength is on an entirely different level. Analyzing the sword in his hands, Acero comments that this is truly revolutionary. Once again, the Lord asks the blacksmith to join him since he is someone the young man needs. Hearing these words again, Acero seems convinced. He bows, saying that he will accept the offer and commenting that despite being weak, if he could be useful to his lord, that would be enough. The Lord, hearing this, feels very emotional and happy about the situation. Buko arrives, saying that he has finished his task, but does not understand why the Lord is so interested in a blacksmith like him. The inspector also states that he hopes everything works out for them, while Jared seems to be plotting something. Jared mentions that he will give another gift to the inspector and asks Aki to bring it. Hearing this, Vuku becomes very curious and asks what the gift is. But Yukael simply responds that it is nothing special. In fact, he just wants to punch the fat man with his own fist. Having already received the money, Luku does not seem to mind, saying that Jared must be stressed. And since he is extremely large, our protagonist can go ahead and hit him with his best punch. Hearing this, the Lord becomes very happy and prepares for his attack. He lunges forward, landing a direct punch to Buku's face. The man is immediately thrown backward by the impact of the blow. Aki is utterly shocked by the force, and even Shero cannot believe what he just witnessed. On the ground, Buku comments that violence is not the solution to everything, but Jared retorts that he is simply reaping what is sowed. The young man tosses a vat of gold coins into the inspector's face and states that he should think twice before attacking an innocent person again. Then Hukels tells his subordinates that they are leaving and both agree. Jared asks if Aki did what he requested, and the boy informs him that he collected information on Buku and sent it to the authorities. He will be judged soon. At Spa Plenis, Jared comments that he came there to wait for Cyril, but it seemed like no one was around since it was an expensive place to enter. As he takes off his clothes, Jared tells Aki that he needs to wash before entering and that he cannot be rude. Embarrassed, the boy asks his lord to go first since he never imagined he would come to a place like this and wants to take a look around first. Our protagonist looks confused, saying that you take a look after washing. Upon seeing his lord's naked body, Aki becomes extremely flustered. Jared asks if this is the first time he has seen a royal member's body and states that it is the same as any normal person's. Aki prepares to reveal something, but Jared interrupts, saying that it is fine. He is not asking the boy to show his body. He is just going to take a bath first. Hearing this, the boy becomes even more embarrassed and simply nods. While bathing, Yukales comments that if he could build a spa in his territory, he would make a lot of money. Additionally, he explains that he will need to significantly expand the industrial district for housing, alcohol sales, nightlife entertainment, and cultural programs. At that moment, the Lord hears a noise beside him and turns to see what it is. He sees Aki so dressed with multiple towels and questions whether the boy is not going to enter. Baduk asks why the boy is covered in towels. Aki claims that he has a lot of body hair and does not want to reveal it to his lord. Jarrett responds that he does not care about that and that Aki should not worry, but the boy still hesitates. The Lord gives up, saying that Aki can do as he pleases and stating that he will keep his eyes closed while he is there. Aki agrees and says that it feels like he's about to fall asleep since his body has been exhausted for a while. Sometime later, we move to the Plenis Hotel. Aki is lying on a bed, already asleep. Looking at him, Jared feels that something is off. He tells himself that whenever they attend official events, Aki always manages to act informally with him. But when they are alone or when the topic involves the body, the boy's reactions change. And for some reason, this is making Jared suspicious. Jared even states that this situation is confusing him. Then we see the kingdom of Fawfort, which has a giant and imposing castle. With his family by his side, Acero tells his lord that everything is ready and that he does not know how to express his gratitude for his help. Our protagonist, looking at his subordinate, notices that they are carrying very few belongings. The young man remarks that it seems they do not have much, feeling saddened by the situation. The blacksmith replies that they move all the time and have easily reduced what they own, so Jared does not need to worry. However, hearing this, the Duke of Kribia feels even more moved by his situation. Jerry asks Aki if he knows the village of Zoomer, intending to request a favor. Aki responds that he does, and his lord asks him to make the necessary preparations to receive Acero's family there. The Duke also asks him to ensure that Acero and his family receive the best household utensils and everything they need to survive. Hearing his master's order, Aki simply agrees. Then he asks if his lord will not go with them, explaining that he will cast a teleportation spell, which will not take long. The blonde replies that he will not, as he has matters to attend to there and will return as soon as he is gone. Thus, Jared Savord looks confused and curiously asks where he is going. Sometime later, we see a guard charging an entrance fee from someone. Knowing how things work, Jared simply hands the man a gold coin. Then he passes by the soldier, thanking him for his service. However, despite this, the corrupt guard still asks the unknown traveler to wait. He claims that he needs to search the blonde. However, Yutails is unfazed by this, telling him to go ahead. But at that moment, he hands the guard another gold coin. The man apologizes for not recognizing that Jared is a merchant from there and tells him to proceed quickly. At that moment, we see another person being stopped by the guards, and our protagonist realizes that this place is filled with corruption, get, and scams. And this is the truth about the kingdom of Fafur. It is as if everyone there is drawn to money. Moreover, this is a place where everything can be solved through bribery, and at that moment we see the fallen underground mosque of the kingdom of Fafur. Staring at it, Yutails thinks that this is a dungeon he has been planning to conquer even before coming to find Acero. Staying at the line as long, the boy once again decides to bribe one of the guards. He comments that the soldier must be hungry and hands him a piece of bread with a gold coin hidden inside. The man immediately notices him. Then he announces that Jared is noble and orders everyone to clear the way, while the boy thinks that if he cannot change this country, it will not change on our own. He then tells himself that someday he would change this place and do so with his own hands. Then, in another location, we see a dark room with a few entrances. One of the adventurers tries to warn Jared that he should not take Route D, as the survival rates there are drastically different. The blonde simply responds that he knows, and that is exactly why he is going there, ignoring all of the man's advice. He also thanks him for his concern, but comments that he will be fine and is not worried. The bald man, seeing this, becomes irritated, realizing that this is how they will lose yet another young hunter. Then Jared begins explaining that the fallen underground mosque is a place with two paths, side B, that lead to different locations. He also states that course A is the most chosen because it is less dangerous. As his people share information about it, this path is well known. On the other hand, course B is known for being very dangerous, and at the very least, a group of 15 people is required to conquer it. However, he went there alone because he was confident in his abilities. Our protagonist tells himself that one of the reasons for coming there is to deal with the boss and take all the drops for himself. Additionally, he also needed to upgrade Dowrick's bracelet, an item he had acquired. The young man thinks that he will have to increase his stats while he is there since he never knows when he might have to face someone stronger. Furthermore, he comments that the continent is vast and full of monsters. Finally, the boy reaches an imposing door, the entrance to course B. He seems hesitant, but is confident in what he can do. Thus, he takes out the Tactronix armor from his magic storage, knowing he will need it. Before equipping it, he thinks that the sage who created it will probably enjoy seeing this. He then activates the equip command, making a red light shine on the armor. It fuses with our protagonist, uploading some information. In his mind, the boy comments that this must be how a superhero in movies feels. Yutails also concludes that he is in good condition and should finish things quickly. He then opens the door to course B, embarking on his new journey. A dark elf, seeing this, questions who the hell this person is, considering this is the fallen underground mosque. He is quite surprised, saying that Jared must be trying to take advantage of the dungeon. However, he still hesitates, wondering if the boy is really willing to go through all the monsters alone. But the sage realizes that in reality, our protagonist is flying through the room, ignoring the monsters. Best, he concludes that Jared is staying close to the ceiling to avoid drawing the monster's attention on the ground. The Duke tries to communicate with the elf, asking if the creature does not think he is the best Tactronix pilot he has ever seen. However, the white-haired man is quite startled, wondering what he is witnessing. Jared then asked the sage to pay attention since he is about to see how well the armor suits him. The dark elf states that if he had known something like this would happen, he would have planted a communication stone to talk to him. However, the boy decides that he will just watch for now since there is no reason to be proud of Jared before seeing what he is capable of. Thus, we see our protagonist flying near the ceiling, passing over all the goblins. As he flies, the boy looks down and notices a crowd of the creatures. Even so, these undeterred continue forward. Finally, the young man lands on the other side of the room, having passed through everything without danger. And then he strikes a small pose for the sage watching him. The elf questions how the hell that guy passed through 8 halls without a single monster noticing him. It states that in just 2 hours, Jared has done something unbelievable. Additionally, he has already reached the entrance of the fallen hall. After 2 hours of exploring the dungeon, Jared arrives at the boss's chamber. The floor of the hall is made up of various rocks at the center of a massive pit. Inside, Jared wonders where the boss is, confused by the situation. After a brief search, the young man finally finds his enemy. Looking at the dungeon bosses, Yutails realizes that they are sleeping. We don't see that inside, a fire lizard named Valera is resting. Beside it is its companion, Valaro, an ice lizard. Excited by the situation, our protagonist declares that it is time to take what he needs from the creatures. The Duke thinks that as long as the monsters cannot hit him, he can attack as much as he wants. Additionally, the young man recalls a specific spot in the room where he can accomplish this. The boy explains that in Paradiso, many people work on the game, which has led to some conflicts. As a result, some bugs appeared that allowed players to fight and defeat enemies more easily. Because of this, the developers frequently release updates to fix the errors that arose. Even though Paradiso is not a perfect game and always tried to be the best version of itself. Jared then states that, however, he reincarnated 10 years in Paradiso's past, meaning the bugs and tricks had not yet been fixed. The young man notes that for this reason, he does not intend to face Valere and Valaro in a fair fight. He finally reaches a floating rock, which he calls the safe zone. Our protagonist notes that he does not know how many people were sacrificed before they discovered this spot. He also explains that most of the surrounding rocks are traps, with the majority of them being fake. And if he were to attack his enemies outside the safe zone, he would probably not survive. Jared says that he would be immediately caught by the lizard brothers, will have the sudden leap ability. He would likely be crushed and then eaten by the creatures, so he could not allow himself to be caught. The young man also states that the monsters have a notorious reputation, then lands on the safe zone. Prepare Upales declares that, luckily, the surrounding walls cannot be destroyed by fire or ice. Upales decides to check something specific and moves his hand. The young man begins analyzing the abilities and powers of the holy rain he received. With that, he declares that he can now defeat the lizards using buff divine power attacks. After this, he decides that it is time to begin, summoning a spell in his hand. He activates the magic missile ability, which splits into two heads toward Valaro and Valere. The fire lizard immediately wakes up enraged by the attack. Its brother also becomes furious, ready to strike back. Valaro uses its special ability, appearing in front of Jared and lunging at him. The creature swings its head in an attack as the blonde declares that Valaro and Valere have a common weakness. The ice lizard, thinking it has eliminated its enemy, starts laughing. But upon opening its eyes, it notices something strange, looking confused. As he channels his magic attribute into Valaro, Jared completes his sentence, stating that the lizards have degenerated vision. Because of this, they use their other senses to look at their targets. At that moment, Ukels flies around his enemy. Unable to see its opponent, Valaro begins getting hit by multiple attacks, unable to react. Valor also appears to be affected by Jared's ability, struggling to properly locate him. The monsters end up disoriented, and Valor accidentally uses its ability, colliding into its brother. Due to the impact, the fire lizard is sent flying several meters away, badly injured. Even so, Jared does not allow his enemies to rest, launching another spell at them. The creatures feel the magical power but cannot see where the attack is coming from. Mocking his enemies, our protagonist simply tells them where he is, but is already too late. The two brothers are struck directly. With his powerful attack, both lizards cough up blood and are severely injured. From the safe zone where he cannot be hit, Jared simply stares at his enemies who are now looking at him. Furious, Valere summons its fire breath magic and prepares to launch him. Valaro does not hesitate either and uses its ice breath power. However, Jared usually handles it using his shield magic. As both attacks collide with his shield, a cloud of smoke forms. From within it, a sudden fireball emerges, heading toward the monsters. Valere and Valaro fail to react in time and are hit directly by the blast. The two creatures are severely wounded, now nearing their limits. They turn toward the blonde, extremely enraged by their opponent. At this moment, our protagonist realizes that the brothers will not hold back and will fight to the end. The ice lizard wastes no time leaping straight at Jerry, but fails to reach him. Valere does not hesitate, joining his brother and taking advantage of its proximity to charge his fire power. Once again, the two monsters launch their combined fire and ice magic at Ukales. Jared activates his flight ability, managing to dodge the attack and explaining that despite everything, his enemy's abilities can still reach this point. He states that it would be dangerous if someone did not use flight in time, which is why this trick was difficult to discover. Finally, the young man decides he is tired and that it is his turn to attack. Ukales uses his magic missile spell, effortlessly striking the creatures. With this attack, the monsters are gravely injured, almost defeated. The blonde laughs, saying that fighting lizards is fun, since they are huge and hard to miss. Additionally, the young man suddenly appears in the middle of his opponents, intending to provoke them. Plotting something, Jared busts Valaro and Valere with magic for some reason. The brothers begin glaring at each other with hatred, as if they want to fight. Jared explains that since the creatures can barely see, they rely on the divine power of their targets to locate them. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes of battle have already passed. Our protagonist thinks to himself that being inside Tanix really improves his stability, since that way he could conjure the flight magic and still receive the advantages that the suit provides in combat. At that moment, we see that the two lizards were practically lifeless and using their last strength. The blonde analyzes and notices that Valere had 134 health points while Valero had only 201. In a final surge of strength, Valero gets up and digs his claws into the wall. He begins trying to climb to reach the safe zone, and Jared notices this. However, the wall cracks and the lizard ends up losing its grip. The creature plummets, crashing onto the ground with a thud. Our protagonist just laughs at the situation while the ice lizard smarts in fury. He stands up beside his brother, still determined to end the fight only when he dies. Once again, the two start charging their special abilities, and as if it were deja vu, the flame breath and ice breath abilities once again fly toward Jared. However, the young man seems fed up, stating that he was going to end this. The boy defends himself with his shield while saying that he can repair the suit with just 2 magic stones, and for that reason, he would try something. Thus, he begins channeling some energy through the gauntlet of his armor. An attack is charged, and all the concentration of magical energy gathers in Jared's hand. The boy declares that he will use all the remaining energy in a final attack and prepares to launch it. He aims at the two lizards who were practically too weak to react or defend themselves. And so, Eucolis launches a bluish energy blast. The young man nicknames it the Magic Bullet, and the attack finally hits the two brothers. That attack eliminates any trace of life the creatures still had, wiping them out. With that, our protagonist receives various buffs, including a title called A Song of Fire and Ice. The young man commented that he thought that title could only be earned by completing the 10th floor of the Great Labyrinth of Mass, but apparently, monsters could also grant the title. Jared also states that when it comes to fire and ice elements, it's quite rare for people to have resistance to both. Furthermore, he notices that his 2 elemental magics seem to have evolved as well. Celebrating, the young man remarks that this is really great, but 2 lizard corpses disintegrate and some items are dropped. Analyzing those items, Jared comments that they must be at least 5-star artifacts. The young man examines everything the monsters left behind, feeling truly impressed. But first, he decides to store everything in the subspace to ensure he doesn't lose anything. As he leaves, he states that he will take a closer look later. On the other side, the elf who booked the tan exclaims that Jerry was insane. The stranger says that he knew the boy was spectacular compared to others, but this exceeded his expectations. He mentioned that Euclid knew exactly where the dungeon's weak point was and played with the 2 bosses inside. Moreover, the damage he took was roughly 2% of his total health, not to mention that the fight was against the 2 infamous bosses of the fallen underground temple, Valere and Valero. Excited, the elf comments that it was like watching a pilot of the God-given gift, and he begins to sweat, extremely impressed by the situation. Finally, he declares that he would definitely visit the current 10X pilot. On the morning of September 5th, we go to the Caribbean mansion. Some of Jared's subordinates were asking their lord if he had summoned them. Jared apologizes for calling them without explaining the reason, but welcomes everyone. However, the blonde complains to Aki, saying that the boy was overdoing it, but the young man simply responds that it was the fashion of the nobility. Nonetheless, Jared questions what kind of man wears a skirt and on top of that, puts earrings in his ears. But Aki replies that not everyone has an old-fashioned sense of style like his lord. Then the subordinate remembers something and informs his lord that Asara thanked Jared for providing him with a new life fare. The local cook also mentions that it seems like Asara's wife, Kerman, wanted to express her gratitude and decided to invite them for a meal. The lord replies to Mary that this is great news and gets excited about the situation. Julian steps forward and asks why his lord summoned them today, as he was starting to get nervous. The man even goes so far as to believe that Jared wanted to fire someone. But the blonde promptly denies this assumption, stating that he wanted to keep working with the people he had chosen to take in. Then the white-haired young man once again asks what the reason was, as everyone there was feeling nervous. Valdez, Aki, and Mary seem to agree, finding the situation strange. Hikalis decides to be upfront and asks Julian to come to him, and the young man does so. The man begins walking toward his lord, trying to understand what was happening. Our protagonist simply extends his hand, handing a necklace to the young man. Jared informs him that it is a gift and asks his subordinate to try it on. The young man does so, then says that he feels a refreshing sense of freedom in his mind, making him feel like he could do anything. The Duke is happy that it is working and asks the young man to wear the artifact while carrying out his tasks, and Julian thanks him for the gift. Hikalis calls the next person Aki, handing him Fortuna's diary. The young man, impressed, asks if it was really the diary of the great merchant Fortuna, as he had always wanted to read it, but knew it was extremely rare. He's incredibly grateful, and our protagonist reveals that he now owns the original book and should take good care of it. The next one he calls is Valdez, extending an ocarina to the man. Jared reveals that it is an artifact called the Ocarina of Truth, and he doesn't even need to play it. Just possessing it allows him to use its abilities. The young man explains that the more Valdez speaks the truth, the more the artifact will enhance his communication and negotiation skills, and the man thanks him for the gift. Lastly, he calls Mary, informing her that, except for her, everyone should leave now and try out the effects of their received artifacts. The Duke's subordinates thank him and leave the room. Now the blonde stands face to face with Mary, and a silence settles between them. The woman opens her mouth, commenting that she wanted to say something to her boss. However, Mia suddenly starts shouting, calling for her mother and warning that Lakis was looking for her. She bursts through Jared's hall door, telling her mother that her boyfriend was looking for her, leaving Mary embarrassed. Upon hearing all that, Jared is extremely surprised, wondering what it all meant. Mary then begins to explain how everything happened. She states that Lakis spent his entire youth trained far away, and he never had a chance to meet other people. Meanwhile, when she was pregnant with Mia, she lost her husband to an illness. Moreover, even though she had rejected Lakis' advances several times, she decided to open her heart after witnessing his persistence. After sharing all of this, she apologizes for hiding it from her lord. She then comments that she shouldn't be bothering him with something so personal. However, Jared assures her that it is not a problem and that she doesn't need to worry about anything. The young man also comments that he knows nothing can stand in the way of two people in love, and Mary replies that she will make sure this doesn't trouble her lord. Bikala's jokes, saying that there are rumors that he is quite the gossip when it comes to other people's love lives, even though he doesn't care about his own. Mary lets out a few small laughs and once again apologizes for the inconvenience. Mia, excited, asks if her mother did something wrong and if her master was going to punish her or if she should do it herself. However, the lord just chuckles and then calls for Mary, wanting to talk about something. The young man reveals that he will support the cook no matter what, only wishing for her to remain disciplined in her work and enjoy her life. The one is overjoyed by this and thanks her master. Euclid, who is no fool, warns Mia that if her mother and Lakis ever fight, she should let him know. The girl promptly agrees, saying she will tell her master everything that happens without her mother knowing. Everyone in the room then starts laughing at the moment. After that, the blonde takes out an object, asking the woman to take it with her. He explains that it is the hewn shell of Saint Epanosis. Mary, holding the object, is simply amazed. The Duke says that he hopes she will continue her work, using it so that everyone in the mansion can enjoy her wonderful food. Bowen agrees, saying she can feel warmth and comfort in her body just from holding the object, which is incredible. But Jared wasn't finished yet and calls Mary's attention once again. He warns her that sooner or later the moment will come when he will need her skills, so she should be prepared. Maya's mother acknowledges this and then says she will do her best, no matter what her master asks of her. In his mind, the Duke thinks that if he can provide Mary's food in large quantities, it will be very useful in a war or any situation, since, unlike potions, she can make food that buffs the healing and recovery abilities of those who eat it. Sometime later, we see Jared walking alongside Mia around the palace. The young man asks the girl if she has been putting effort into her training. Mia promptly responds that, aside from the moments she spends with her mother or eating, she practices and improves her magic whenever she can. He also asks if she's been practicing only wind magic, and she quickly confirms that she has. She explains that elements like ice and fire are boring. Her dream is to become better at wind magic so that she can meet a wind elemental in the future. In his mind, the blonde thinks that even after learning magic, Mia only wants to practice wind magic. Analyzing the girl's abilities, he realizes that she is truly talented. He notices that Mia has already reached rank SM Psalm of the Wind after just a year and a half of training, which is insane. The young man also tells himself that she cannot maintain her magic for long because of her low meta stats, but she is still very strong. He then decides to be serious and calls Mei's attention, and she quickly responds. The young man informs her that they will be taking a trip to the Animalist Plateau, and Mia reacts excitedly, saying that place has cool and refreshing winds. Jared reveals that she is right and that he will teach her a way to improve the efficiency of her wind magic, which excites Mia even more. She argues a bit with her master, and in the end, Jared decides that they will go in January since it will be her birthday. So more time passes and we move into the evening. Inside the mansion, Eucalyptus is deep in thought while looking at some papers. The young man is caught in a dilemma, unsure whether he should create a personal army made entirely of mages, similar to Aggressio's swordsman army, or establish a navy extensive enough to protect his borders from attacks. He also notes that since the Kingdom of Cinders protects them from the south, it won't be a problem to take advantage of Bonoso or Malice. Looking at the map of his region, the young man begins marking certain areas. Jared states that in the year 1416, his first territorial target will be that one. Ian pins an arrow on the map precisely on the location of Bonosu. Eucalyptus explains that later that night, he met with some vassals to discuss various matters. Now we move 4 months forward to Nass Continent on January 1st of the new year. Arfratides comments that since waking up in this world, this is now his 3rd year living there. Once again, he drinks a Lapper potion, using that bug he had previously mentioned. Looking at himself in the mirror, the young man is pleased to see his status, as the ability to keep pushing himself without limits is a good thing. At that moment, someone enters the room calling for their lord. We see Ella accompanied by some knights from Aggressio, and the one informs him that they are ready to go. In a vast green field, the entire Cribia army is gathered, and Jared begins delivering a speech to his loyal subjects. The young man declares that it is because of them that he can dream of a better future. The Aggressio knights and Dimios mages, who are part of the army, raise their banners in respect for their lord. Jared promises his soldiers that he will provide them with supplies and the best weapons possible. He urges everyone to bring honor and pride to their families, encouraging the warriors. Moved by his words, the entire Garv the enchanted for their lord. Eucalyptus states that soon they will see that their support for Cribia will be of great help, and until that day comes, they must train their abilities with determination. Finally, Jarek asks his soldiers to avoid acts that would dishonor his name and to always hold their heads high. Ivana asks if they understand, and the warriors respond with their resounding agreement, shouting his name. The new Dimios mage guard begins chanting their oath in Jared's name. Additionally, the Aggressio soldiers do the same, not falling behind. After delivering that speech, the Duke sits down, taking a moment to breathe. He reflects that, unlike Aggressio, which has Ella and Orson as leaders, Dimios mages have no leader. Because of this, he concludes that you must appoint someone to lead them soon, as it will be crucial. Before our protagonist can drink from his flask, Isabella arrives, surprising him. Jared wishes the woman a happy new year and then offers his flask for her to take a sip. Suspicious, Isabella takes the object but questions whether her master had put something strange in it. She even considers that the blonde might have put a truth potion in it, but Jared offers to take a sip first to prove his innocence. The woman then reveals that she was just joking and affirms that she would be willing to tell him anything even about a truth potion. Jared comments that she's been in a good mood lately, that she asks if it was that obvious. Isabella explains that it's because of the guild. It feels great to find people from her homeland. She mentions that they are not from her time, they are the children or grandchildren of people she once knew. The Duke grows curious, wondering why Isabella suddenly wants to share a past with him. He even recalls the day she stated that the less he knew, the better. But either way, the young man says that it's good and informs the blonde that he has something to say. Eucalyptus asks why her shaman guild is named Daraj. He also points out that anyone could notice that it's just his name spelled backward. However, Isabella denies this, claiming that she actually used the Ichit word Daraj, which means honored. The one starts mocking her master, saying that she would never name it after him backward, and that she didn't want to draw unnecessary attention. She also explains that all the guild members are grateful to Jared for allowing them to sell in Cribia. Hearing this, the blonde comments that it's truly good thin. Isabella doesn't stop there and says that she has set a new goal. She wants people to remember the name Daraj. Jared asks her to ensure that the guild has a solid foundation so that this dream can come true, and she agrees. Suddenly, Lacus appears nearby, shouting for his lord. The former demon, upon seeing the soldier, decides not to interfere and bids farewell to her master before leaving. The soldier, upon finding his master, greets him, and Jared calls him the great lover of the cook. Lakis becomes flustered, asking his master to stop with those jokes since it has already been 4 months since he found out about it. The blonde retorts that it's funny, and since the joke amuses his master, Lakis says it's fine. But suddenly, the young man remembers something and shows his lord a letter with the sage's seal on it. He then asks if Jared recognizes the name. While reading what is written on the paper, our protagonist mutters that the time has come. The young man thinks that after 4 months of using Temix, the suit's creator has finally reached out. After reading the letter's contents, which requested his presence at Mateport, Jared calls this so-called stage arrogant. Our protagonist thinks that he was aware of the unknown man's personality, but he didn't expect him to send such a pretentious letter. Sometime later, we move to Mateport. Walking alongside his master, Lakis asks if it's really okay for them to meet this unknown person without making any preparations. The Achilles replies that it's fine since this sage is a calm elf. He then asks Lakis to visit the citizens working near the beach while he waits for the sage. The soldier agrees and before leaving, states that it will be difficult to bring Admiral Genus, a leader of Bonderso's maybe, for their side. Jared responds that, as expected, Genus is not someone who can be easily bribed, and the soldier adds that it's because he has been a military man since childhood. However, Jared suggests that there must be some circumstance that can make him betray his own country, and Lakis agrees. The Duke concludes that avoiding bloodshed is impossible, and that they will meet to demonstrate the great difference in power between the kingdoms. Lakis reveals that over the past 2 years, they discover that the Bonuso and Malice naval budgets are in ruins. He then whispers to his lord that with Krivia's current forces, they could take over the coastal cities of both kingdoms. Jared ponders this, but before making a decision, he asks Lakis to wait. The young man says that he wants to make sure they can secure a stable Keldia supply to provide equipment for their troops. Hearing this, the soldier acknowledges it and then departs. Our protagonist decides to attend the meeting wearing Tanix to make an impression on the suit's creator. Already flying with a suit, the young man thinks that the sage is an important figure for the future, just like Klope. He states that if the elf's research falls into the hands of the Black Church, the world will become a living hell for humanity, because hundreds of soldiers with technology equal to Tanix would emerge on the battlefield, and it would be a massacre. Additionally, the young man comments that even if the sage were to die, his research would still exist, making his death meaningless. He finally arrives near a beach, spotting a person he came to meet. Upon seeing the elf, the young man becomes excited. The sage senses Jared's presence and then turns toward him. Seeing a person he was about to meet, the young man begins flying in his direction. He gets closer and closer, eager to have a conversation with the sage. Here it finally lands, standing face to face with the creator of the suit he was wearing. Seeing this, the dark elf starts clapping, impressed with Euclid. The man is simply amazed by the young man's presence there. Then he states that it is a pleasure to meet the famous Duke Jared. Moreover, the man introduces himself as the sage and says that he is 27 years old. Our protagonist reciprocates by introducing himself, affirming that he is the same age and stating that the sage does not need to call him Duke, because the world he lives in and the world the elf lives in are completely different. Hearing this, the elf agrees and comments that he has been observing Jared closely and has noticed how differently he uses the suit. However, he wants to understand how the Duke knew he was being watched. Jared then points to the hole at the top of the suit where a magical device is located. He states that he realized it was a device sending images to the sage. The elf confirms this and admits that he tried to install the device at a hidden location, and Jared was very clever to have found it. Furthermore, the elf states that the Duke is truly different and he realized it when Jared obtained Hatronex. It was as if the young man knew how to use its abilities from the very beginning. Confident, Jared asks if he has passed the pilot test. Amazed, the sage declares that in all these years he has never seen a human or even an elf pilot Tatronex the way the Duke does. It almost seems like the blonde knew everything the suit was capable of even before it was built. Embarrassed, the Lord asks if these compliments are true, and the elf confirms that they are. He explains that it has been 8 years since he started his research, and he spent a lot of time developing it. However, the fact that he wasn't sure if he was on the right path left him anxious and curious. The sage commented that he tried to use Tanix countless times, but unlike Jared, he was never able to fully utilize Tatronex's potential, and that is why Euclid gave him confirmation. And he was not wrong, and that his 8 years of effort were not in vain. Our protagonist seems so much shocked by those words, unsure of what to say. Jared asks if the sage wants the armor back, but the man refuses. And if the blonde is fine with it, he wants him to keep using Tatronex. In his mind, Jared realizes that the elf genuinely enjoys seeing him use the suit, but that was obvious since watching his creation being used in such a spectacular way would bring joy to any inventor. Euclid then makes a decision and tells the sage that he has a proposal. He mentions that Tatronex has 2 seals and asks if the elf can remove them. The sage is shocked and questions how the young man knew about that. However, Jared does not answer and simply states that he wants to be able to use all of the suit's abilities and wield it in a way that satisfies the elf. Despite hearing this, the man is not pleased and responds that he will not do it for free. He then starts thinking of something he can negotiate with the Lord. The blonde decides to be direct and asks what he wants. Finally, the elf makes his decision and says that if Jared passes his test, he will remove the seals. The Duke is confused and his sage orders him to tell the guardian of House Island. Jared immediately shows that he knows about it and asks if the sage is referring to the Nemesis. This once again shocks the elf as Yukoas already knows about the monster. He comments that Ha's Island is very far compared to Tatar Island and asks how Jared knows about it. Once again, Jared ignores the question and simply states that it's good he is already aware of the island. Then the young man accepts the test and questions whether the elf will truly remove the seal if he passes. The sage asks if Jared is that confident, and the young man replies that he is, suggesting that they create a contract as a precaution. Thus, he declares that if he defeats Mimesis, the elf will have to recognize him as the official pilot of Tatranex. And if he fails, he will return the suit and pay any fee the sage demands, to which the sage agrees. Then the two shake hands, sealing their agreement. The elf asks how much time Jared will need before departing, but the young man looks confused and responds that he is leaving right now. We move straight to Ha's Island, where we see several mountains. Walking alongside his new companion, the sage asks how he can be so decisive about everything. Our protagonist retorts that he wants to prove himself, and this only shows how much he likes the sea. The young man then comments that Nemesis seems to be particularly strong against dark elves, and the sage agrees. However, while Nemesis has never directly attacked them, the monsters surrounding the island attack the dark elves every 3 months. And if those monsters were coming from the sea, it could recruit a navy and build a fortress on the coast. Jared then adds that the real problem is that Nemesis teleports the monsters directly to the dark elves. The sage confirms this and states that the fact that the monsters appear out of nowhere is the main reason they hate the creatures so much. Jared asks if dealing with Nemesis would improve their relationship with the dark elves. Furthermore, he explains that his subordinate Aki has already attempted to make contact with their health through Ebana, but dealing with the dark elves is extremely difficult. Hearing this, the sage replied that if Jared succeeds, the Lord would probably take an interest in him, but there are no guarantees. With that, Euclid thinks that the monsters of Ha's Island will be quite easy for him. Since there are no monsters, they're capable of reaching him when he attacks from the sky. The elf interrupts Jared and comments that even though they have tried attacking Nemesis multiple times, all their attempts have failed. Laughing, the Lord asks if, even after knowing this, the elf still wants him to attack the monster. And the sage replies that he could offer another test if the young man doesn't think he is capable. However, the blonde is resolute and states that he is already thinking about how to eliminate Nemesis. The narrator explains that Nemesis is a monster covered in red from head to toe and resembles a bipedal rhinoceros. Furthermore, to kill the monster, a single powerful attack is required. Multiple weak attacks won't work. This is due to its innate ability to reduce the base damage of any attack it receives, nullifying some of them. The creature also possesses high regeneration, meaning it is impossible to inflict lethal damage with arrows or standard magic attacks. But that's not all. Due to its thick skin, continuous magical attacks are also ineffective. Such only weakness is one massive damage attack. At this moment, we see that Jared is lost in thought until the sage calls out to him. He asks if the blonde wants the seals removed before facing Nemesis. However, the young man immediately shakes his head, refusing. Jared asserts that doing so would make the agreement meaningless, and the elf should only fulfill as part of the deal once Nemesis is eliminated. The elf grows nervous and asks what would happen if Jared were to die. Even considering that possibility, the blonde remains unfazed, laughing and stating that it won't happen. However, he mentions that there is something the elf should do. Hearing this, the sage is confused, and Euclid requests that he increase the capacity of Tanex to concentrate magic bullets, so that he can focus all the energy into a single point of the suit. The elf looks confused and asks if he is referring to Man of Bullets, and the blonde confirms. Even so, the sage says that he can do it, but questions whether this won't hinder Jared as he won't be able to use other canon abilities. Jared simply asks him to stop asking questions because he will get all the answers after watching the battle. Thus, the Duke urges the creator hurry since he needs to return to his territory, and the young man agrees. In this way, the elf begins modifying the suit while Euclid appears deep in thought. The blonde affirms that although the sage is enthusiastic about everything related to Tanex, is hiding that enthusiasm, and confidently he declares that he will definitely prove himself against Nemesis. Euclid also shows that he is happy because this time he is not just watching the story unfold from an outside perspective, because now he is the protagonist and he is respected by the elf. Finally, the creator of Tanex finishes the modifications and informs the blonde. Our protagonist praises the sage as he never thought such a complex modification could be done so quickly. Then he warns the elf not to approach the battlefield, as you will be using most of it. And if the elf tries to get close, he might end up getting eliminated. Mocking Jared, the elf tells him not to worry and reminds him that he isn't the only one who knows how to fly. Using his shoes, the man jumps incredibly high and begins to fly. Euclid thinks that although those shoes look ordinary, they are actually made of magic stones. The young man shouts that this is a relief and prepares to begin the battle. Once again, the elf asks if he will be okay, and the young man responds that he will flee if he thinks he cannot defeat Nemesis. Sometime later, we see the far north of Ha's Island. Amid the rocks, the guardian of the island, Nemesis, is roaring. Jared approaches the creature while flying and comments that despite looking like an imbecile, Nemesis knows how to use magic at a decent level. In other words, if he takes too long to deal with a monster, the creature will summon all the monsters on the island, and if that happens, he will be defeated. The young man recalls the last time he used the magic bullet ability of the suit, and he admits that his lack of previous experience with it is concerning him. He also remembers that he has a 5-minute time limit. Because of this, the young man charges toward his enemy, stating that he will end the fight with a single strike. Noticing the presence of its enemy, Nemesis starts warring in fury. Facing such a powerful opponent, Jared declares that if necessary, he would fight Nemesis 100 times to earn the sage's trust, because the decision he made will bring a positive and massive change for the future. We skip ahead to 3 minutes into the battle. Analyzing the fight, the elf is impressed by Jared's ability to dodge close-range attacks. The man comments that the Duke's skill with the suit is incredible, but questions why the young man hasn't launched any real attacks yet. He notes that Jared has only been flying around Nemesis and launching a few weak spells. Finally, he concludes that the blonde has no chance against the monster, since even Dark Elf Knights struggled against it, and simply having Tatranex wouldn't help Euclid. Furthermore, the man states that he is extremely worried about the young man. Because the Dark Elves are not fools, that even with hundreds of troops, they were unable to defeat Nemesis. But then something catches his attention. He realizes that Tatranex is about to fire a mana bullet. In the middle of the battle, Nemesis is still enraged, chasing after his opponent. The creature prepares an attack and rushes toward Jared. Euclid begins charging his attack, and Tatranex warns that the mana bullet being fired is beyond comprehension. The elf moves closer upon seeing this, stating that he needs to check it. He wonders if Jared is using the same amount of mana as before and compressing it. And shocked, he states that it's impossible for the young man to have that much mana reserved. At that moment, the elf realizes that when the suit indicated that the mana level was beyond comprehension, Jared already had twice the mana of the normal person. Frightened by this, the man questions what is wrong with this person. Nemesis does not stand idle and lets out a roar that startles the sage. The creator realizes that the monster is about to use its ability. Thus, he warns Euclid to be careful of that attack. Desperate, he starts shouting for Jared to get out of there. The young man states that he knows he shouldn't interfere in the fight, but he believes that if he doesn't warn the Lord about this, Jared might be moments away from death, and that would be dangerous because he is too close to the monster. The sage also warns that if the Duke makes contact while Nemesis moves his arms, Tatranex will be destroyed, and Jared will be eliminated along with the soup. Our protagonist glances to the side, and when the sage sees this, he realizes that Jared is smiling. Simply unbelievable, the elf wonders if this lunatic has gone insane. Nemesis does not give up and continues roaring. Furious, the creature grips its axe tightly and charges at its enemy. It approaches our protagonist and raises its weapon to strike. Finally, the monster executes its attack, but the human before it manages to dodge. Nemesis continues unleashing multiple strikes, but Jared evades every single one with ease. Scanning this, the elf states that it's as if the blonde is memorizing Nemesis' attacks while fighting. The monster once again roars, irritated by the way the battle is unfolding. Jared realizes that Nemesis has finally activated its Fury ability. The creature drops its weapon, embedding it in the ground. Then it clasps both hands together, preparing to attack Jared, while using the ability Madness of Rage. But our protagonist was ready and finally fires the magic bullet he had been charging. The attack is unbelievably powerful, and we see nothing but Nemesis' blood flying through the air. After witnessing this, the only word the sage can utter is, "Wow." Eucalus remains standing before his enemy, simply staring at it. And we see that the attack opened a gigantic hole in Nemesis. The monster begins coughing up blood before collapsing to the ground, already lifeless. Our protagonist thinks that if he hadn't anticipated that last attack pattern, he would have died right there. He turns around and asks the sage if he saw that, and if it was enough to earn his respect and trust. The elf, still in shock from everything, calls the young man crazy. Immediately, he rushes toward the blonde, shouting that it was dangerous and demanding to know why he was on the defensive. The sage states that he was worried that the young man might die, and the Duke reveals that he did it to make Nemesis expose its arrogance. Eucalus explains that he manipulated Nemesis into becoming greedy in its actions, so that the monster would use its Fury ability when wanted to. Hearing this, the white-haired man apologizes for underestimating his abilities. Shortly after, he declares that Jared is the best pilot in the world, and he is completely astonished. So the video ends here. If no one missed the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time.